have terrorized this territory. The inaugural Texas 500, Burton cruised to his first Winston Cup win. And last year, Martin carried the checkers. This year, Jeff Gordon. Texas, Terry Labonte. Dale Jarrett. And pole sitter Kenny Irwin. All are revving up to tame this Texas tornado of a track. It's the Texas 500 next. Some 200,000 strong. NASCAR's Army, the fans that make up the Texas chapter, meeting for the third time to wave their colors for their American heroes. Earnhardt, Jarrett, Gordon, the Burtons, the Labontes. And they are ready to fight and fly their way around this approximate 1.5-mile track just north of Dallas-Fort Worth. Yesterday, 100,000 endured rain and cold to see Mark Martin victorious. Double that number on another gray and cool day, and you have the setting for the Texas 500. And a good day to you. Ken Squire here as we await the start of this, the third annual Texas 500. $4 million is at stake this afternoon for these 43 starters on this 1.5-mile track that has been totally reconfigured. It's a different track than we've ever seen before, as they made every effort to avert the havoc that we saw in the first 2 years, and apparently it's working very well. We'll get back to more on that story shortly, but we want to get right now to the man on the pole, the guy everybody is talking about. Back on Friday, number 28, the Robert Yates car. Remember, Robert Yates has gone with some relative unknowns before. Years ago, he had a guy named Davey Allison. Well, now it's Kenny Irwin at the controls, and he cracked a lap at 190-plus miles an hour for the 1.5 miles to go onto the pole. It was one beautiful run, and let's find out more about it. Ralph Shaheen.
Ken, it's actually the second career pole for Kenny Irwin, his first of 1999. Kenny, tell me about the lap here on this newly reconfigured racetrack. How tough is this track going to be today?
Well, I mean, it's fast, don't get me wrong, and it's a lot better than what it was last year. And that's probably the problem, is that the fixes that they did in turn one have made it so much faster. And we just, on Friday afternoon, we just cut a really good lap, and it didn't feel real good, but it was good enough to sit on the pole.
You're going to be starting on the inside. Is that going to be a big advantage in the opening laps?
Yeah, I believe that everybody on the inside is going to have some type of an advantage. But hopefully everybody kind of works together and lets everybody get down. And I think by 500 miles on this racetrack and wearing a second groove in, it's going to make for some racing on the outside, but I don't think you're going to see it all day long.
Kenny did win the inaugural NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series race here a couple of years ago. To Bill Stevens.
Well, there have been 5 NASCAR races here, and this man has won 3 of them. Mark Martin, tell me about your luck here at this racetrack. What's the secret?
It's been some of that, what you said, luck. But Winn-Dixie Busch cars always works well here. We've got a good chassis set up going through the corners here. And Valvoline team's got a great car for me for this race. And we just, you know, there's a lot of stuff that has to do with how you finish that we can't control. And that's what makes it really interesting. And we're going to go out there and give it our best shot today.
Mark won the Busch race yesterday. 4 times in his career, he's won both the Busch and Winston Cup race in the same weekend. Back to you, Ken.
His 36th victory yesterday was one that was marked by a little bit of luck, a lot of strange things about the weather. Much of the day, they played the rain game down here in the main straightaway. But when they got to racing, it was serious stuff. The first 73 laps unmarked by caution. Then they had a scatter of them all over the track with cars. And when it was over, Mark Martin was praying they didn't have to go any further. 33 laps shy, they called it a day. Well, there you see the standings from that event with Mark Martin coming out victorious. Now, as to this track, dramatic changes have been made to this facility. The first 2 years, there were a lot of question marks about it. Eddie Gossage, track manager, had a chance to talk with him, or Dick Berggren did, and this is how it went.
Well, Eddie, you guys have done quite a job here. Here you've built the second biggest stadium in the United States. You built a big speedway club. You built this big condo project here. How big a risk was it putting all this money in?
Well, NASCAR doesn't award you a date. You've got to build the speedway and then apply for your dates, and that's what we did. So you're right, it's a big leap of faith, but it's been very successful for us and for NASCAR.
Well, all of that's been great, but surely there have been some problems here. The drivers complained about the surface of the racetrack, the way the straightaways transitioned into the turns. You've done a lot of work to try to fix that and try to prevent the crashes we've seen. What have you done?
Well, last year we took up the racetrack immediately after the race and completely repaved the whole place, and we changed the transition. Right here was a real critical point in turn 1. The transition in turn 1 from the straightaway starts much earlier than it did before. Before, the guys would turn the car into the corner, but it was flat. The last second, the banking came up and caught the car. Down in turn 4, they'd be coming off the corner, and it would drop real abruptly. Now we've pulled it further down the straightaway, and it's a much slower taper. We hope they like what we've done. Through the testing and all like that, we've heard a lot of good things about it, but we'll see how it goes today.
How much money have you spent doing all this?
Well, you're standing on about $250 million here, and that's with a B. That's the largest investment that we know of in the whole world in motorsports in one place.
Water was also a problem. Last year was coming up through the racetrack. What have you done to solve that problem?
Well, when we took up the asphalt to make the changes in the transition, we also put in a drainage system underneath. That was a very wet spring last year, but we had to give the water a place to go. Obviously, what was under there wasn't sufficient. So there is a drainage system, and it dumps into a storm sewer, and since we did that, we've had no problems.
Well, here we go again. It's your third try at a Winston Cup race. Are you absolutely confident all the problems are solved?
Well, this is running a city of 220,000 people today. You never know what's going to happen, but we feel good about it, and we hope the drivers like what we do and what we've done, and we're looking forward to a great race this afternoon.
One of the interesting things that the drivers are going to face this afternoon is every time they have come to Texas, the racetrack has had something of a different configuration. And that has meant that each of the drivers have had to find the line with what amounts to a brand new racetrack. We're about to see who's going to do the best job of finding the line today.
Thank you, Dick. This fellow, Eddie Gossage, has quite a busy to-do list as general manager, but somehow, last night, he found time to get himself married over here in the Speedway Club. Congratulations, Eddie and Melinda. All the best for a good life.
That's one race that I wish I could run over one more time.
The legendary Daytona 500 has broken a lot of hearts.
I was way out front in 1981, and that thing ran out of gas.
In 74, I blew a tire with 12 laps to go.
But the biggest heartbreak of all would be trying to get into Daytona International Speedway using an American Express card. So if you want to enjoy the heart-pounding excitement of Daytona, bring your Visa card, official card of NASCAR.
My girlfriend let me here at Daytona. I sure miss that car.
Quit hogging the cashews.
I'm not.
Animal. It's a cat. It's a beaver.
I think it's a marmot. That was a beaver.
Are beavers nice?
Yes. Look at him. There he is.
I'm going to give him a nut.
Cute, isn't he? No. Beavers don't like nuts.
I've never seen a beaver eat a nut. I've never seen a beaver.
Everyone loves Planters nuts. Fresh roasted taste, and they're cholesterol-free.
Oh, he's good.
He's very good.
Planters, relax, go nuts.
Think that'll fit in the van?
Snacking fans, start your engines. Planters is the official snack of NASCAR.
Introducing the Racing Champions Platinum Club. Membership includes a special platinum die-cast car, collector pin, and membership card.
It's the only club I'd stop for.
The Racing Champions Platinum Club. Call 877-RACE-CLUB and join today.
Today we're going to learn the easy way to mow the lawn. This is a lawn. This is a boy. A lawn. Boy. Lawn. Boy. Lawn boy. Easy, huh?
Lawn Boy. Easy to start, easy to use, easy to maintain.
Any questions?
Why are there two of you?
Want to color your gray beard or mustache and look natural? Get Just for Men Gel.
You look so natural, no one can tell. With Just for Men Gel.
Brush in and in 5 minutes, gray is gone.
No one can tell. With Just for Men Gel.
Join CBS as NASCAR rocks with the Allman Brothers and today's hottest performers for a kickin' coast-to-coast tour. A summer smash with NASCAR Rocks.
the Texas 500 live this afternoon on CBS. 58 degrees and overcast here, the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Countdown is continuing, and everybody's heart begins to beat just a little faster. Let's go to the folks who called the race for you today. Ned Jarrett, Buddy Baker, and Mike Joy.
Thanks, Ken. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Texas. An elaborate pre-race show going on right now as we close down on the Texas 500 green flag in just a little while. The 5 races so far this season have been won by a total of 2 teams. Multi-car teams have really come to the forefront of NASCAR racing, and never more than this year. In the 5 races so far, only 6 drivers, paced by Ward Burton, from single-car teams have scored top 10 finishes. So I'll turn to 2-time Grand National Champion Ned Jarrett, who I don't believe ever had a teammate, and say, Ned, this is quite a trend, everything the way we're going with these multi-car teams.
Yes, we're seeing more and more of them every year, Mike, and certainly the multi-car teams have an advantage. First of all, they get more test dates. NASCAR restricts each team to 7 tests during the season. And, of course, if you got 2 teams, you got 14 and so on down the line. And, of course, it gives them more opportunities to do research and development as far as engines are concerned as well. But the 2 teams that have won this year, the Roush and Hendrick teams, I think maybe are a little bit ahead of some of the other teams in adapting to the rules that they're running under this year. Last year, they ran under what was called a 5-and-5 rule. The spoiler had 5 inches high, and the front air dam was 5 inches off the ground. Well, now they've changed that, and it has been an adjustment for many of the teams, and it just seems like those 2 teams maybe have made the adjustments a little bit better.
And so far, they've been the most successful. Buddy Baker, who are some of the fellows who haven't won yet that are just champing at the bit and ready to win?
You said it exactly right. Like Dale Jarrett, Mike Skinner, Jeremy Mayfield, Rusty Wallace, Jeffrey Bodine. He was the quickest all week here. These guys are ready to beat these guys, and you might see that today.
Well, let's have a look at some of the highlights for the 1999 season to date. The 5 races that have been run. The season, as always, starts out with its biggest race, the Daytona 500. Jeff Gordon down to the inside between Ricky Rudd and Rusty Wallace to take the lead with 11 laps to go. And then on the final circuit, Gordon holds off defending winner Dale Earnhardt to score his second Daytona 500 win. Snappy pit work at Rockingham put Mark Martin out front in the closing laps. He pulled away to win it after teammate Jeff Burton had led most of the way. The Burton brothers would tangle in Las Vegas. That's Jeff in 99 and his older brother Ward in 22. It was Jeff who picked up his first season win. Race 4 in Atlanta. Jeff Gordon bided his time early, took the lead past the halfway point, and won Atlanta going away. Last week at Darlington, rain begins to fall, cars spin, caution comes out, and race leader Jeff Burton wrecks into the wall. The race is red flag. Burton does a rain dance. It pours down harder, and his unraceable car is declared the winner. So Jeff Burton is the Winston Cup point leader. Jeff Gordon just 7 points back. Bobby Labonte, Mark Martin, Mike Skinner led most of the season in the point standings, and Dale Jarrett the top half dozen. Ward Burton, Jeremy Mayfield, Terry Labonte, and Michael Waltrip complete the top 10. Let's go to pit road and Dick Berggren.
Thanks, Mike. There have been 5 big league stock car races here in Texas, and while most team owners would be happy to have finished those 5 races, one of them, Jack Roush, has won 4 of those races. How have you had so much success here in Texas?
Well, the first thing I want to say is God bless Texas. The second thing, I guess, is to note that each time we've come here, it's been to a brand new racetrack that was configured unlike anything else on the circuit. Our guys have reacted better to the changes than, or the adversity, as the case might be, than their competitors, and have made us the winners. I don't expect that to continue necessarily. I had a chance to, on a different note, I had a chance to meet Governor Bush today, George W. Bush. I look forward to seeing the now Governor Bush in the White House again. But beyond that, they've done a great job on the speedway here. Bruton Smith and Gossage are to be commended for the fine job they've done.
You've got 5 cars in today's race. Which one's supposed to win?
Well, you know, I knew you were going to ask me that question. I tend not to remember things going right as much as things going wrong. You know, I'm likely to come away from the race here remembering that, boy, we shopped too short, we had a bad pit stop, something broke, even if we win the race.
Let's go to Mike Joy.
Jack Roush's cars have won 3 of the 5 Winston Cup races so far this season. We'll be right back to Texas after this.
To help you remember 10, 10, 3, 4, 5 long distance, we're here with the number 3, 4, and 5 hitters of a very important major league team. Now, I don't know much about baseball, but I do know that with 10, 10, 3, 4, 5, calls are always 10 cents a minute. No minimum talk time and no monthly fee. I don't want to run your gig, but I don't hit. Oh, well, stick with it. Maybe someday you will. Dial 10, 10, 3, 4, 5, the simple way to save on long distance.
All right, come on out of there. You're going to have to do better than that, Cop. Okay, I figure that there are 3 of you versus 300 of us. As for the building, we have assembled officers here, here, and here, as well as sharpshooters here and here.
The sharpshooters. Where are they again?
Sometimes it's not just what you say, but how you say it. Kinko's. Express yourself.
If you used to think it wasn't for you, now Pantene has a whole new shampoo. Introducing Pantene Shampoo Only. It joins Ultra V 2-in-1s and conditioners. New Pantene Shampoo Only. This is the Pantene for you.
Right now, Firestone tires are on sale. 4 for $99. Add a new 50,000-mile warranty, and people will buy them 8 at a time, maybe even 12.
The 4 for $99 sale at Firestone.
Monday, it's the NCAA Finals, and CBS has some slam dunk comedies.
Give me the ball. I want a chunk one. Dunk one. Whatever.
First, Ray's in training.
Sorry, no sex before a game.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Everybody loves Raymond. Then, see the moves. Feel the excitement when March Madness hits the King of Queens.
Well, I'm pretty wired, but that's what the pills are for.
Take it to the hoop.
They call me Air Cherry.
The King of Queens right after Raymond at a special time. All part of CBS Championship Monday.
We're back with you. Texas Motor Speedway, where it's happening today on CBS. All 43 cars are up on pit road, and the one everybody is talking about will be starting in 20th position, number 99, the point leader, Jeff Burton. Buddy Baker had a chance to sit down and chat with the Winston Cup point leader. Interesting conversation.
This year, everything seems to be going a little smoother for you guys. Last year was a good year. Are you better this year?
The reason that we've come out and been better this year than we've been in the past is because we're more prepared. In the past, we've been building everything from scratch. Well, the rules have changed. Everything we had was wrong. The tourists came out. We had to build all new cars. We were building race cars. This year, we were fine-tuning race cars. We made personnel changes that raised the bar for our team. We've got better pit stops. We're doing everything that were just a little bit better based on the time that we had to spend on it.
The Cinderella story started for you right here in Texas. How special was that win?
Well, it was real special. We won the race. We got home late Sunday night. I went to the shop Monday morning, and everybody was working. It was just another day, and that was a lot different than I had imagined. I thought they'd have a national holiday or something, but it ended up just back to work Monday morning. And wasn't as glamorous as I thought it would be, but that's what you have to do. You've got to get back to work on Monday, because if you don't, when you show up next Sunday, you won't be as competitive as you need to be.
How do you like your chances this week?
Well, I hate to be too optimistic about any race. I like the racetrack. I feel good about it. It's going to be a long race. A lot of things can happen in these races, but I feel pretty good.
A totally focused race driver. That's young Jeff Burton. That's the car, number 99. But you can't forget about the guy everybody is aiming at in the field. That is Jeff Gordon, who just keeps on winning. Dick Berggren is with him.
Well, he's won 44 times, but never here in Texas. In 2 Winston Cup starts, he's crashed both times. Yesterday in a Busch race, he crashed as well. What is there about you and this place and crashes?
I don't know what it is. You know, the first year we were running like second or third. Thought we were in great shape, out of trouble, and a couple of cars got tangled up, lap cars in front of me. So, you know, last year I think I caused my own problems. You know, we're starting up further this time. We're starting 8th. That's a good place to be other than being on the outside. We just need to bide our time and be patient and and, you know, try to finish. I don't know. You try to have patience, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But this is a pretty narrow track. This is the best condition I've seen this track in since we've been coming here. So hopefully everything will work out a little bit better today.
How good is your race car?
It was extremely good. And actually, every time we've been here, we've had really good race cars who just never were around at the finish to show. So let's hope that we can be there and battle with some of those guys late in the race.
Well, thanks, Jeff, and good luck today. To Ken Squire.
Driver introductions being completed. Drivers reporting to their cars along pit road. The excitement builds for the start of the Texas 500 here on CBS.
Beer is the best it can be at the brewery, fresh and at its peak of taste. Light, heat, and age are all enemies of beer that work against its taste from the moment it leaves the brewery. Budweiser's 12 local breweries ensure that your Budweiser is fresh and has not been subject to long trips. So you might say your Budweiser has less miles on it, and that means it'll taste like it does straight from its source.
We will never, ever smoke up this house again. We are quitting with the patch.
Nicoderm CQ.
With the steps.
There's a lot to be said for steps.
While Nicotrol has only one step, Nicoderm CQ has 3, so you can step down your dose gradually the way doctors and pharmacists prefer.
Was this a great idea or what?
Nicoderm CQ, the power to calm, the power to comfort, the power to help you quit.
Odor eaters, feet are sweeter, fresher, drier, cleaner, neater. Only Odor Eaters insoles, sprays, and powders have genuine Arm & Hammer baking soda. They destroy foot odor and wetness.
Odor Eaters, feet are sweeter.
Introducing the Racing Champions Platinum Club. Membership includes a special platinum die-cast car, collector pin, and membership card.
It's the only club I'd stop for.
The Racing Champions Platinum Club. Call 877-RACE-CLUB and join today. A crippled aircraft carrier.
We can't get her back online.
Planes with no place to land. Who is trying to take out the U.S. Navy?
You got 60 seconds.
Jag, CBS Tuesday. She's like any other woman.
Where's a good place to find a man?
She's looking for Mr. Right, and she wants to have a baby. The only difference is she's not a prisoner.
You have a dozen babies.
Mating season has begun. Species, CBS Tuesday. Pre-race celebration is still on here on this cool day in Texas. It's about to heat up. Hey, for more in-depth coverage and late-breaking news on the Texas 500, or that little encounter between Duke and UConn for the NCAA title come Monday night, check out cbs.sportsline.com. That's where you'll get more information about both. Let's go down on the track. Here's Bill Stevens.
Dale Earnhardt has taken a provisional. He will start 38th. The question, Dale, enough of that old Earnhardt magic to get you up to the front today.
We're going to need a lot of magic. We just hadn't really come up to par with this car in the practice, and we just didn't do well in qualifying. So we're just going to have to work hard and get, hopefully we'll get some breaks. Stay out of the wrecks. We've been in some wrecks here early in the race, so we're in a bad position starting, but we can make something out of it. We'll just get a break.
You're going to have to stay out of trouble, too. They're expecting a lot of mixing and matching today.
Like I said, we've got to stay out of trouble and make something happen. We'll do it.
Let's go to Ralph.
Well, Dale Jarrett has started to strap himself into his race car. He's adjusted his steering wheel. You're going to start 12th today, and you're still looking for your first win in 1999. What's your strategy going to be here in the early stages?
Well, strategy early is just kind of stay out of trouble, work on the car throughout the day. We've got 500 miles here to get this thing right and get to the front at the end, and hopefully we can do that. I think we've got a good car, a very adjustable car, something that's probably going to have as the track changes and goes on. And I want to say happy birthday to my daughter, Natalie, who turned 11 on Friday.
Dale, they talk a lot about missing the afternoon happy hour session, that last practice on Saturday, but in reality, we've never had a Saturday afternoon practice here at Texas. How does that affect you?
Well, I think since we've never had one, we don't know what it would be like to go through that, so you just have to know that Saturday morning is very important. And then I think we go off of our records and the knowledge that we have, especially about this race car, and that's what we're going off of. And some, like Atlanta earlier in the year, very similar racetrack, so we go off of what we did there somewhat. That I trust this man right here, Todd Parrott, that he's got everything under control for us.
Ken, I asked this crew chief, Todd Parrott, did you set up to be loose or to be tight? Todd said, perfect.
Outside of the 6th row, 12th starting position will be Dale Jarrett today. Many people say he is the favorite
to pull this one off. But if you're a fan, hey, take your choice. 43, they're the best. Hey, let's go down to the podium and check in as we get ready with Bill Bowser for the invocation and national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you please stand and remove your hats as Motor Racing Outreach Chaplain Jim Cody delivers today's invocation, to be followed by our national anthem, performed by Beaumont, Texas native Tracy Byrd. A flight of 4 U.S. Air Force AT-38 jets from Shepherd Air Force Base in Wichita Falls, Texas, will accompany today's anthem.
Let's bow together for prayer, y'all. Heavenly Father, we gather together today to participate in a great motorsport competition. As we do, we want to first of all acknowledge that you are greater still, for you're an awesome God. We also acknowledge your goodness to us, the kind of goodness that gives us the privilege of not only being here, but the blessings of this country, our families, jobs, health, and friends. Furthermore, we realize, Father, our dependence on you. O Sovereign One, you who governs the affairs of men and nations, you alone are God. And as we remember that fact, we would be remiss today, before all the fun begins, to not ask your special protection for our fighting forces in Yugoslavia, as well as their protection of the innocent people, God, that they represent. May there be a quick resolution to that conflict. Concerning this event today, we also ask for your protection for our drivers and crews and all who will compete today. Give them wisdom and skill. Give them cool heads and fair play. We might also ask, Lord, for a rainless day. Father, finally, we say thank you for the greatest gift of all, that we can have forgiveness for our sins and eternal life with you because of the death of your Son, our substitute Jesus. We pray in his name. Amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
We're ready to go racing in Texas. Thanks for being with us for the pregame show. 500 upcoming on CBS.
Doug Flutie and Olympic gold medalist Tommy Moe lead the stars into battle as they rock, bike, shoot, and swim their way to victory. The Snaffle Superstars on CBS.
The address is CBS. Welcome home.
At JBA, the price is right.
I found that JBA offered me the best price.
This is my third Cavalier from JBA Chevrolet, and I've gotten a good price, a good deal all three times.
I saved over $2,000 in the deal.
Saved $1,000, got a better finance rate.
Came to JBA Chevrolet because I got the best deal and saved $2,000.
Yeah, we keep coming back.
Thank you.
Here's my idea. Best Buy should show people how to install a DirecTV system.
Step 1. Purchase a DirecTV system at Best Buy and return home. Step 2. Forget about installation. You've got more important things to do. Step 3. Reflex. Because when you purchase a DirecTV system at Best Buy, you'll receive free professional installation plus 3 months of free Total Choice programming. DirecTV at Best Buy. Now that's a great idea.
Dios in Cuba. Nick Carter leads Eyewitness News coverage from Havana.
Thanks for making CBS America's most watched network. Welcome home.
In Texas, the adrenaline is up. Over 200,000 are pumped. For the Lone Star State, the wait is over. Texas 500 next. An estimated 250,000 people have filled every seat in the infield here at the Texas Motor Speedway, about to witness race number 6 of the 1999 season for the most competitive series in motorsport. The Winston Cup is here. There goes the Rocket Man, about to deliver the starter's flag. Governor George Bush. Now there's an arrival. I hope he has a ticket. And a good day. Ken Squire welcoming you here to Texas. Well, they continue to talk about the electricity in the air before one of these events. And indeed, at this moment, if you've ever been fortunate enough to be at a Winston Cup race, you can feel that electricity right down the spine to the small of your back. When you realize that very shortly at 195 miles an hour, these 43 great drivers are going to be addressing inches apart turn number 1 in about that second lap. Well, let's go down front and meet the guys who are going to kick it off here today in this 500-mile race. They're standing by now, and let's get with them. Here's Dick Bergen.
Thanks, Ken. Bobby Labonte is going to start on the outside of the front row, and today he is playing hurt. Broke his shoulder last weekend at Darlington. Bobby, can you run this whole race today?
I don't know. We're going to give it our best shot, but we got Matt Kinson standing by to fill in if I need to, so we'll just see how it goes. Play it by ear.
It's been a week of therapy and rehabilitation as much as possible for Bobby Labonte. Starting on the pole is Kenny Irwin. He's had a lot of success at Texas, having won a truck race here in '97. He was 5th in the Busch race yesterday. Today, your lucky day to win your first ever Winston Cup race.
I'll take it. If today's the day, I'll take it. You know, we obviously have a good car, just like everything else. We got to be around at 500 miles.
Well, we've had a couple of first-time winners in the last 2 years of big league stock car racing. Maybe today will be another. Terrell Shaheen.
Jeff Burton will start 20th today. He already has 2 wins and the NASCAR Winston Cup points lead coming into this round. But, Jeff, you've been the master of the rain lately, using it to win at Darlington in a second place yesterday here. What kind of rain strategy will you have today with a threat in the area?
Well, we looked at the weather quite a bit, and we don't see really a problem in the near future. There might become one as the race goes on, but right now we're approaching this thing like it's going to go 500 miles.
And how are you going to attack that then? What is your 500-mile strategy?
Well, obviously we've got to gain some track position. We've got to get ourselves in position to win this thing. You're not going to win it in 20th, but it's a long race. It's plenty of time to get the X-side forward up front. So you got to have good pit stops. Your car's got to run fast enough to get by guys, and you got to take your time. You can't get in a big rush. It's a long way to go. We made a bunch of changes this morning to try to make this car a little bit better because of the weather. If we hit it right, it'll go fast. If not, we'll just have to keep working all day.
How concerned are you about the fact that there's a groove and a half here? Are you going to be able to pass on the outside?
Well, that's a half more groove than it was last year, so we'll take it.
To Bill Stevens.
When you look at any Winston Cup field, you can always find a couple of dark horses. Here's one right here, Jeffrey Bodine. In the second qualifying session, he was the fastest car. He'll start 26th. If he had run that time in the first qualifying session, he'd be starting 3rd. You could make things interesting today, I think.
Well, we're going to try. We're going to try to get this Power Team Chevrolet Monte Carlo to the front. It's tough starting back here, but it's a long race. The car has been fast. We did test here. We had a great test, so even without happy hour yesterday, I think we're in good shape.
Without that happy hour yesterday, though, did you make any changes to the car going into race day today?
Well, yeah, our qualifying setup and race setup are completely different, so we have the race setup in here, but it hasn't been tested this weekend. We tested it here a few weeks ago, but not yesterday, and so there's concern here, but we're still confident we have a good setup.
Confidence. That's important. Back to you, Ken.
There is the potential for showers before this day is over, but right now we've got a stiff breeze coming out of the north at about 20 miles per hour, and it's really putting some starch in the old stars and stripes here at the start-finish line area. And that will carry those cars an extra 2 or 3 miles an hour quicker down into the fastest part of the racetrack, which is that turn 1 area. And turn 2 is the trickier part of the track. Everything else has been kicked out. Turn 2 pretty much the same. That transition ends a little short. First day of practice for Grand National cars. 8 of 9 accidents were in this turn 2 area. That is the crash corner on this track at the present time. We'll have to see how these guys are going to deal with it. Temperature is at 58 degrees, bit on the cool side, completely overcast. That'll help them a bit out here today as we get ready for this start. We'll go down trackside to Bill Bowser. We're just about ready for the command that's going to put the Texas 500 on its way into the record books.
And now, for the most famous words in motorsport, here is the chairman of Speedway Motorsports Incorporated, Mr. Bruton Smith.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
Winston Cup star Buddy Baker and Mike Joy.
Thanks, Ken, and hello, everyone, and welcome to Texas. This beautiful speed plant risen out of the Texas plains west of Fort Worth, and every year we've come, there's been something new, especially a new track configuration. Since we were here last year for the Winston Cup race, Turn 4's exit has been widened, as has the entrance to Turn number 1. Something else is new, the weather. They practiced and qualified in sun and heat, and today it is overcast and cloudy. So I'll turn to our CBS race strategist, Ned Jarrett. Ned, here, everything in Texas that's new, it's new all over again.
Yes, it is, Mike, and I'll tell you, it's going to be a challenge for the drivers and the teams knowing how to adjust the car during the day. They had to do a lot of guesswork because they did miss that happy hour yesterday afternoon because of the weather, and it rained hard, washed all the rubber off the racetrack, and so a setup that they might have had in practice yesterday morning might not work so good in the beginning of this race here today. So it is going to be a challenge for both the drivers and the crew members.
All right, Buddy Baker, put your helmet on and tell us, this starts out as a one-groove racetrack. It is so fast. But to pass, you're going to need a second groove.
You're going to have one, but you're going to have to wait a while because it'll dictate as you start by lap traffic. You will have to move up in that second lane to get by slower traffic. But right now, it's treacherous out there. The racetrack was washed down last night. There is no outside groove, and the fast way around the racetrack, as you said, right around the white line. You'll have to be careful right at first.
Ned, Kenny Irwin's pole speed was 5 miles an hour faster than last year. The cars aren't that much faster. The track is.
Yes, they've renovated Turn 4 and Turn 1. And the banking coming off of Turn 4 does not give them the upset of the race car the way that it did last year. And as a result, they're carrying much more speed into Turn 1 than they did before. And it's made a little bit of a problem in Turn 2 because that turn is very sharp and they got more speed than they've ever had there before. So that's going to be a challenge for them, too.
In practice, Turn 2 has been Calamity Corner here. The field begins to assemble to roll off. They took a little extra minute on the grid there to warm things up on this very cool day. And now 43 cars pull off pit road to form up behind the Chevrolet safety car. We're set for the third year to go Winston Cup racing in Texas, live on CBS. We'll be right back with the starting lineup.
CBS Sports coverage of the Texas 500 is sponsored by Ford F-Series. The best-selling trucks are built Ford top. And by AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts.
They come to us for many reasons. Because we save them money on what they need with their everyday low price. Because we help them solve their problems and get them back on the road. And because we stand behind the parts we sell with a warranty that's good at more than 2,500 stores coast to coast. Fact is, people everywhere come to us because we're AutoZone, the largest auto parts retailer in America. And there's just no place any better.
Where'd you get the club? Accounting. Accounting gave you a club? Yeah, I made him a deal. Whenever my cell bills are half as much as yours, they give me a club. Aren't you on the phone all the time? Yeah, but I have Nextel. My calls are rounded to the second. I pay less. That's not fair. I want to be rounded to the second. Wait till I get my putter.
Nextel's 1 second rounding makes ordinary cell phones seem ordinary. And now, for a limited time, you can get Nextel phones starting at $99 each.
Gordon is way behind. Stick a fork in Jeff. He's done.
Oh, my, what is he thinking? Holy Baloo, what the heck is that?
Ooh, that's gotta hurt.
Well, what could possess a man to drive like that?
Gotcha. He's making his move backwards. Gordon wins.
We gotta get him a cup holder.
Craig, I don't know.
Fair enough. Maybe this'll help. As you can see, I love you more than anything in the world. You know, it's a dramatic increase in the past 7 months. This shows how much we have in common. My 10-year gross earnings potential. A composite of what our kids might look like.
I like what you've done here, Craig.
Sometimes it's not just what you say, but how you say it. Kinko's. Express yourself.
America Online News. For complete up-to-the-minute sports coverage, news, scores, and stats, go to keyword CBS Sports Line on America Online.
Welcome back to CBS Sports coverage of the Texas 500. Here's the starting lineup. Kenny Irwin, second career pole with a new track record. Bobby Labonte, third place point man. They share the front row. Steve Park, his best start ever, and Terry Labonte. Ward Burton, runner-up in Las Vegas, and Mark Martin, defending winner of this race. Kenny Schrader, and two-time winner this season already, Jeff Gordon. Bill Elliott, former Winston Cup champion, and Wally Dunlback, former Trans Am champ. Rusty Wallace and Dale Jarrett, runner-up at Rockingham. Elliott Sadler, the rookie, and former Busch champion, Randy LaJoie. John Andretti and Robert Presley up in the 8th row. Brett Bodine and Rick Mast in row 9. Tony Stewart, the rookie and two-time winner this year, Jeff Burton. Jerry Nadeau and Ernie Irvin in row 11. Mike Skinner, former point leader, now 5th, and Johnny Benson. Ted Musgrave and fastest second-round qualifier, Jeff Bodine. Jeremy Mayfield, second at Darlington, and Joe Nemechek. Michael Waltrip and Rich Bickle. Row 16, Buckshot Jones and Darrell Waltrip times into the field. Bobby Hamilton and Ricky Rudd in row 17. Ricky Craven and Derek Cope. Then it's Chad Little and Dale Earnhardt on a provisional start today, as is Sterling Marlin and Kevin LePage. Jimmy Spencer and Kenny Wallace, and David Green takes the final provisional spot in the field.
And Mike, they're on their last lap before they get the green coming around. There were just 5 drivers who did not make the field here for the Texas 500. Stanton Barrett, Ken Bouchard, Dave Marcus, Kyle Petty, and Dick Trickle.
And Bouchard has been released from Parkland Hospital after that qualifying crash gave him a concussion. He's okay.
In today's field, you have 21 Fords, 14 Chevrolets, and 8 Pontiacs.
Last pace lap, and we'll get set to go green under cloudy skies just real cool compared to practice and qualifying days, Ned.
Yes, it is. 58 degrees. Of course, the humidity pretty high here today. A little bit of wind, and of course, it is overcast. And all of that can play into the setup for the race cars.
You can see them going back and forth there, getting a little heat into the tires.
That's Kenny Irwin, the pole sitter, the Texaco Haviland cam. Jeff Gordon, the Winston Cup champion, the DuPont camera in his car. Bill Elliott, the Super 8 Motels camera, and Wally Dallenbach with the Budweiser cam in his Chevy. From Bill Elliott, here's Dallenbach, starting in 10th position. Dale Jarrett, the Ford Quality Care, Ford Credit camera, and Robert Presley, the Jasper Engines and Transmissions, 77. And you'll ride with Tony Stewart, top rookie on the tour, the Home Depot camera from Joe Gibbs Racing. Pace car pulls in. Texas Governor George W. Bush on the flag stand waves the green flag. We're racing in town. We will be right back to Texas, but now this CBS News special report.
Good day from CBS News headquarters. John Roberts with a special report over the crisis in Kosovo as NATO now launches its 5th day of airstrikes against targets in Yugoslavia. Phase 2 of strikes now, which are targeting Serbian forces on the ground, tanks, troops, artillery. President Clinton has just finished a meeting at the White House with his top military and foreign policy advisors. The president is expected to make a statement on the Kosovo crisis before heading to Camp David, and here he is now.
Good afternoon. All Americans can be very proud of the skill and bravery of the American servicemen involved in the rescue operation yesterday in Kosovo. Indeed, we can be proud of all of our men and women in uniform who are involved in the NATO mission. From the outset, I have said to the American people that this military operation entails real risks. But the continued brutality and repression of the Serb forces further underscores the need for NATO to persevere. I strongly support Secretary General Solano's decision yesterday to move to a new phase in our planned air campaign with a broader range of targets, including air defenses, military and security targets, and forces in the field. In the last 24 hours, I have been in close contact with key NATO allies, including Prime Minister Blair, President Chirac, Chancellor Schroeder, and Prime Minister Dilema. All of them share our determination to respond strongly to Mr. Milosevic's continuing campaign of inhumane violence against the Kosovar Albanian people. That is what we intend to do. Thank you very much.
Sir, is the bombing driving the atrocities now, sir? Is the Allied bombing driving the atrocities, sir?
President Clinton saying that NATO will stay the course on this, the 5th day of bombing in Yugoslavia, one of the biggest developments in the past 24 hours. The apparent shoot-down of a U.S. stealth fighter, an F-117A. NATO is not saying officially how it came down. However, it looks increasingly likely at this point as though it might have been brought down by a Soviet-style SA-3 surface-to-air missile. We'll have more on the continuing story tonight on your local news as well on the CBS Evening News. Now back to the Texas 500.
We're on to the green flag at Texas. 5 laps complete. Kenny Irwin, the pole sitter, has led them all from Terry Labonte, but Jeff Gordon and Jeff Bodine are the drivers that have been moving up.
Yes, and Terry Labonte in the 5 there, he looked like he was going to move right up into the lead there, right on the first lap. He's running very, very strong today.
It didn't take them long to get into single file, as we heard many of the drivers say before the race started. For a little while, it would be a one-groove racetrack, and that is right on the bottom of the racetrack. You see Gordon there now running right down on the bottom. He is running in the 4th position.
Behind Kenny Irwin, Terry Labonte, and Ward Burton, the older of the 2 brothers, in that number 22 Pontiac, middle of your screen. Tight pack. This is for the lead. 6 laps into the Texas 500, all run under green. Irwin takes them across the stripe, and Jeff Gordon, that bright orange-colored car, looks for 3rd place down in Turn 1.
You're exactly right. He moved to the inside, just going down toward Turn 1 and thought better of it, dropped back into single file through the corner.
was hard to get more to the inside than Ward Burton was.
Well, right now, it's very important to the guys that are running for the national championship to lead a lap and get that 5 bonus points for leading a lap here. So Gordon wants to take the lead if he possibly can.
6th race of the NASCAR season here in Texas. Let's go to pit road. Ralph Shaheen.
Mike, the green number 18 of Bobby Labonte has slipped back to 5th place. He's developed a push in that car, and they're going to try to get him to hang on as long as he can in that top 5. Dick Bergman?
The radio chatter is heavy, intense right now. The last practice session was washed out yesterday. The drivers did not have a chance to try the setups that are under many of these race cars. Mark Martin, very, very loose. The 21, Elliott Sadler, pushing very badly. It's all ends of the spectrum. Many of the cars are not yet right. They'll get them right before this race is over, but a lot of them aren't right now, Mike.
Bobby Labonte's car just got right. He just slipped underneath the 24 of Jeff Gordon, and Labonte, who is nursing a chipped shoulder, has moved up to 4th place.
Yeah, you know, he said he sneezed this morning and almost knocked himself out. It hurt so bad, but, you know, he ran in Darlington last week, waited till the first pit stop to come in, and that's a pretty good test to see whether you're going to make it or not. And he was set back there just for a second, and now he's going towards the front.
Bill Stevens?
I just spoke to Andy Graves, the crew chief for Terry Labonte. I said, what's Terry telling you about how the car is handling? He said, he hasn't said anything. I said, is that a good sign? He said, it's a very good sign.
So far, so good. Jeff Burton, fellow that's won 2 of these races so far, started in 20th, finds himself drifting way back to 37th spot. He's the point-standing leader, and that car is not working.
Mike, he got caught on the outside in the early laps up on the high side of the racetrack, and just almost a train went by down on the inside. So apparently his car is not feeling well, even though he did get up on that outside for a good while.
Watching the rear view of Kenny Irwin, Terry Labonte. In the 2 Texas appearances, he has a 4th and a 6th place finish. Battle here, Sterling Marlin. Inside, Darrell Waltrip in 66.
And Kevin LePage comes along in car number 16.
Dale Earnhardt moves underneath Waltrip. And here comes Burton in 99, trying to gain back a position.
Mike, what's happening right now is a lot of the cars, the racetrack was cleaned off last night by a real hard rainstorm. And right now, if you have a push condition, it won't right itself. That'll break the front wheels loose, and it'll try to go out towards the wall. And if you're loose, it'll also slide the back out real bad until they can adjust on the first pit stop. If you have a handling problem, you just going to have to ride it out.
As you look at our scoring rundown in the upper left, note the drivers whose position number have a green background have moved up a position the last lap. The drivers whose numbers show a red background have lost a position or more in the last lap. 13 laps, they've all been green so far here in Texas. Kenny Irwin's Ford leads the Chevrolet of Terry Labonte and the Pontiac of Ward Burton. We'll be right back to Texas.
When the basketball ends, the fatherhood begins.
The hell would give you a kid?
This summer.
Do that thing I taught you the other day. That's my boy.
Adam Sandler is
You two got the same size t-shirts on. That's amazing. Ow.
Big Daddy.
How come you're not going?
Only you and my grandfather go every 30 seconds.
Big Daddy.
Should I have a nightlight?
There you go, all right? This film is not yet rated.
To help you remember 10, 10, 3, 4, 5 long distance. We're here with the 3rd, 4th, and 5th runners-up in the Miss North America pageant. Now, they may not be winners, but you can be. Every call is a chance to win a prize like CDs or color TVs, and every call is just 10 cents a minute. So remember, 10, 10, 3, 4, 5, where anyone can be a winner. Hey, you could be a winner.
Dial 10-10-345 today.
Want to color your gray beard or mustache and look natural? Get Just for Men Gel.
You look so natural, no one can tell. With Just for Men Gel.
Brush in and in 5 minutes, gray is gone.
No one can tell. With Just for Men Gel.
That's me, Bill. Here we are at the Super 8.
For reservations, call 1-800-800-8000.
Hey, did you get them brakes at Pep Boys?
Yeah, I did.
I appreciate it.
Pep Boys means quality parts and brake service from just $79.99.
Pep Boys.
Cars like us.
People love us. A crippled aircraft carrier.
We can't get her back online.
Planes with no place to land. Who is trying to take out the U.S. Navy?
You got 60 seconds.
JAG, CBS Today.
18 laps complete here in Texas with a fresh view of Texas Motor Speedway, the Bud 1 airship. Reminding you fresh beer tastes better. 18 laps complete. Kenny Irwin has led them all.
And, Mike, we're off to a much better start here today in this Texas 500 than ever before. In the first two, they wrecked on the first lap in the first turn, but we've gone 18 laps and no mishaps.
And you could see right there, I thought we was going to have to interrupt and say trouble on the back straightaway. Terry Labonte almost collected our leader, Kenny Irwin Jr., coming out of turn 2. Kenny got to pushing a little bit, and he almost run in the back of it.
They had a couple of inches, buddy.
Yeah.
Between those cars.
At 200 miles an hour, a couple inches sometimes don't get the job done.
Terry is a very patient race driver, but I believe his car right now might be a little bit faster than Kenny Irwin's, but he hasn't found a way to move around it.
Now here he's on the throttle. You can hear them both on the throttle, and right in the center of the corner, you saw the body close right to the bumper, but that Robert Yates horsepower takes over down the back straightaway. And here's Labonte coming into the corner, coming right back up on Irwin.
Now, what happened there was the 5 car of Terry Labonte pushed out just a little bit, and away went the leader, Kenny Irwin. You know, Hendrick has 3 cars in the race right now. They're running 2nd, 5th, and 6th.
Pretty good showing for one stable.
And that third place car of Ward Burton, third car from the left on your screen, that is the team that has done the best among the single car teams. In the 5 races so far this season, Burton has 3 top 10 finishes, a 2nd and 2/8. Now here are 2 of the Hendrick cars. As mentioned, right there, 24 Jeff Gordon and 25 Wally Dallenbach, who is looking for his first top 10 finish of the season today.
And, of course, that other Hendrick car is Terry Labonte up there running in 2nd place.
Just looking at Wally Dallenbach's car in the corner, he is actually able to run a little bit lower than Jeff Gordon, so he's really hooked up, and I know he's got to be proud of the way the car is working right now.
No practice late yesterday afternoon. Everybody had to go to their notebooks and their best guess as to how to set up and choose springs, shock absorbers, sway bars, and suspensions. Let's check with Ken Squire.
And that will demand a caution at lap 34, 51 miles into the event. NASCAR is planning, as we understand, to bring the cars down on pit road, give these mechanics a chance at them for just a moment here, since they really didn't have an opportunity to work on a setup yesterday. Happy hour being eliminated for the 3rd straight year. Kenny Irwin continues to lead. Again, here's Mike Joy.
And Ken, that's more in the interest of safety than it is the competition because of the lack of extended practice. NASCAR wants to give the teams a chance to look at tire wear and have this early pit stop unless there is a caution flag incident prior to lap 34, about 10 laps from now.
Well, they also want to put on a great race here for this huge crowd they have today. And the way to do that is let them adjust on these cars and make the necessary changes to them. Absolutely a good idea.
I sent word down to Rocket Man to see if I could borrow that rig to escape out of here, and Dick Berggren has beaten me to it. There are over 200,000 fans jammed into here, and they had a huge crowd for the Busch Grand National race yesterday. Won by Mark Martin. Rain shortened, but Martin picking up the victory over his teammate Jeff Burton.
Terry Labonte had a run coming off in turn 4. Thought maybe he might be able to pull up beside Irwin, but he couldn't quite do it. Irwin keeping that car right down on the bottom line, and that's what he needs to do if he's going to hang on to the lead. But Labonte has another run coming off in 2, but he won't be able to make the pass this time.
Now, at this point in the race, if you could pass him to the outside, buddy, would you?
No, you better not try that right now, because you can see the dark part of the racetrack through the corner there. That is the groove. Up above that, there's a lot of rubber buildup and dust up there because nobody's running up there right now. But Terry Labonte right now is trying to run extremely close to the 28 car, Kenny Irwin. Maybe get him a little bit loose coming up out of the corner. Take a little of the down pressure off the back of that car and make him a little bit where he slides a little off the corner and maybe get up the side of him going down the straightaway. If he does that, he'll get right by him.
There are 7 cars in that lead draft. There's 2 of them. Wally Dallenbach, number 25 in a Chevrolet, and Mark Martin's Ford, number 6. Martin, winner at Rockingham in the Tour's 2nd event of the year.
Mark Martin is so very, very cautious in the early parts of a race, and he conserves his tires very well. He's running exactly where he wants to right now.
They're separated by about 3 or 4 car lengths. Dallenbach in 6th, Martin in 7th. Tail end of the lead draft. Now look at this next pack. Stephen Park, who's a sophomore driver who had a great qualifying run there with Bill Elliott.
And they've been gradually picking up on Mark Martin, and Rusty Wallace was pretty far back, and he has caught them now. Rusty is running in 10th place.
Let's take a look as he goes through turn 1 here. He's right behind Steve Park, right in front of him, the yellow car there. As they come down the back straightaway, you see the cars are very, very evenly matched down the straightaway. Down in the corner, Bill, right back to the white line. Steve Park is beginning to dance around just a little bit in the back part of his car there.
Why is the car doing that?
Well, he's going in the corner really hard, and Bill Elliott's behind him, and he's driving in a little hard right now, and it's making the back of the car lose a little bit of grip.
So Park runs in 8th, Elliott is 9th. Right with them is Rusty Wallace in 10th and Dale Jarrett in 11th. Back at the front, left side of your screen is Kenny Irwin, and caution has come on the speedway.
And this is the one they talked about sometime after 30 laps. So this is a call to caution by NASCAR to let them come in and take a look at those tires and how the wear is and make any adjustments on those cars they might need to make.
So the entire field will slow to pace car speed. All of the cars that started, 43 of them, are running on the same lap as the race leader. So they'll all come down pit road when the pace car brings them around. Kenny Irwin is your leader. He has led every lap. Terry Labonte in 2nd. In 3rd, Ward Burton. That's a Ford, a Chevy, and a Pontiac in the front 3 spots. Bobby Labonte in 4th. That's another Pontiac. Then Jeff Gordon, Wally Dallenbach in Chevrolets, and the Ford of Mark Martin.
You know, yesterday, Mike, the tire wear was extremely good, and the tires didn't lose a lot of time. You think somebody might come in and just make a chassis adjustment and not take on tires?
It'll be interesting to see what they will do, but I believe the majority of them might go ahead and take on 4 tires, but someone who wants to lead a lap might do it.
Dan, I think you're right, and the reason is, how, buddy, can you check that tire wear and whether the pressures have changed if you don't take them off the car?
Well, if you're 12th or further back, you need track position to run with the leaders. I would gamble a little bit if I was back in the pack.
Good point. Ralph Sheen.
Here comes Kenny Irwin Jr. down pit road. Norman Consumici ready with the gas. They're going to make an adjustment to the right track bar on the car. He's been a little loose going in, so they're going to make some adjustments as well as giving him 4 sticker tires to try to get that car handling a little bit better as he goes into the corners. There's the adjustment to the track bar. They come around to the left side to Bill Stevens.
Same deal up here, Ralph. 4 tires, sticker tires for Terry Labonte. They're going to raise the track bar on the number 5, and he's out to Dick Berggren.
Mark Martin is not going to change the chassis at all. Penny Schrader's going to beat the whole crowd out. No changes to the Mark Martin chassis, but they have changed the air pressure. Many of the teams have had their cars changed as the racetrack is worn in. Let's go to Mike Joy.
Land rush off of pit road. We'll sort out the field for you when we come back. We're under the first caution flag of the day, mandated by NASCAR due to a lack of yesterday practice time. We'll be right back.
I heard this story about a group of tourists who were searching for Western heroes. Come on, baby. And they got a little off track. We're sunk. Luckily, their hero found them. What about the legendary Ford F-150? Gary Cooper. Looks like you could use a hand. With an available 5.4-liter Titan V8 that delivers more pulling power than Dodge or Chevy. Now there's a happy ending. Ford F-Series, built for trucks.
In racing, the engine is everything.
What? It's the driver.
A driver will never see a finish line without a great engine.
The greatest engine will never see a victory lap without a great driver.
At least they agree on Haviland Formula 3 motor oil, the same oil you can buy right off the shelf.
The engine's the first thing over the finish line.
Not in Indy cars.
So, Murray, did you hear?
Nick across the way.
Prime of his life.
Yeah, got sprayed.
Didn't he just get sprayed?
Yeah, took off his head, but didn't get the roots. Grew back stronger than ever. Whatever got him this time was different.
He had such strong roots. They were handsome roots and deep.
I didn't think anything could take old Nick.
Hey, next time, it could be us.
Don't even think it.
Roundup kills even tough weeds down to the root. Roundup, no root, no weed, no problem.
In the next 10 minutes, new journeys will begin. Small wonders will occur. And cooking up a great beef dinner will take you just, you guessed it, 10 minutes. How? With nutritious, fully cooked and prepared beef dishes. They're in your grocer's meat case. Just heat for 10 minutes and enjoy. In the next 10 minutes, good things are going to happen.
I need the frisbee ball.
Beef. It's what's for dinner tonight.
Doug Flutie and Olympic gold medalist Tommy Moe lead the stars into battle as they rock, bike, shoot, and swim their way to victory. The Snapple Superstars on CBS.
Tuesday on CBS, a crippled aircraft carrier leaves a flight of planes with no place to land. Who's trying to take out the U.S. Navy? An explosive all-new Jag. Tuesday on CBS. With all those pit stops, the field jumbled up. Ken Schrader, by doing just as Buddy Baker advised, taking on 2 tires, is the new leader of the race. Steve Park's car is stuck in 3rd gear, and Ernie Irvin had lengthy repairs on pit road, as did Jeffrey Bodine and Ricky Craven.
In fact, Craven is coming back in as they get the signal for one more lap, and Jeffrey Bodine coming back in pits as well.
Look at Jeff Gordon's pit stop, and they had to
back up,
roll him back a bit to get him clearance to leave.
Well, when all the cars come on pit road, as we saw, and you predicted that they would, well, then you get that type of situation, and I saw several cars have to back up to get out going, and Gordon came out in 7th position.
Kenny Irwin came in 1st and came out 5th. Now, again, that's because Ken Schrader and Bill Elliott took only 2 tires. Ward Burton lost those 2 spots for that reason. Bobby Labonte dropped to 9th, and Jeff Gordon 3 spots to 7th. Here's Jeff Bodine coming out of the pits and Steve Hart back in. First lap to Ken Schrader has led all year for the Andy Petrie team. He's the new front runner, and they're going to crawl underneath Steve Hart's car to see if they can free up that transmission linkage so that it will select high gear.
And it's going to cost him a lap because the cars are coming off of turn 4. Kenny Schrader's going to get the green flag, and Steve Park's still in the pit. That's too bad. He had a good run going here today. Great qualifying effort. The green flag is out. He goes the lap here in the Texas 500.
Big gainer on those pit stops, Ned. Jeff Burton, he had fallen to 37th. He was running 29th when the caution flag came out. He is now the 8th place car after pit stop.
After taking off 2 tires, I'll guarantee you to move him right up towards the front. Track position is so important when the racing grooves is as narrow as it is here.
2nd place, Mark Martin slides under Bill Elliott to take it away as they come back up to over 180 miles an hour.
And here's Ward Burton moving around Bill Elliott. Elliott's car maybe pushing up a little bit, buddy, in the turn.
Exactly, and he's on that outside groove where nobody's run yet. You can see the grip is just not there as his whole train of cars just go by on the inside.
Terry Labonte and now Jeff Gordon, 24, take advantage of Elliott. And now Bobby Labonte trying to move in. Mark Martin's on the move. Now Ken Schrader also got only 2 tires. Here comes Martin, head-hunting the lead. He's got it.
And 5 bonus points for leading the lap right now, which is very important to Mark Martin. He's in that points race this year in a big way. But look at, I'm telling you, I can't believe that Ward Burton is running like he is on the outside trying to go by Mark Martin. Just blows him by going down into turn 3.
Ward Burton, gutsy move.
Ward Burton and crew chief Tommy Baldwin have really clicked as a team for car owner Bill Davis. This is the most successful single-car team of the young season, and he is flying. Todd Holbert, Dad Al, the late IMSA Camel GT champion, is the team engineer for that group. They've got quite a raft of young talent at the track and in the shop. Jeff Burton, 99, Ward's younger brother, was the big gainer on pit stops. Now he moves underneath Bill Elliott.
And Bill Elliott says, if I ever get back in that bottom groove again, I'll never leave it.
Well, buddy, he got back down there just for a moment, going into one turn, and the car just went up on him again, and the cars were right there to take advantage of it. And and moving back further in the field.
See Dale Jarrett now going on the bottom side, and right behind him, Rusty Wallace as they come off turn 2.
That's 10th place that they're battling for side by side. Jarrett on the inside and Bill Elliott on the outside. Rusty Wallace was very fast before this caution came out. He was gaining on the leaders. So we'll see what he's able to do now. He's back in the field. And of course, he was back about the 9th position before the caution came out. Changed for the lead again.
And it's Mark Martin slipping underneath. Warren Burton. Burton got 5 points. Martin goes back to the front, and he switched it up right behind them. They're going to have company. Terry Labonte's racing hard into this picture, number 5.
Yes, he is, and Jeff Gordon coming with him. And Mike, those 2 tire changes did not work as far as speed is concerned. Kenny Schrader is going backwards, and he's already dropped back to the 6th position, 7th position. Now, because of the net, now Dale Jarrett goes by. A lot of others, the 2 tire change just didn't work as far as speed was concerned.
Riding with Jeff Gordon, his teammate Terry Labonte just ahead. Out of the corner, and again they hold that low line. Did it surprise you that move Warren Burton made to take the lead on the outside?
Well, he knows Mark Martin races like that. If he sees you with a lot of momentum, he'll just pull over and let you go, because he knows later on in the race, if he has a little advantage on you, you'll return the favor.
Ralph Shaheen.
Bobby Labonte has radioed into his crew and said to tell Matt Kenseth to get ready. He is not sure how long he's going to be able to stay in the car. He is starting to feel pretty sore in his back. They did make some adjustments to the car. They took 1 pound of air out of all the tires but the right front, and they put 1 round of wedge in and moved the track car out a little bit. We're not sure how long he's going to be able to stay in the car, but he's going to cut it out at least until there's a caution if he can, so they have more time, Mike, to make the driver switch.
Well, I've had a shoulder injury before, guys, and I can tell you one thing. When they jack that car up and drop it down and go run to the other side, your body shifts over in that seat, and it feels like a mule kicks you in the shoulder blades when that happens. It's not a pleasant thing out there. When you're in the best condition you can possibly be in, it's hard to drive these race cars and keep them under control for 500 miles. When you have a problem like a broken shoulder, it is really, really tough to even set up.
There's a tremendous amount of physical exertion required in driving a race car. If you got a part of your body that's hurt the way that his is now, it has to take a little bit away from you. Even though he's doing a good job out there, he's battling with the pole sitter here right now. Bobby Labonte is doing a great job, but it has to hurt.
He had that broken shoulder, and he's been working with the Carolina Panthers trainer during the week, trying to do some rehabilitation. And I talked to Matt Kenseth this morning, who said he didn't expect to get in the car today. He thought Bobby Labonte felt well enough to go the distance.
Yeah, I talked to some of the crew members down there this morning on his car number 18, and they expected him to go to the distance as well. But they said we won't know until he gets in there and gets in competition how it might affect him.
Well, he's a brave young man, but I'll tell you right now, he's already thinking about how bad it's hurting, and he just started this 500-mile race. He told Matt Kenseth to get ready. He's ready to get out of there if they have a caution.
46 laps complete. Once again, upper left, those numbers shaded in green are drivers who have moved up a position in the last lap. Drivers shaded in red have dropped a spot or more. And up toward the front, 5th place. And now we watch Mark Martin and Warren Burton go at it here once again for the lead.
And you can see Jeff Gordon make the pass there on his teammate, Terry Labonte, down the front straightaway as we broke away. You can see that Jeff Gordon is now in 3rd place and moving up, trying to catch Warren Burton down the back straightaway.
Ralph Shaheen.
Tommy Baldwin is a crew chief for Warren Burton. Your boy has been making some pretty stout moves on the outside. How's the setup on this car?
The car's pretty good right now. We're real happy with it. We're going to do some more adjusting on the next stop. Car's a little tight from the center off, but I think we're going to be in good shape with this Caterpillar Pontiac Grand Prix.
Do you think you can stay up there on the outside? Everybody else said they couldn't race up there.
I don't know. I think he's going to try to build a little bit of cushion for later on in the race, but Sport's doing a good job for us this year, and we're going to come in, like I said, make a couple more adjustments, trying to beat that 6 car. We knew he was going to be the car to beat from yesterday's morning practice, and we're just going to try our best.
Dick Bergen?
Well, interesting strategy developing here on pit road vis-a-vis the tires. What's going to be the smart way to go as the race nears its end? Now, the 99 car, Jeff Gordon, took just 2. He's running just fine out there. He's hanging What happened? Was it the tires? He said, I wish I knew. Bill Elliott took 2. He went straight back. Hey, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see when this race unfolds as to what the pit strategy will be. 2 tires, 4 tires, no tires on pit stops. Mike?
Well, that track position, getting gained by taking less or no tires, worked for a little while. But now, cars that took 4 fresh tires on the pit stop are back at the front of the field.
Yes, it seems to work that way right at the moment. The racetrack is very green right now, and you need as much grip as you can possibly get. You see, what a beautiful shot here. You're looking at our leader, Mark Martin, and just behind him, Ward Burton down the front straightaway. And this is what it looks like. If you were in that race car, folks, that's what it looks like, going down into turn 1.
You size that guy up, see if he has a weak point anywhere around the racetrack, and if so, that's where you make your move if you're in position to do so.
Saw a little wheel mark there on the wall. Somebody's already brushed it coming out of 2.
Let's watch how he goes through the corner. Jeff Gordon right on the bottom there. You can see the back of the 22 car there. Ward Burton down just a little bit. Got great run up out of the corner with the dog leg on the front straightaway here. They'll go out towards the wall here. Take a late apex right down to the white line again, and that's going around this racetrack. You can see the preferred line there. The dark part of the racetrack, that is the racing group right out against the wall coming off turn 2.
52 laps complete here at Texas Motor Speedway. Mark Martin's Ford leads the Pontiac of Ward Burton and the Chevrolets of Jeff Gordon and Terry Labonte. We'll be right back to Texas in a moment.
Hey, man, she's here. Check it out. That's them. Yeah, they are. Which one? You like this one? You do that. How about this little guy? Huh? Oh, yeah. Good choice.
Survey. First question, does anyone sell as many high-quality auto parts as Napa? That'd be a no. Does anyone sell more hard-to-find parts than Napa? No again. Does anyone have as many ASE-certified employees? Last question, would you like to get paid for this survey? Just checking. Napa, over 200,000 parts, and everyone's important.
1-877-780-RACE proudly presents official NASCAR merchandise. This exclusive Jeff Gordon die-cast stock car can be yours for just $49.50, featuring Jeff Gordon's 1999 DuPont number 24 paint scheme with blacked-out windows. With full die-cast body, working hood, and trunk, this limited edition is a great value at $49.50. Get your Jeff Gordon exact detail collectible by calling 1-877-780-RACE. Call now for this limited edition exclusive. And don't forget to call for other official NASCAR merchandise.
It's slam dunk comedy when the King of Queens gears up for the NCAA Finals.
Well, I'm pretty wired, but that's what the pills are for.
The King of Queens, CBS Monday.
Welcome back to Texas. 57 laps complete. Tonight on 60 Minutes, George Lucas, who gave the world Star Wars, gives Leslie Stahl in 60 Minutes an exclusive first look at his latest creation. Tonight on 60 Minutes. Mark Martin leading Ward Burton, who is under pressure from Jeff Gordon and surrenders second place. Let's check with Ken Squire.
Number 6, Mark Martin out in front. He came back to Jack Roush in Winston Cup racing form 1988. Been away for a while. Mark said then, I changed my life. I wanted to be there so bad. I changed everything totally. I changed the way I ate. I quit drinking alcohol completely. I quit eating cheeseburgers and French fries, my favorite things in the world. He says, I gradually got stronger, and the stronger I got, the cleaner I got, the more compulsive I got about it. And I'll never go back to the shape I was in back in the 88 period. You know, that guy trains about 70 minutes a day, 5 days a week. It's certainly showing right now, Mike.
Mark Martin is on a tear. The one thing he's not done in this sport is win that Winston Cup championship. He has been so close many times. And he's poised for a good season. He's one of 3 drivers who have been to victory lane in the 5 races this year. Now Jeff Gordon trying to close that distance on Mark Martin, and right now it stands at about a dozen car lengths, but Gordon is pulling away from Ward Burton.
Yeah, Ward Burton's dropped off just a little bit. Terry Labonte's gaining right up on him. But this is looking out the front of Jeff Gordon's car. You see Mark Martin going through the dog leg there. He's gaining just a little bit on Mark, but Mark will let him run up on him, and all of a sudden he'll pull over and check him out for tough and then pass him right by.
The differential is 1 second from first to second place. And now, right side of your screen, Burton is under pressure from Terry Labonte to surrender the 3rd spot. So Terry Labonte back on the move after that caution flag. We've had only one, and that was issued by NASCAR, so the teams could check tire wear. They've not had a lot of practice this weekend. No practice yesterday afternoon because of the rain.
You know, Mike, one thing we hadn't had this whole race is when they get in real heavy lap traffic, and it's not going to be very long before the leaders are in heavy lap traffic. Cars sometimes change quite a bit as far as the handling characteristics when you change how you run the racetrack.
And we talked about Jeff Burton only taking on 2 tires. He did slip back a little bit there at the beginning, but since then he's been able to run right there with Dale Jarrett. In fact, he's trying to make an attempt to pass Jarrett. They're running back there in the 8th and 9th positions, but those 2 tires come in pretty quick for Jeff Burton, and that's Wally Dallenbach, of course, right up in front of them to the left of the screen. He's running in the 7th position. This is 8th and 9th that we're seeing here right now. Jarrett, they made an adjustment on his Ford, and it's not running the lap times that it was before he made the pit stop.
Yeah, you can see fire coming out of the 99 exhaust pipe there as he went down in the corner. There's nothing wrong with that car. There's unspent fuel in the exhaust pipe itself, and that exhaust pipe is probably close to 1100 degrees, so it'll ignite any unburned fuel. That's what you're seeing.
Dale Jarrett, or there is Jeff Burton, who is the point leader. Crashed out at Daytona, but then a 4th at Rockingham, a win at Las Vegas, 4th at Atlanta, and victory in the rain last week at Darlington. Dale Jarrett, also involved in that big Daytona wreck, finished 37th. He had the 2nd, an 11th, a 5th, and a 4th. Here comes Burton.
Got a good run coming off at turn 4. That's where he's been beating Jarrett. Jarrett's car, I don't know what the problem is coming off turn 4, but it just simply won't come off of there the way it did. They're running about 7.5 seconds behind the leader, Mark Martin.
And Martin extends his advantage over Jeff Gordon. Now it's 1.2 seconds. Let's check with Ralph Shaheen.
You know, Mike, the Rainbow Warriors of Jeff Gordon's crew have become well known for their ability to shine in the sunshine. Well, Jeff Burton's crew has been doing pretty good in the rain, winning at Darlington in the rain, and then running 2nd in the rain yesterday. They decided to call themselves the Rain Warriors. Dick Burton?
Well, Ned Jarrett, you're asking about your boy's car as he's running around this racetrack, and the problem is a common one here in Texas. The car is tight coming off. He turns the wheels to the left. The car wants to go straight. They can adjust that out, though.
When you're tight coming off the corner, it means the car wants to push straight up into the wall instead of completing the turn.
And certainly it scrubs off speed now as Burton moves to the inside. He's going to make the pass this time. He has the run going into turn 1 and makes the pass. Takes over the 8th position.
Ned, what will they do to change that car? What changes will they make?
There are a number of things that they can. They can adjust the track bar, which, just run it up and down and change the distribution of the weight. They can change air pressure, which is the most common thing that they do now. They can change a half a pound of air pressure and make a great difference in the way that car drives.
Or take some of the pressure off of the right front spring so it will get a little more bite on that corner. In other words, a little more roll over, put a little more pressure down on the tire so it does not skid across the racetrack.
Buddy, how do you drive a car that has a push coming off the corner?
Well, you just have to wait on it to settle down. If you stay in the throttle, it'll push right to the wall, so you have to ease out and make sure it'll track.
One thing that you don't want to do is to abuse it. And Jeff Gordon just got into the wall here coming off of turn 4.
He's in the grass down the front straightaway, sliding towards pit road.
Caution is out.
A lot of damage to the right front corner. You can see the hood and all bent way over there on the right front corner of Jeff Gordon's car.
Buddy, I think the left front is down as well. It appears to be bent in. Jeff Gordon, the defending Winston Cup champion, 2 wins, 2 thirds, and out of the race early at Rockingham with a blown engine. First one they've had in over a year. Gordon's day may be over, and he may be the 43rd and final finisher of this race.
Yeah, and his 3rd race here at the Texas Motor Speedway in NASCAR Winston Cup competition, 3rd time that he's had a wreck.
His best finish here, 30th. He was not running at the conclusion of either race in 97 or 98.
I got a feeling that he either ran over something, cut a tire, something happened. He just shot into the wall coming off of turn 4.
Boy, he's grimacing right now. He hit very, very hard. You can see him right now just kind of getting the cobwebs out, and he's taking his earplugs out.
And the rest of the field comes to the attention of the caution car at 70 laps complete. Mark Martin's the race leader. Ward Burton, Terry Labonte, Kenny Irwin, Bobby Labonte, and we may see that driver change in the Bobby Labonte car.
Jeff Gordon, he's taking his time in getting out of that car. He's hurting somewhere, buddy.
Yeah, he is. You can tell he's really, really hit the wall extremely hard. Those seats, they fit right against you, and they take a lot of abuse, but when you hit the wall like he hit just now, you feel like you're going out the right door. You hit so hard.
Those seats, those double-wall aluminum seats, there's Ray Evernham, his team manager, walking along toward Gordon. Those seats are designed to flex in the controlled flex in the event of an impact to minimize the effect on the driver. Look at the right front of Jeff Gordon's car. Let's show you what happened to bring out this second caution flag. From turn 4.
Okay, he'll be coming into the picture here very shortly. There he is by himself. And all at once, the car just slides up into the wall.
Yeah, that looked like a tire was cut down. He never turned the wheel. When he started off the corner, it went directly up. The right front corner would not work. Watch this.
There we ride out. He does hit that wall hard. Oh, what a tough break for the 3-time champion.
Pit stops under this caution flag, and Kenny Irwin is first out of the pits, the pole sitter. Let's have another look here.
This is at regular speed. Here he comes, and look at it. Just shoots right straight up into the wall. Well, not straight up into the wall, but it was a glancing lick. But he went there very quickly once the car wouldn't turn.
Ray Evernham running toward the infield care center. That's a mandatory trip for any driver who crashes on a super speedway. CBS Sports coverage continues after this message and a word from your local station.
There are many ways you can get stuck with a flat tire. But not with this tire. Even with no air pressure, you keep driving to safety. The Goodyear Aquasteel Run Flat. It could be the difference between getting stuck and getting there. Only from Goodyear.
Join CBS as NASCAR rocks with the Allman Brothers and today's hottest performers for a kicking coast-to-coast tour. A summer smash with NASCAR rocks.
Craig Kilborn premieres Tuesday on CBS. NASCAR Winston Cup racing is the fastest growing sport in America, and Pocono Raceway is one of NASCAR's most competitive tracks. Pocono Raceway has added 15,000 grandstand and 2,000 club seats for $19.99. Now is your best chance to experience Winston Cup racing at Pocono. Call now while tickets last. Call toll-free 1-800-RACEWAY. That's 1-800-RACEWAY. Operators are standing by. Pocono's $19.99 Winston Cup dates are the Pocono 500 June 20th and the Pennsylvania 500 July 25th. Call now 1-800-RACEWAY.
Tisher Saab invites you to check out some hot little numbers. Test drive the Saab 9.3 starting at just $299 per month. Or check out the all-new Saab 9.5. now only $3.99 per month. Tisher Sod, conveniently located at the intersection of 198 East and the BW Parkway in Laurel, Maryland.
Dios and Cuba. Nick Carter leads Eyewitness News coverage from Havana. EA Sports coverage of the Texas 500 is sponsored by Brewery Fresh Budweiser, official beer of NASCAR. Hey, race fans, this Bud's for you. Goodyear, innovators of run flat technology. And by new Pepsi One, true cola taste, 1 calorie. Tastes too good to be called diet.
3 years of racing in Texas, and Texas has proven too tough to tame for Jeff Gordon. He has yet to finish one of these 500-milers 2 years ago. Slow car. Crash, and Gordon tries to miss it. Unsuccessful. He was leading the race at the time and ended up 30th in the garage. Last year, 31st, out of the race early. And today being attended to at the Infield Care Center. Dick Berggren?
A lot of activity down here on pit road, Mike. Mark Martin had a terrific stop. This crew whipped off a 16.3 stop for 4 tires and a can of fuel. Meanwhile, Ward Burton also had a great stop. A minor change in the track bar, and he's out there in good position. And the 28 is really running well. They had a great stop in that car as well, a minor wedge change, and that's all they had to do to it. That's your pole sitter.
You're right, Dick. I said Kenny Irwin was first off pit road. I didn't even see Mark Gordon was long gone off pit road. Ricky Craven led a lap. He stayed out and then made his appearance on pit road. So Mark Martin and that Jack Roush Ford number 6 will lead them down for the restart ahead of pole sitter Kenny Irwin. Third is Terry Labonte. Fourth, younger brother Dale Jarrett is up to fifth.
And that's Buckshot Jones down on the inside. He had been lapped and started down on the inside, but they passed him quickly.
Kenny Irwin under pressure for second place. Along the left side. Here comes Labonte.
Yeah, that the car 00 of Buckshot Jones got under him coming off of turn 2, the lap car, and that allowed Labonte to come by as well. Both Labontes got by Kenny Irwin, as a matter of fact, both Terry and Bobby. And, of course, that let Mark Martin pull away a little bit. You can see there that he has himself a pretty good little lead.
75 laps complete. Well, we'll see if the Labonte brothers, who are not teammates, can link up.
Mike, we just had a report that the flagman dropped the black flag by mistake onto the racetrack, and maybe one of the drivers like Kenny Irwin might have saw the black flag. I'm not sure what happened, but anyway, the black flag did fall out of the flag stand.
They have a spare. Ralph?
Mike, that yellow would have been a perfect opportunity for Bobby Labonte to crawl out of the car and make the change in that Kansas. But Bobby, running as well as he is right now, you know how adrenaline is. It can make you feel pretty strong. And he decided to stay in the car for a little while longer. They took 4 tires and sent him back out. Bill Stevens?
One of the indications that the loss of happy hour has these teams still fine-tuning these cars is in the last pit stop, Terry Labonte made an adjustment on the tires for air pressure. Remember, in the first pit stop, they raised the track bar. So even though he's running up front, the car is still not perfect.
If you can imagine a tire being sort of like a basketball, it is in effect a spring. And so a pound of air pressure added or taken out of a tire would be the effect of how much of a spring change? 30,
I think they say a pound is like 70.
70 pounds.
70 pounds of spring pressure.
And the reason for that, back when we had the old bicycle tire, it had a soft sidewall on it. Now with the radial tires, the sidewall is very, very rigid.
Here's some of the drivers moving up. Sterling Marlin started 39th on a provisional spot. He has gained 24 positions.
And that 31 car that we see there, the blue and yellow car, number 31 of Mike Skinner, he has really been moving up through the field, Mike. He is currently in the 8th position. He started back in 23rd.
I asked Jimmy Fennick in the garage area this morning with Mark Martin's car. I said, who's the man you're worried about? And he said, Mike Skinner. He was the fastest in practice yesterday, much faster than anyone else.
For 3 weeks, Skinner led the point standings. His finishes include 2 fourths, 2 sixths, and then a DNF last week at Darlington dropped him off the top of the leaderboard in the point standings. Terry Labonte is closing down on Mark Martin now. Remember, they had to deal with the lap car of Buckshot Jones. That gave Martin a spurred-away lead, but Labonte is closing that gap.
I used to get excited when somebody started catching Mark Martin, but he'll, every once in a while, he'll just take care of the tires 3 or 4 laps, cool them back down, and go again.
Last time by, half a second between that lead duo. Terry pulling away from the green car of Bobby Labonte. And this time, the gap stays constant. Kenny Irwin behind that group in 4th and Dale Jarrett in 5th. Those are the other 2 cars in that lead pack. Then it's a bit of a gap to Wally Donlenbach in 6th, Ward Burton, Mike Skinner, Bill Elliott, and Rusty Wallace, the top 10. There they are. And in that group from 6th on back, Jeff Burton makes a move under Rusty Wallace.
Rusty was really good in the first run before they made their first pit stop, but his car just hasn't worked quite as well since then. He's doing okay, but not as good as he was.
Looking at Jarrett there in the 88, just in front of him, Kenny Irwin. Jarrett much quicker from the center of the corner straightaway. You can see him close right up, but as they hit the straightaway, Kenny Irwin's car is really, really quick.
3 different makes of cars in Winston Cup racing, and I think just about all race long we've had one of each in the top 3 spots. Right now it's Ford, Chevy, Pontiac in the front 3. From Kenny Irwin, a look back at Dale Jarrett. Both those cars owned by Robert Gates.
Watch as they go in the corner. You'll see Jarrett come right up on the back bumper as they go through the corner. Now watch when he hits straightaway here. They'll level right out, and Kenny Irwin, if anything, pulls him about 2 car lengths down the straightaway.
That pushing problem that Jarrett had there before the caution, apparently they've been able to fix it at least on these new tires. Now, we'll be interested to see after he run a while if he still is able to get off the corner the way he is right now.
Well, I'm pretty impressed with Kenny Irwin's run. You saw that car through the corner, and it did not waver, didn't slip, slide. It's just like on rails right there.
Yeah, he's got a great race car, and he's doing a good job driving it, too.
84 laps complete. Make that 85 now as Mark Martin leads Terry and Bobby Labonte, Kenny Irwin, Dale Jarrett, and Wally Donlenbach here in Texas.
I finally made it to the Final Four here in Tampa Bay. Now it's official. Everyone loves the taste of Pepsi One.
What do you think? Good. You like Pepsi One, don't you? Would you believe me if I told you that was a 1-calorie drink?
No.
What, are you calling me a liar or something?
This is great.
We found it! Pepsi One, we found it! It's only 1 calorie.
I'd buy it even if it had 2 calories.
Pepsi One, a new secret formula. Makes it taste too good to be called diet.
I don't need your tickets! I got Pepsi One!
The rigid 10-inch table saw powers through even the toughest hardwoods. The oscillating sander converts from spindle to edge belt sanding in seconds. Engineered for power and precision, each and every rigid tool carries a lifetime warranty. But when it comes to something with even more power, Rigid's got that too. Rigid, available at the Home Depot.
Going through this intersection. What?
No, this guy
What's wrong, man?
to avoid him.
Slow down. Are you all right?
What happened?
Dad, I'm really sorry about the car.
That doesn't matter.
That's okay. Don't worry about that.
Your whole life can change in a second. So think about this. Ford Taurus is the only car in its class to earn a 5-star government front crash test rating.
You should come, please. He's fine.
You know something, Lou?
Yeah?
I know why we got fired. Too much of your yapping and not enough of this.
What's that? Hey, that was uncalled for.
Oh, and electrocuting us last year was okay.
That was a joke.
Ah, you like jokes, huh? Here's one for you. 2 frogs walk into a bar. One of them does this.
Ow! Slap the punk. Call security.
Who's your daddy?
Yeah, hey, ow!
Want a piece of me?
Frankie!
Look, you're changing colors.
Squirt some tears, punk.
Frankie, I think they're upset.
This CBS Sports Race Summary is sponsored by Budweiser, the official beer of NASCAR. Hey, race fans, this Bud's for you.
85 5 laps have now been completed, 127.5 miles. And the race summary shows 5 different leaders swapping the lead 6 times at an average speed of 150.586. A couple of cautions, 8 laps. And cars out of the race, only one, Jeff Gordon. And he is bitten by this snake once again. Texas Motor Speedway gets him for a 3rd time. Meanwhile, we have a new leader. Texas Terry Labonte has brought the crowd to its feet as he puts the number 5 on the point. Here's the move that did it. Down to the inside and underneath. Arkansas's Mark Martin for the lead. We're now at lap number 91 and back to the action on the track live. Here's Mike Joy.
Thanks, Ken. You see Labonte has now pulled out a half-second lead on Mark Martin. Bobby Labonte holds 3rd. Kenny Irwin and Dale Jarrett 4th and 5th. Wally Dallenbach. Then it's Ward Burton, younger brother Jeff Burton, and Mike Skinner. Now, Jeff Gordon, even if he's okay, that car may be too badly damaged to continue in this race. Extensive repairs may be needed. And Ned, this would be his 2nd did not finish this season. If you're going to make a championship run, how many of those can you stand?
Well, you can't stand too many of them. I think he had 2 last year and went on to win the championship, but that's 2 here in the first 6 races. As you see them working on his Chevrolet. But he had an engine problem at Rockingham. That's his other DNF, and certainly you can't have too many of those. And here are the Burton brothers gaining up on Wally Dallenbach. Going right by. Ward in the number 22 Pontiac and Jeff in the number 99 Ford.
Now, they're not teammates. They're not even driving the same make of car. One's a Pontiac, one's a Ford.
I was lucky enough to get to talk to both of these guys this week about racing each other. You know, he said it is different running against your brother. You race as hard as you possibly can. Certainly want to beat your brother, but you don't want to mess up and put him in the wall.
And they've done that. The 2 of them, they had a wham bang at South Boston, Virginia, racing for the lead, and both cars ended up in the fence back in their younger racing days. And what Ward said, he had Jeff up against the fence and looked around, and here came his dad. Well,
and he said, you know what? I wanted to put my brother down, make sure I got in the truck before Dad got there.
Yeah, how do you explain that to Dad?
So the Labonte brothers are running. They were running nose to tail, 2nd and 3rd. Now Terry's taken the lead. The Burton brothers running 6th and 7th at 95 laps.
And the Burton brothers are gaining on everybody excepting Terry Labonte right now.
Chad Little at green number 97. And high hopes for Chad today. Basketball fans didn't know where Gonzaga State was, but race fans do. That's where Chad Little went to law school up in Washington.
Yeah, absolutely. And their teammates right there, that's Kevin LePage in that kind of a pinkish-looking car there, number 16, just in front of him.
LePage came from 40th to 17th, fell back to 37th, had to pit twice in the last caution, and that bright orange machine is now back up to 27th. That's another of the Jack Roush cars. Well, they're down to 2. Duke in Connecticut, and tomorrow night on CBS at 9 p.m. Eastern, you'll see Honda's prelude to a championship, followed by the NCAA Division I Men's Championship game, Duke against UConn.
Duke.
Excuse me, I'm from Connecticut.
And I'm from North Carolina.
Well, I bleed blue just as well as you do. It's been a long time for Jim Calhoun to get to the finals. But most of that garage area is from North Carolina, so I didn't walk around with my Husky hat.
Well, plus many of them live in North Carolina now. Yeah. Many of them, they come from all parts of the country. But that should be a great basketball game. Look forward to it.
Can't wait to see it. There's Rusty Wallace and Tony Stewart. Wallace running in 11th. Tony Stewart right there, the top rookie on the tour, is 12th. He may have more laps here than many of the Winston Cup drivers. That's Stewart in the number 20. He's raced here in the Indy Racing League, but he said that none of his experience in those high-powered, lightweight, wide-tired cars translates at all to Winston Cup racing. He said he would have been just as well off if he'd never been here than to race here in the IRL as far as getting experience to run here in Winston Cup.
Such a vast difference in the race cars, the power, the weight, and all of those kind of things. So I could see where that it would not help him.
Well, and he's running with a guy right now, Rusty Wallace, who has a ton of experience in these types of cars. But you know, last week, one of the toughest racetracks in the world, Darlington, South Carolina, Tony Stewart got all the way up to 2nd place and ended up 6th.
Had a great run there. He is the best so far of a great rookie crop that includes Elliott Sadler driving for the Wood Brothers and Buckshot Jones driving for his family race team. Ralph?
Mike, that's actually Captain Rusty Wallace, who just a week or so ago completed enough hours and enough schooling in a Learjet to qualify for captain status. He has not, however, added the bars and stripes to his driver's suit just yet.
Well, he's flying pretty high right now, Ralph. Circulating this track at over 185 miles an hour. Wallace in 11th place. He's got an 8th, a 9th, and a 10th so far this season. That 8th coming at Daytona. Still looking to post his first win. Look at Terry Labonte, our race leader, at 101 laps.
And it's been an interesting race up to this point, Mike. As Ken Squire pointed out, there's been several different leaders and some lead changes here, but it depends, it seems, on who has their car hooked up at the right time of the race and who can stay on that bottom line, accelerate fully off of the turns like Terry Labonte is able to do right now, which is letting him pull away.
And I really believe right now that Mark Martin, he led some of the race. I think he's sitting there kind of controlling everything, kind of looking at everything about the car, deciding what changes he wants to make on the next stop to make that car even better yet.
Is Mark Martin starting to remind you, too, of a fellow named David Pearson, who he said he led a lot of laps, too, but Pearson would have a way of not abusing the car and being there to win at the finish.
Mike, to win, you have to learn how to win. And to do that, you get smart enough to know when to run hard, when to take care of your tires, when to do the right things on the racetrack.
They call Pearson the Silver Fox. He won 105 Winston Cup races, second on the all-time list only to Richard Petty.
Takes a lot of patience, and Mark Martin has a lot of patience. He's a very smart race driver, and of course he's very physically fit as well. And like Buddy said, he knows how to win.
Yes. He's certainly proven that. Now here Bobby Labonte driving hurt with that tough shoulder. Matt Kenseth standing by in relief. Let's go down to the Labonte pit. Dick Bergman.
And that was Coach Joe Gibbs, who has won Super Bowl, so he sure knows about injured athletes. How is your driver doing right now, Joe?
I think Bobby's sore, but so far he's trying to keep that interstate car up front. I think he said he's a little uncomfortable with the support we got built into the car right now.
Now, they built some extra bracing into his seat, Mike, and that seems to be about the worst problem he's having. He's just trying to get used to his seat he's not accustomed to.
Yeah, that's no rocking chair ride for Bobby Labonte today.
I can hear you.
At over 180.
Well, basically, as these guys understand, sometimes in sports you have to play with being hurt. I don't think Bobby likes it. None of us do, but I think he's going to go as far as he can. And sometimes in sports you get hurt. You got to play hurt.
That's what he's doing today, Mike.
Well, he's certainly got a good coach on the sidelines there.
And certainly when he got in that car today, he was very, very sore then. And we heard early on in the race that he was calling for his relief driver, Matt Kenseth, to stand by. Well, after he drives a while, some of that soreness will go away. And I've said a lot of times, buddy, that race cars sometimes are the best medicine you can have. You can go into them ailing and come out in pretty good shape after that.
Matt, a very good running race car. When they're running bad, you're right in there going to the hospital going, oh, my shoulder hurts. But when it's running good, you're not going to get out. Good point.
I was joking with Bobby this morning. He says, if the car's not running too well, I may not feel too good. But he feels pretty good right now. 107 laps complete at Texas Motor Speedway outside Fort Worth. We'll be right back.
Well, there was one year where I almost lost the entire backyard to crabgrass, and I vowed that would never happen again. The following year, I did use Turf Builder plus Halts. It not only got rid of the crabgrass, but it also greened up the lawn and thickened it. I used the cheaper brand, but I didn't have the color that I wanted, and I did have the weeds. Look how thick it is. Look at the color of it. There are no weeds. I take the credit instead of Scott's. I call it Louis Lawn. I'm very proud of the results that I get from Scott's. And there will be no crabgrass.
Can build you a PC that lets you be who you want to be. Like a Gateway Essential PC with an Intel Celeron processor for as low as $28 a month. And you can trade it in toward the purchase of a new one in 2 years. Call 1-800-GATEWAY.
Want to color your gray beard or mustache and look natural? Get Just for Men Gel.
You look so natural, no one can tell. It's just for
rush in, and in 5 minutes, Gray is gone.
No one can tell, just for men gel.
Stuck with a flat tire? Not with this tire. Even with no air pressure, you drive to safety. Aquasteel Run Flat. Don't get stuck. Get there.
Michael came onto the scene in IndyCars as a winner. I'm very proud of the fact that he's carrying on the Andretti name. I'll never forget the first really competitive pass that he did on me. He banged wheels a little bit. That car almost full drift in front of me, and he was gone. Adios, Dada.
The Andrettis rely on the same Haviland Formula 3 motor oil you can buy right off the shelf.
That's my boy.
Only one thing's better than the walk up 18 at Augusta National. A tradition unlike any other. The Masters on CBS.
After the race, update your standings and more at cbs.sportsline.com or on America Online. Keyword CBS Sportsline. Over 200,000 fans packed into Texas Motor Speedway as the Budweiser blimp and its eye in the sky provide you with these live shots 1,000 feet above the racing surface. 112 laps complete. Terry Labonte, the leader. Mark Martin second. Bobby Labonte, Kenny Irwin, Dale Jarrett are the top 5. A couple of drivers have been moving up and along as we watch Labonte move in on former Busch Series champion David Green, driving the Larry Hedrick number 41.
That's 38th position that he's putting a lap on. And here's Darrell Waltrip, guys. He has been moving, and Buddy, he's found him a groove. Now, that time he's trying to pass Ricky Rudd on the inside, but he's passed several cars on the outside.
The 6 cars behind him right there, he passed every one of them on the outside of the racetrack. Now they're coming back on him. He might have used his tires up by going on that high side of the racetrack, but look at him motor off that corner there. Darrell Waltrip's racing, having a good time today.
This was Baker break weekend for Waltrip. He was out of provisional starting spots, had to time trial his way into the field, and did so yesterday for the first time since last fall's race at Martinsville Speedway. So Darrell was pretty tickled about how hard he ran to get into the show here today. And Waltrip giving a good account of himself. He's presently in 32nd spot on the lead lap and started to run hard because the leader's on the way.
Yeah, he has found something on the high side. He's not exactly running with the leaders right now, but he's moved up on the racetrack. You see, he's a full lane higher than the guys that are running up front. I am surprised, but I do know that a good race car driver will look for a place on the racetrack where his car works the best. And apparently, Waltrip found a little something on that high groove.
And we'll see some other drivers maybe doing that, too, as time goes by.
Ralph Shaheen.
Mike, we've had the first update from the Infield Care Center about Jeff Gordon, who hit the wall so hard there just a few laps back. They are doing x-rays on his shoulder. We'll have more for you when we get more out of the Infield Care Center. He is awake and conscious. They are x-raying his shoulder. Dick Berger?
Kenny Irwin is having a great day today. He is currently running in 4th spot, and that is just a bit of a surprise, even though he started from the pole. Without that last practice session yesterday afternoon, they really rolled the dice. Changed 3 springs, 4 shocks, the sway bar, the wedge, the gear. All that stuff got changed for the race this morning. They really didn't know how he was going to behave, especially since it was a brand new car. But Irwin having one of the best runs he's had all year. Let's get down to Terry Labonte's pit.
Well, the assortment of changes they made to the number 5 car of Terry Labonte obviously paying off. He's in 1st place. And when he made the pass just a little while ago to go into the lead, his crew chief Andy Graves said, "That's the way to let the race come to you."
Labonte pulling on Steve Park there, trying to put Park another lap down. Steve has been in and out of the pits quite a bit, and he pulls over to give the leader the top of the racetrack.
He had a transmission problem early, lost a lot of laps behind the wall, as a matter of fact. Steve Park did. Had a great qualifying effort here, but too bad that he had that problem. Now, a car we mentioned a little bit earlier that's been coming up through the field, that's that 31 car, the blue and yellow car, coming up on the number 22 of Ward Burton. Mike Skinner continues to march towards the front. He's one of the fastest cars on the racetrack now. He's in 7th position. He started 23rd. For more, let's go to the pits and Bill Stevens.
Just a little while ago, I talked to Mike Skinner's crew chief, Larry McReynolds. It's really been March Madness down there. They've made 3 changes to that car. They're going to make another one when he comes in. They'll make a track bar adjustment. But at this point, Larry told me that they've got enough to stay where they are and maybe pick up another place or 2 before they come in again.
120 laps go up on the board. For the first time ever in his Winston Cup career, Jeff Gordon will finish 43rd and last. That is worth only 34 championship points. The winner gets 175 plus up to 10 bonus points. So that is a 150-point deficit Jeff Gordon sustains today. Here's some of the drivers moving up in the field, including 31 Mike Skinner. There is the damage to Jeff Gordon's car. Extensive.
So they've given up on making repairs to it. You see that they're loading it on the transporter. It'll be headed back to North Carolina. And that's a tough break.
That was that was a nearly brand new car. They'd only run that in Atlanta. Now it is going home.
Well, you could see why the whole race car was pushed over to the left side to the point that the left rear tire was completely out from under the fender there on the back. So they couldn't fix that race car.
Ricky Rudd, one of only 3 owner drivers in the field, going a lap down to Terry Labonte at lap 122 of the Texas 500. We'll be back with you live on CBS Sports right after this.
To help you remember 10, 10, 3, 4, 5 long distance, we're here with the number 3, 4, and 5 hitters of a very important major league team. Now, I don't know much about baseball, but I do know that with 10, 10, 3, 4, 5, calls are always 10 cents a minute. No minimum talk time and no monthly fee. I don't want to run your gig, but I don't hit. Oh, well, stick with it. Maybe someday you will. Dial 10, 10, 3, 4, 5, the simple way to save on long distance.
Everything was going well on Frank's first night as foreman until he made one tiny mistake.
There's a Ford F-Series in the lot with its lights on. There's a Ford F-Series with its lights on.
F-Series is America's best-built, best-selling truck. It's 50 years tough, and obviously, for a lot of people, it's the only truck that's tough enough. Next time, Frank, get the plate number. Ford F-Series, the biggest, toughest trucks ever built Ford tough.
Marty's here.
Okay, let's see a fuel injector for a Ford Probe.
Multi-port?
It's too easy. How about a gasket for a Yugo?
With sealer?
EGR valve for a 74 Gremlin.
See you tomorrow, Marty.
Now, at Pep Boys, get a free Purolator oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of any Castrol motor oil.
Pep Boys. Cars like us.
People love us.
You better believe a paint like this, from a store like this, will go on like this, live on like this, and look like this, give you pride like this, 'cause it's true.
It's True Value paint, and you can't do better. It really is this good.
Goes on like this, lives on like this, looks like this, pride like this.
True Value paint. Great paint, great store.
It's the night of the NCAA Finals and Ray's in training.
Sorry, no sex before game.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Everybody loves Raymond at a special time. CBS Monday.
We're under caution here at Texas Motor Speedway. Mike Skinner has piled hard into the wall in turn number 1 in a single car accident that brings out the caution for the 3rd time today at lap 124. Skinner had been the point leader for 3 of the 5 races. 32nd last week at Darlington, and he took a hard shot into the wall. Lead lap cars making pit stops. Mark Martin, Bobby Labonte, Terry Labonte lead them out as the rescue crews help Mike Skinner out of his Richard Childress Racing Chevrolet.
And Skinner, we had mentioned a couple of times how he was coming towards the front. His car was really running fast, and he'd gotten up to 7th place from his 23rd starting position. Then all of a sudden, it just veered right and hard into the wall. And that's not the first time that he hit the wall here at the Texas Motor Speedway.
Nope, he's climbed out okay. He's going to get an assist to the Care Center. Skinner's a past champion in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. They had their race yesterday. Ron Hornaday, series champ, the winner. Jack Sprague, former champ, the runner-up. And NASCAR's Regional Touring Series begin their action this weekend with the Modified Tour. Bob Pulvereri on pole up at Agawam, Massachusetts. 62 years old, came out of retirement last year and beat them all in qualifying. Here's a look down in turn one.
See, he's running by himself, just like Jeff Gordon, buddy, just shot into the wall. Had to be a tire.
Exactly. I mean, the right front went down on that car going in the corner, and it shot straight into the wall. Look, you could see the sparks where the wheel was dragging way before he got to the wall.
And I said it wasn't the first time he got in the wall here at Texas. A year ago, he hit hard into the wall as well and broke some ribs and injured his body and was out of competition for a little while.
Compare the impact on this car to Gordon's. Now, Gordon's car hit the wall coming off the corner, accelerating. Skinner was all the way down at the bottom of the racetrack when that let go and had a long way to travel at speed.
Exactly, and 200 miles an hour, almost 200 miles an hour as you start into that corner. He was never out of the throttle yet when that thing dropped over on the right front corner and made that right turn towards the wall.
Certainly, there was nothing he could do about it. Once it, we're assuming and speculating that he did cut a tire going into the turn.
I will tell you this. This is precautionary right here. They make him go to the hospital. If he has any pain whatsoever, they isolate that part of his body, put him on a stretcher, rather than he walk around, maybe re-enter something that's even worse off, make it worse than it should be.
Almost the same thing happened to Mike Skinner here, as Ned pointed out last year.
Very similar. And that hurt him.
Here's another look at Mike Skinner's accident, this time turn one.
You can see the sparks there where he has the brake locked up. The wheel's just sliding on the right front corner, but man, that's a hard lift. You could see the right side window even come out. He hit so hard.
Again, precautionary treatment for Mike Skinner, who climbed out of the car pretty much unaided after that hard hit into the turn one wall. Ralph Shaheen?
Well, Mike, Jeff Gordon's been gracious enough to come out and update us on how he's doing. Jeff, that looked like an awfully hard impact. How you feeling and what happened?
Pretty much the hardest I've ever hit a wall, that's for sure. I'm not exactly sure. Somehow the right front tire went down, but we're not exactly sure why yet. We'll certainly look into that, but thank goodness my Rainbow Warriors on this DuPont Chevrolet built a good race car, and not only a fast race car, but a safe one, because I hit a ton, and I'm real sore, but I don't think anything's broke. We took a bunch of x-rays, and the next couple days I'll be pretty stiff, but I believe we'll be all right. We'll be ready to go in Bristol.
We just had an opportunity to look at it again. What did you feel? What was the sensation that came through the steering wheel to you?
Just unbelievable impact, and the steering wheel, everything went to the wall, and including myself, but the seat didn't. The seat stayed there, and that's where I'm hurting the worst right now, is in the ribs, and sort of like Bobby Labonte with my right scapula. But I don't think anything's chipped or broke or cracked or anything, but just knocked the wind out of me, So I was pretty sore, and it's just hoping nobody was going to hit me when I came sliding back across the track.
Jeff, thanks for taking the time. Mike?
Thanks, Ralph. Good to see that Jeff Gordon is okay, suffering only loss of a car and a lot of Winston Cup points. 128 laps are complete under caution. CBS Sports coverage of the 1999 Texas 500 continues after this message and a word from your local station.
As Napa drivers, you're responsible for safely delivering the best parts in the world. So I've brought in a special guest instructor, Ron Hornaday, NASCAR Truck Series champion.
You want to go to the turns about 130.
What's the safe distance to be from the guy in front of you?
5 inches. It's called drafting.
Oh?
All right, get in the truck. I'm going to have to show you. You getting all this down?
They're going to can me for this.
Hi, I'm Dale Earnhardt. When I'm not racing, I'm usually fishing. And Bass Pro Shops is the place I shop.
Be sure to visit our new Dallas-Fort Worth Superstore in Grapevine, Texas, and call for your new spring catalog filled with thousands of items to help you succeed in the outdoors.
And Johnny Morrison and his folks always give me fast and friendly service.
Call 1-800-BASS-PRO for your free catalog now.
The final two. Hamilton and El Amin drive Connecticut against the dominating Duke Blue Devils. The NCAA Basketball Championship. Monday night on CBS.
The address to CBS. Welcome home.
NASCAR Winston Cup racing is the fastest growing sport in America, and Pocono Raceway is one of NASCAR's most competitive tracks. Pocono Raceway has added 15,000 grandstand and 2,000 club seats for $19.99. Now is your best chance to experience Winston Cup racing at Pocono. Call now while tickets last. Call toll-free 1-800-RACEWAY. That's 1-800-RACEWAY. Operators are standing by. Pocono's 1999 Winston Cup dates are the Pocono 500 June 20th and the Pennsylvania 500 July 25th. Call now 1-800-RACEWAY.
These are Cobalt tools, the finest mechanics tools you can buy in any store. They've got contoured handles for a better grip. And the K-drive that grabs fasteners on the sides, not the corners, which means more torque, less rounding, and less slippage. So Cobalt tools can stand up to anything. From where I'm standing, that's a very good thing. Cobalt, setting the standard in mechanics tools. Made in the USA and guaranteed forever. At Lowe's Home Improvement Warehouse and online.
Diaz and Cuba. Nick Carter leads eyewitness news coverage from Havana.
NASCAR action on CBS continues Saturday. It's the Nashville 320 from the Music City. Saturday, 1 p.m. Eastern Time for the NASCAR Busch Series. And on CBS Sports Spectacular, Saturday at 4 from Sunday River, May in the U.S. Snowboarding Grand Prix. Welcome back to Texas Motor Speedway. Mike Joy next to Buddy Baker and Ned Jarrett. 129 laps complete in the Texas 500 after pit stops and this caution for Mike Skinner's crash. Mark Martin leading Bobby and Terry Labonte. Then it's the 28 of Kenny Irwin. Dale Jarrett, Ward Burton, and rookie Tony Stewart. There is a look at Mike Skinner's battered car. Here's Dick Bergman.
Bobby Labonte came in, had a great pit stop, Mike. 17.12 on 4 tires and a couple of cans of fuel. Matt Kens is still standing here in the pit, kind of shaking his head. He had to fill in for Labonte last week, but Baker, you're right. That car is running so well. Bobby Labonte may stick with it the whole time. Meanwhile, Kenny Irwin also had a fine stop, 16.95 for him. They're not changing these cars a whole lot right now. They're getting a whole lot closer as a result to what they really want them to run like. Labonte is very strong, Mike.
You know, the Labonte brothers, of course, are from Texas and at the old Texas World Speedway at College Station. Terry Labonte ran there 3 times, did quite well. Started second in '79. His first career front row start, finished 5th. 1980, 5th again. 1981, he started on pole, but finished 23rd due to a crash. So Bobby Labonte never raced at Texas World, so both the Labontes looking for their first home state Winston Cup win.
We see Ricky Rudd in the car number 10 pulling down on the inside. Terry Labonte was leading the race when the caution came out for Mike Skinner, and he had just lapped Ricky Rudd. Ricky raced him back to the line, but couldn't quite get by him, so he is a lap down. He'll try to get that lap back here now.
Buddy, yesterday on the restarts, a lot of concern about lapped cars and a lot of incidents. What do you have to be careful for right now as they wave the green?
Well, the one thing you don't want to do is you have these cars that want to lead lap. You have to be very cautious not to go down in the corner and pull down into those guys, just like Ricky Rudd right now. He's even with Mark Martin in the corner, trying to get that lap back.
And he's done so.
He has for the moment. If he can stay out there and get a caution. Now Bobby Labonte is going to pull over the inside. He wants to lead this race.
Once Mark Martin got caught to the outside, that's still kind of no man's land.
Yeah, I think Mark Martin right now wants some pace, so I think he wants to sit there and ride along in a good, comfortable spot as these two brothers go at it right here for the lead.
Well, in NASCAR rules on the restart, cars on the lead start up on the outside. Those that are a lap or more down start on the inside. And, of course, we've already established that this is the inside of the track is the fastest part of the racetrack. And so it's
trouble off turn 2.
Like Kevin LePage.
Oh, a whole bunch of cars down. I saw Jimmy Spencer involved, Jeffrey Bodine.
Kenny Schrader, John Andretti are all in it. Racing after the restart. The calamity at turn 2. Bobby Labonte led the group back to the caution flag. Ricky Rudd will get his lap back. But look at the carnage. What we deemed at the start of the show, Calamity Corner.
You see, Rick, here comes Jeffrey Bodine. He's righted his car, but a lot of damage to his car. It'll take a lot to put it back on the racetrack and run it for him.
That was the fastest car in practice all week. He had an early draw in time trials and had to come back and requalify second day. John Andretti in Richard Petty's Pontiac.
He's already into the pits. A lot of damage done to the front on the right side and the center of the front.
See a lot of steam coming out there. That normally means that they're not going to be able to fix that just as quick as they think.
And there's Kevin LePage, who has dropped the window net to signal that he is okay, but that car is not.
Yeah, and you can see the driver's side there. He's got the net down, as you said, Mike, with a lot of damage to the driver's side of that race car.
Jeffrey Bodine is going to get some attention to the right side. Now, that car looks like it can get back into the race, but it'll be hard to run that at over 185 miles an hour with those aerodynamics.
Yes, he can't be competitive with the way the sheet metal is banged up. Even if all four wheels are tracking the way they're supposed to, it still is going to be hard to get it to where it'll run fast.
With a wave to the crowd, Kevin LePage climbed out of his car, and he is okay, unhurt, but out of the race. Bobby Labonte picks up the lead, and he's now led every race in 1999. Let's have a look at turn 2 and see what happened.
Okay, that's Kevin LePage right there. You see him lose it on the outside. The cars behind him got tangled up there, but Kevin started this, and now they start piling up down the straightaway. If everybody gets on the brakes, they run into each other.
Because there were still a lot of cars that were running side by side back there. That was just the second lap after they'd taken the green flag. And we'll watch it again here. There's LePage spinning around the outside.
Rick Mast and Jeffrey Bodine get together there. You see Schrader coming in there. John Andretti runs in the back of him.
Jimmy Spencer, wow, look at him go through there. Couldn't believe that he found the hole.
I thought Spencer was too wide to thread that needle.
Did a great job. There you see the top part of your screen, 16 cars spinning around, and then everybody else is a chain reaction top of the deal.
Rick Mast sliding right at you in the 98 there. And you can see why everybody slows down in a wreck like that. Look at the debris on the racetrack. Look at the metal flying around.
Now look at Spencer coming right through there. The hole just opened up for him, and he just drove right through there.
And Brent Bodine in that white car also right through the middle of that wreck.
Kenny Schrader, that green 33, almost had it stopped. He almost missed it, but the caterpillar or accordion effect just got him. He got swept up into the crash.
Kevin LePage on the outside. The back just comes around.
Look at how far that left front is pushed in. At speed. Folks, that's a fixed camera right there. None of our CBS personnel are manning that one, thank goodness. 135 laps complete. Bobby Labonte leads brother Terry doing the Texas two-step here outside of Fort Worth.
They're some of our favorite people, the millions of AutoZone customers who change their own oil. They're the kind of folks who believe that taking care of their car and saving money go hand in hand. And while we admire their willingness to tackle a dirty job, most of all, we thank them for bringing their used oil back to us. After all, used motor oil should be recycled, and that's one job we simply can't do alone.
That's me, Bill. Here we are at Super 8.
For reservations, call 1-800-800-8000.
Are you concerned about losing more hair? Do you wonder how much further it will go? Do you wish you could do something about it? Well, there's a pill for men with certain types of hair loss. It's called Propecia. In clinical studies, the vast majority of men, 83%, maintain their current hair count, and most, 66%, regrew some hair. Take it daily and you could see results in as little as 3 months. Propecia is for men only. A small number of men experience certain sexual side effects. Each occurred in less than 2% of men. Women who are or may potentially be pregnant must not use it or handle broken tablets because of the risk of a specific kind of birth defect. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist and read the consumer information they can provide. Propecia. helping make hair loss history.
What a day. I get fired on national TV.
It could be worse.
How could it possibly be worse, Frank?
I think it just got worse.
And now, Budweiser's replacement for Louis the Lizard,
No.
the Ferret.
This is not going to be good for my blood pressure.
He's good.
Don't encourage him, Frank.
She's like any other woman, except she's not of this earth. Makeover season has begun. CBS Tuesday.
Monday on CBS, the NCAA tournament comes down to its final night. Kevin James and Jerry Stiller star in the hilarious King of Queens as CBS has some slam dunk comedy to celebrate. Monday night on CBS. I don't want to sit next to you two Monday night. It's Duke against UConn. It's going to be.
That guy looked like us eating dinner last night.
137 laps complete. We're under caution. A lot of damage on pit road. Dick Bergman.
Sure is. The mechanics and especially the body men will be very, very busy in North Carolina tomorrow, Mike. The number 43 of John Andretti has significant damage up front, so much that the radiator is cocked in the car. They've had to replace the lower radiator hose in it, but they're going to at least try to get it going with the radiator that's in it now. Schrader, meanwhile, it looks as if somebody sort of landed on his hood. It's all flattened down. They've tried to tape that hood in place. We got a mechanics jumping up and down on the nose of the car now trying to straighten it out. These are race cars where a few thousands make a lot of difference aerodynamically, but we're going at them right now with tape and sledgehammers and people jumping up and down. That's what you have to do in these kinds of situations. Let's go to Bill Stevens.
And this looks like a rugby scrum on the front of the 60 car of Jeffrey Bodine. We talked at the top of the show. We had a lot of confidence. This is really going to be disappointing.
Oh, very. Yeah, we had a great car. The Power Team Chevrolet was really running good. We had a bad spark plug at the beginning of the race. We had to come in and fix that. The team did a great job there. And, you know, we started from the back. We'd gotten up to, I guess we were 19th on our restart. Really just working our way to the front like we needed to be doing. And I guess the 16 car lost it up high and coming off turn 2 and caused a little wreck. And we just happened to be in the middle of it.
Yeah, another one of those things in Texas we're kind of almost getting used to. Ralph Shaheen.
Richard Childress, car owner from Mike Skinner, has come out of the infield care center. How is Mike, Richard, and did he say what happened?
Well, you know, he lost the right front tire. You know, it just went down on him, blew out or whatever happened. And just like happened here last year, you know, we blew a right front tire and went straight into the wall. And he's the luckiest, toughest guy I've ever been around. And he's, you know, right now he's got a broken shoulder blade. He's setting up. He's real alert, but they think his shoulder's broke. But other than that, you know, he's real alert, not like he was last time. You know, his neck, he says his neck feels good, and you know, no leg injury this time.
Any idea how long that'll keep him out of the seat?
Well, we don't know. You know, they're doing x-rays. Like I say, you know, he's a pretty tough guy.
And, of course, they do have next week off, the NASCAR Winston Cup drivers do.
Let's have another look at Mike Skinner. At the 98 of Rick Mass. There's LePage's car coming to rest and out of the race. Joining Jeff Gordon, Jeffrey Bodine, and LePage. And a lot of damage to the cars of Mast, Andretti, and Schrader. Ralph?
Well, Kevin LePage has come out of the infield care center as well. Kevin, what happened to you?
I'm not sure, Ralph. The guys built me a great car from Liberty. I didn't qualify that well, but we were racing up to the front. And I got on the outside of Robert Presley over there, and I don't know if there was some fluid down from the Mike Skinner deal or what happened. The car just jumped out from underneath me, and we had been complaining all day long it was tight, so I don't know. I think there might have been something on the racetrack I got into, and, you know, I just hate it because we had a good race car, and, you know, our day ended now.
Tough break for the Vermonter, Kevin LePage. Elliott Sadler led a lap a bit ago. First time he's done that in Winston Cup competition. He became the 8th leader of the race. And
he has been into the pit several times during this caution period, Mike. And he just came back in now and topped off the fuel and head back out. And he's just about ready to get the premium.
See everybody weaving around there, making sure all the tires are up and good, and they're getting all the debris off. After you have so much metal and stuff on the racetrack, you want them to zigzag back and forth. Make sure you scrub those tires clean before you ever go in that next corner.
And again, we have the situation of the double file restart. Lead lap cars on the outside. That's the Labonte brothers, Mark Martin, Kenny Irwin, Dale Jarrett, Tony Stewart, Ward Burton, Wally Donovan. The lap down cars on the inside.
And it's not so bad getting into turn 1 on the outside, Mike, because they're not up to full speed then. But if they're still out there when they go into turn 3, then they have to be very, very careful.
Coming up through the gears and back to the green flag at lap 140.
They'll have a hard time making a lap up on Bobby Labonte the way he took off there in that green car, leading this pack around through turn 1. You can see his brother in chase now as they come off turn 2.
They've got a little bit of breathing room there, and here comes Terry Labonte after little brother for the lead.
Well, it doesn't matter whether there's thick blood there or what. He's got a good run coming off of turn 2 and just holds it right out into the lead.
Back up to full speed now. They complete this first green lap. Behind the Labonte brothers, that's Ted Musgrave. And the Butch Mock, number 75, who is now 1 lap down.
Yeah, and Buckshot Jones there in the 00. He's also a lap down. They're in between Mark Martin, who's running along in 3rd place right now.
And Martin has a bit of a cushion. Derek Cope in the Chuck Ryder, number 30, 1 lap back. Behind Martin.
29 cars on the lead lap. So that means Musgrave is running in the 30th position. And you mentioned Cope, he's in 31st position.
And the Labonte brothers are trying to check out on the field here. They've got an advantage of about 0.3 of a second. And as there are lap cars behind them, and we'll look at this battle. 14 there, that's a new paint job and a new team. Randy LaJoy is the driver, the Busch Series champ, going to run a few races for Irwin Semo Racing.
Doing a great job first time out here. Randy LaJoy, a very gifted race car driver. And, you know, he ran a few races last year. There was a 50 car last year at this time. It's number 25 that Walter Donovan got out now. But he will make an impression on this sport before it's all over.
We'll see Nemechek up in the high green. Buckshot Jones got into the wall here. They coming off the turn 4 the last time around. Caused some scrambling around up there. The car's trying to get by him, but he's dropped way back in the pack now. I don't think he hit the wall very hard.
Back at the front, the Labonte brothers from Corpus Christi, Texas. Terry, 2-time Winston Cup champion. Bobby, the way his career has been going, likely will be someday. And behind them, the 2 lap cars continue to battle.
Now, Mark Martin got by these lap cars. You see him now. He's clear and free there in 3rd place. Now he has a free racetrack to move up a little bit. One thing I think he's probably doing right now is making sure there is not a problem with any of the tires on his car. He's going to take care of them for just a little bit and move up with his own discretion.
One thing that you don't want to do is, it hasn't been long since they ran a couple laps after they put new tires on the car, but for the first 5 or 6 laps after you put new tires on, you don't want to drive that thing down in the turn as hard as it possibly goes, because you have a tendency to heat up that right front tire and have the pressure to build up more than it would if you go in there easy. And Mark Martin is a master at that, of going into the turns very easy, not get that air pressure out of kilter, and then a little bit later on he can come back and run very good.
They used to make a distinction between racers, fellows that would hustle the car, like a Dale Earnhardt, a Tim Richmond, a Rusty Wallace, and drivers like a Bill Elliott, a Richard Petty, who would conserve and take care of the car. Earlier we mentioned David Pearson. Does Mark Martin strike you as being a good balance of both a driver and a racer?
Well, he's a very, very smart person. Also, he didn't get it real quick. He made an attempt to be a Winston Cup driver and failed the first time down here. Went back home, regrouped himself, come back, got a ride with Jack Roush, and he worked his way into being one of the nation's top drivers.
Martin currently in 3rd. Now here's Earnhardt moving up on Jerry Nadeau's number 9. Ricky Craven in the 26 of Johnny Benson.
They have really been going hard at it back in the field, and there's Darrell Waltrip coming up there behind them.
Darrell Waltrip racing everybody on the racetrack he can find that he can get close to today. You see him looking on the outside. He's made some great passes today up on the high side of the racetrack.
And that's why there's more than 200,000 people here, buddy, not just because of him, but because the battle for 22nd that we're watching is every bit as good as the battle up front.
Yeah, and you can see Darrell Waltrip there. He looked down and saw the 98 car there of Rick Bass running a lot slower and just eased up in between two cars. That's experience.
For fourth place.
Dale Jarrett just took it away from Kenny Irwin, got a run coming off of turn 4, went by going into turn 1.
Well, I tell you, the story's right there in that 20 car, though. I think Stewart he has so much talent as far as the race car goes. See him running right on the bottom. Look how quick he is in the corner, coming up on Kenny Irwin Jr. and looking to the inside, down the front straightaway.
Asked him what his plan is for Sunday. He said, make laps, and finish. And for a driver that is used to being so aggressive, as he takes that bottom lane for Warren Burton right there, he's used to being so aggressive. So it must be kind of tough to dial back and just make laps and be steady and be consistent and learn to get that car to the front.
Yeah, well, he sits on the outside pole at Daytona Beach, Florida, and we were all amazed. But if you think back, he started this career when he was 8 years old. He was a go-kart champion, a Silver Crown champion. Everything this kid's ever done, he's been a winner at.
That's true. Let's check with Ralph.
Mike, this is a very aggressive race team that Tony Stewart is driving for. Just before the Atlanta race, the team was already at the airport. The engine builder called them just before they got on the plane, said, guys, I think I found you an extra 10. They all jumped off the plane, went back to the race shop in Huntersville, North Carolina, changed the engines, ran back to the airport, then jumped on the plane. They found that extra 10, and it worked. That same engine they used in Atlanta is in the car today. Dick Berggren?
Yeah, but Ralph, all he needs here in Texas is a little bit of luck. He ran Indy cars here 3 times, had 3 engine failures. When they first pulled into the garage area, they couldn't even, crash on the racetrack.
It is the number 14 of Randy LaJoy with a lot of smoke down the front straightaway. I believe he kept it off the wall as he came along, and something grenaded, and he took it down to the track apron.
Did a great job of getting out of the groove before he ever got to the corner. That would have caused a lot of problems because there is a lot of oil on the low side. There he is coasting down the back straightaway. He has the engine shut off now, just coasting back into the pits.
Yeah, I think it was an engine problem. We saw a lot of smoke coming out of the car.
And for fear of liquid on the racetrack, the caution is out.
Well, going down into turn 1 and down on the flat there's a big black mark of oil where it goes down on the flat part of the racetrack. Him being aware of what it does to the racing surface, he got off of it before he got to the corner.
5th yellow flag of the day. Former Busch Series champion Randy LaJoy, who is from Connecticut.
He was having
Go Duke.
He was having a great run here today. You know, a lot of people, that's a brand new team. Ernie Irvin is one of the owners of this team. And a lot of people question whether they'd even be able to make the field, but he qualified very well here and was running well in the race. So a tribute to the team and Randy himself for doing a good job, and unfortunately heading to the garage area now.
He was a first-day qualifier. Ned, 14th position was where he started today. As the field comes on to pit road, watch the 66 of Darrell Waltrip.
Way up high on the racetrack. Oh, he gets into the outside wall there. You can see Joe Nemechek in the 42 had to check up there and dive to the bottom of the racetrack. That did not help the handling on that race car.
Bill Stevens.
Down in Terry Labonte's pit, they're taking on 4 tires, same setup. Jack Van Dave Giddy gets the driver's side up. He jammed his thumb badly on the last pit stop, had it wrapped in a rag, but talk about playing in pain. He's got the car up and down, and they're away to Ralph Shaheen.
4 tires going up Bobby Labonte's car. Kenny Irwin makes the changes as well. Now, he had something really loose inside the cockpit of the car, did Kenny Irwin. They gave him a 7-inch strip of tape to let him fix it himself out on the racetrack. Dick Berggren?
Remember how we told you tires could play into this thing? Mark Martin just did an 8.03 pit stop. Why? He took outside tires only.
Well, buddy, there's that strategy coming into play again. 2 tires versus 4 or none.
Well, and the other thing, if you have a few laps on a tire, it does not get as hot. Sometimes you leave that tire on there. If you know the inside tires are working extremely well, and you know you have to have rights to get into the corner and keep the power on the race car, if you can get track position, take it.
Plus the fact they haven't been out there that long on that set of tires. And there was a mad scramble out of pit road here. You see the 77 car of Robert Presley coming out, ran over a tire.
That tire was perhaps left from Bill Elliott's car or the car just in front of Elliott. We're not sure. But we're under caution at 154 laps. We'll be right back to Texas Motor Speedway after this.
For Dan and Lisa, it just clicked. So they loaded up their Ford Expedition and got back to doing what they loved, answering the call of the wild. I lost them. And they unleashed a beast of their own. That big 5.4-liter Triton V8. And you thought Little Red Riding Hood got a close look. Ford Expedition. Built Ford tough.
Little voice in your head makes you feel guilty for having too much of a good thing. Yeah, we don't either. Outback Steakhouse. No rules, just right. This is a sport where the work of weeks and months is measured in hundredths of a second. This is a sport where glory and fortune can all come down to a gallon of gas. This is a sport where fans buy seats they never sit in, and they couldn't be happier about it. This is a sport that truly revolves around its fans. In fact, the drivers even go door to door to get the fans to come to the track. This is NASCAR.
It knows two speeds. Stop and go. It just beat a series of the toughest stop-and-go driving tests in the world, and it's brand new. Go ahead. Guess. You have 4.3 seconds. Introducing Pennzoil with new Pure Base. Stop. Go. Pennzoil.
George Lucas, who gave the world Star Wars, gives Leslie Stahl and 60 Minutes the first look at his latest creation tonight. Get ready for Championship Monday, beginning with Everybody Loves Raymond at a special time, followed by King of Queens, except on the West Coast. That's Monday on CBS. Here are the two guys, Ricky Rudd in 10 and Darrell Waltrip in 66 with, there's a Texas Jackrabbit missing both of its lucky feet because they're in those cars. Rudd got a lap back when a caution came out a while ago. He had passed the leader. He got back on the lead lap, and Darrell Waltrip just slapped the wall with the right side of the car, and then the caution came out so he could come in and check and see if they had any damage. Let's show you what happened to Darrell Waltrip here.
Okay, Darrell Waltrip is this car right here. Watch him when he gets up here. He gets way wide there. Whammo! Right into the outside wall. That don't look like a tough shot, but look on the wall what a black mark he left on it.
All right, when he comes past start-finish, we'll get a look at the right side damage. You'll see how some of the sheet metal is crinkled up and in against the inner panels as the field takes one lap to go before we go back to green. 157 laps.
Well, you can see the damage right in that area there. And the tire's actually a little bit closer than I would want it to that fender.
Yeah, you know, when it goes into the turn, buddy, that thing's going to, the body's going to go down as the centrifugal force and the G-force will cause it to go down, and you wonder if it might get down on the tire.
But you always want a flat side on a race car. He's got it now.
Yeah.
Well, he'll have a lot more downforce once he gets up to speed, and hopefully that car is okay. Dick Berggren?
A few moments ago, there was smoke and steam pouring out of John Andretti's car absolutely everywhere. Right now, we have mechanics pouring all over that car, and John has had to evacuate in order for these guys to get in. What are they doing, John?
Well, it's unfortunate that we hurt the radiator, knocked off the low radiator hose, and then we tried refilling it with water, and it overheated, and blew the hose up again. So going to try and get it all fixed and get back out there and try and get some points.
He does not give up, Mike Joy.
That's true. I'll point out to you two North Carolinians. Dick grew up in Manchester, Connecticut, about 15 miles from Yukon. And I'll leave this alone for the rest of the day.
Dad,
we'll just tune in Monday night.
This time. We're from North Carolina.
Well, that story will be told tomorrow night. Now,
That's
the
right.
caution is still out. They had given them 1 lap to go, but for some reason now they're going to do it again. They'll give them 1 lap to go this time by.
Track crews wanted to have just a little look around and make sure that there was no other debris. So now we're back on a 1 to go. Tonight on CBS, George Lucas on 60 Minutes, then an all-new Touched by an Angel. John Ritter in the CBS Sunday movie Holy Joe. That's tonight on CBS. Getting set to go back to green at 158 laps. Drivers that took on just 2 tires are the front 5 at least. That's Mark Martin, Ward Burton, Dale Jarrett. Sterling Marlin is up there. The 99 of point leader Jeff Burton, and Rich Bickle is in the top 10 for the first time today. So is Jimmy Spencer, Jeremy Mayfield, and the 7 of Michael Waltrip. Ralph Shaheen.
Mike, the reason for the tape for Kenny Irwin was the window net is loose, so they needed to tape it to keep it shut and locked into position. It's still not holding quite the way they wanted to. Next time in, they're going to try to use a tie wrap to really get it in position nice and tight so it won't be flopping around and come loose. It would be against the rules for him to be driving with the window net down.
Click it or ticket.
You're exactly right. And you know, black flag if it ever fell completely down, so they don't want that to happen.
Well, he lost a lot of positions on that pit stop. He's back in 17th position now. Bobby Labonte is 12th. He was leading the race before the pit stop, but he took on 4 tires. So we'll see how that all works out.
To the new viewer, black flag means you got to come in and fix the problem.
Getting set for the restart. 159 laps complete. Green flag. Martin leads them back to turn 1.
I am so impressed with Ward Burton. He has wrapped and Bill Davis, number 22 car there in second spot right now. What a great run he's had for just about the whole year this year. He's been so very competitive. Bill Davis has his act together, and that is a single car team right there.
And they've improved their engine program. They hired Tom Baldwin as the crew chief on that car late last year, and the team has really been coming together, and now Ward wants to lead this race. He's working on Mark Martin.
And Mark Martin will let him. If he gets up there and he's running the right pace, he'll sit right there behind him and watch him do his thing.
Well, he's going to do his thing right there as Ward Burton gets past him. Ted Musgrave goes by as well.
Wait a minute. Who is this in third place? Dale Jarrett's moved into third place in the 88 car.
Good pit stop with the 2-tire change. Gave him some track position. He was running 4th when he came into the pits.
Somebody else is having a good run just behind the 88 car there, Sterling Marlin.
Hadn't seen much of Sterling today. He's been back in the pack, but a good pit stop for him.
Joe Nemechek spins at the bottom of the racetrack. And caution comes out. They'll run back to the flag. Ward Burton out front, and Ted Musgrave's going to try to get a lap back from Burton. Here he comes. Musgrave, bottom of the racetrack in the Butchbox 75, and he'll do it.
Now, Ward Burton did not challenge him to keep him back. He let him make that lap up.
Yep, that was a courtesy thing. And you got to respect him for doing that. He might be in that position himself one day.
Look at the right side of Joe Nemechek's car. He's been into the wall. You see the right front flat, and the right side is absolutely flat there.
One of 2 Felix Sabate's own cars in the race. The other, Sterling Marlin, in 4th place. The Lakeland, Florida driver coming in on a tricycle gear here.
Yeah, that's pure money when you see those sparks coming out from underneath that right front corner like that. There's a lot of valuable parts he's dragging right now.
Well, you want to get back in the pits in a hurry so they can fix it, but you don't want to risk damaging that right front suspension further before you get there. Now Nemechek on pit road, and they're going to wave him behind the wall for repairs if the car will turn to get there.
Yeah.
We're under caution again at Texas Motor Speedway, 6th one of the day with 162 laps complete. We'll be right back.
That's one race that I wish I could run over one more time.
The legendary Daytona 500 has broken a lot of hearts.
I was way out front in 1981, and that thing ran out of gas.
In 74, I blew a tire with 12 laps to go.
But the biggest heartbreak of all would be trying to get into Daytona International Speedway using an American Express card. So if you want to enjoy the heart-pounding excitement of Daytona, bring your Visa card, official card of NASCAR.
My girlfriend let me here at Daytona. I sure miss that car.
Hey, better, we see better.
Ball.
Hey, thanks for telling me about 10-10-3-2-1.
Oh, you're using it, huh?
All the time. I call my folks in Seattle, my brother in Philly.
Hey, I have people in Philly. Stay here, I too. I wasn't ready.
Hey, did you really save much with 10-10-3-2-1?
Oh, yeah.
50% on calls over 10 minutes.
Wow, half off? That's huge.
Sure is. I'll be back.
10-10-3-2-1. Who doesn't want to save 50%?
Cities don't get any bigger than this. I'm proud to be a native New Yorker. The fabulous city. Gorgeous park. Biggest little boutique. We've got the biggest building.
Ever wonder why New Yorkers have such big mouths? Because we eat big pizza, like a big New Yorker from Pizza Hut. 16 inches of real New York pizza dripping with cheese at a very un-New York price.
$9.99. Honey, you should never give it away.
A big New Yorker, new from Pizza Hut. It's beautiful.
In racing, the engine is everything.
What? It's the driver.
A driver will never see a finish line without a great engine.
The greatest engine will never see a victory lap without a great driver.
At least they agree on Haviland Formula 3 motor oil. The same oil you can buy right off the shelf.
The engine's the first thing over the finish line.
Not in Indy cars.
This CBS Sports Race Summary is sponsored by Haviland Formula 3 motor oil. Add more life to your car.
After 163 laps, just a shade away from halfway, 244.5 miles down, we've now had 8 different leaders, and we've swapped that lead 15 times. The speed is down below the record of 136 at 131 miles an hour. And look at the attrition here today. All of them stuffed in the wall, hard hits in the concrete. And speaking of hard hits in the wall, take a look here. Looping it down out of turn number 4, and it's now parked right down here below us. Joe Nemechek, number 42. We get ready to resume here and get us to the halfway distance, which will come at lap 167. Riding with Robert Presley in number 77. Let's go back to Mike.
Caution flag fever here in Texas. 165 laps. We're going to close right in on halfway, which would make this race official in the event of inclement weather. The forecast was dismal, but it has been overcast, but no precipitation so far today as they work on Joe Nemechek's car behind the wall. The field has a take one. Bill Stevens is with Joe.
And right now, they've emptied their toolbox trying to get Joe Nemechek's car back into the race. But, Joe, that was strange what happened. I don't know. I guess I got to put it polite. A bunch of lap cars out there, they're so darn slow. They just keep getting in the way, and everybody just gets bottlenecked. And got 3 wide there, and everybody jammed the brakes on, and all of a sudden you're on the brakes, and you get sideways, and just trying not to hit anybody, and the thing slid up and hit the wall. It's just too bad for this whole Bell South team, Lucent Technologies. We had a good car. Looked like you were on the move. Well, we were. We got up there to 15th and was running good, and we had one adjustment there that got us a little bit too loose and slid up the track. A bunch of them got by. That's just how it goes.
Back upstairs. Joe Nemechek was looking for his first top 10 of the year today and will not get it. Tomorrow night on CBS, Honda prelude to a championship at 9 p.m. Eastern, and then the NCAA Men's Championship, Duke versus UConn, tomorrow night on CBS. Ward Burton will lead them down to the restart green flag, the South Boston, Virginia driver, wheeling the Bill Davis Pontiac number 22 ahead of Mark Martin. Davis's earlier drivers running in second place.
Derek Cope in the gold and black, number 30 there, trying to get a lap back.
Not going to do it this time. In fact, it was Mark Martin who got Bill Davis into racing in the NASCAR Busch Series. And Davis moved up to Winston Cup. We are halfway at Texas. Nice, clean restart. Back to turn 1 with Ward Burton, your leader. Derek Cope Running right behind there is Burton. Here's Cope. 1 lap down for Chuck Ryder. There's second place, number 6, Mark Martin. And third place, 88, Dale Jarrett. Steve Park is way down, 41st, 35 laps back.
If you hear a noise every once in a while, we have other people in the booth up here, and there was almost a wreck coming off turn 2 just a second ago by cars that were running 3 wide, and they got a little excited, just like we do.
Yeah, but almost around here is like used to could. Rich Bickle, 45. Bickle having a good run today in 4th place, and Sterling Marlin up to 5th. That's the effect of these 2 tire changes when other teams took the opportunity to take 4.
There's Martin and Jarrett going by the lap car of Derek Cope. Steve Park will go by Cope as well. As you said, Park is many laps down.
Riding with Dale Jarrett down the front straightaway there. Cope caught on the outside. The 99 there, Jeff Burton, started 20th, now in 5th, working his way towards the front. We know he knows how to win because he won the first race ever at the Speedway.
And he's already won 2 this year. He's the point standing leader. And Jack Roush's number 99 Ford.
And we saw them working on John Andretti's car there a little while ago. He is back out on the racetrack, not running up to full speed, but at least he's back in the action.
Here comes Burton to the inside. That's the Duke. John Wayne on the hood of Sterling Marlin's car.
You see Sterling just roll out of the throttle. He don't want to get caught on the outside. Just kind of biding his time. He has a good race car today. Sterling Marlin, it's good to see him having a great run today.
Team and sponsor doing a little fundraising for the John Wayne Cancer Institute.
Yeah, he lost his mother to that awful disease, and he's certainly fighting it with every way he possibly can.
A little further back, Jeremy Mayfield in the 12 and the Labonte brothers, Bobby and Terry.
Bobby had dropped back to 12th on that pit stop. He now has worked his way back up to 9th.
And Tony Stewart. Now that's Bobby Labonte's teammate in that orange and white number 20. Just hammering away.
Still doing a great job.
You know, teammates can talk to each other also. I was talking, and these guys, they'll say, okay, what's it doing? And they'll analyze the 2 cars. How's it look? Look pretty good? Yeah, looks good to me.
Here comes Stewart underneath Jeremy Mayfield, rather Labonte underneath Jeremy Mayfield. And let's move up to 4th place for Rich Bickle and Jeff Burton. Rich Bickle today.
Yes, it is. Good to see him running that well. But that's a single car team as well, a new team for this year. Missed a couple of races, but certainly had a good qualifying run here. About to lose the 4th position.
Well, Rich Bickle's kind of like another friend from up that way, Dick Trickle. Rich Bickle's won a ton of races, and it's good to see him get an opportunity in Western Cup. I certainly hope he makes the Cup.
So Burton moves on by and picks up the spot. Comes to 4th on the leaderboard. Stephen Park, well up to speed after that transmission problem. He had his best ever Winston Cup start today, 2nd row. Ricky Craven running there with him, but Craven is 2 laps back. Kenny Wallace on pit road. There's Jimmy Spencer in the 23. He's up amongst the lead lap cars, 10th.
Jeremy Mayfield just behind him. Rusty Wallace in the 2 right there. Michael Waltrip in the 7.
I'll tell you about Waltrip. He is the only driver to score top 10 finishes in both the races we've had here at Texas. Nobody else has done it.
I tell you, since he's gone to the number 7 car, the communication between he and the crew chief were just absolutely good. And I think Michael Waltrip, and listen to me carefully because I believe it's going to happen this year, I think he's going to win a race.
I'm mistaken. Bobby Labonte has 2 top 10s here, so does his brother. Okay, he's the only non-Labonte to have a top 10 finish at Texas.
And also today is his 400th start.
He has masked in car number 98. Of course, he was damaged in that wreck, not running up to full speed.
Kenny Irwin on the lead lap. Pole sitter, Bill Elliott, 94. They are 16th and 17th. Looking one to the other.
Of course, they are running in
that's 16 and 17.
Yeah, 16 and 17. I didn't look far enough down.
John Andretti back on pit road. He's been in and out of the pits twice since we spoke to him there on pit road.
Bobby Labonte's car there, the green one, looking Sterling Marlin over on the inside. You see Sterling just rolls out of the throttle, lets him take that position.
Earnhardt, number 3, running in 20th position, about 9.5 seconds behind the leader.
Yeah, just behind him, Robert Presley in the 77 car.
Let's ride with Presley a bit in the Jasper Ford.
Well, that's looking at Earnhardt. Let's see what he does in the corner, right down on the white line. You see Presley, we have that nice little, they call that the Earnhardt bar right there. That's an actual roll cage, because one time when Earnhardt got upside down in Talladega, another race car almost got into the driver's seat of Earnhardt's car, and they made him put that bar in all the race cars.
Robert Presley had a career-best third-place finish here last year. 178 laps are complete in Texas. We'll be right back.
Did you get them brakes at Pep Boys?
Yeah, I did.
I appreciate it.
Pep Boys means quality parts and brake service from just $79.99.
Pep Boys. Cars like us. People love us.
George Lucas, who gave the world Star Wars, gives Leslie Stahl and 60 Minutes the first look at his latest creation tonight.
The address is CBS.
Welcome home.
Your life is non-stop. That's why you need BAN, the advanced protection of BAN Clear Stick, with patented odor and wetness protection that leaves no messy white stuff. BAN Clear Stick, made to work non-stop, just like you. BAN, clearly advanced protection all day long.
Yeah, I can still take him one-on-one. It's with my pain I need a little help. That's why I use Icy Hot. It's like a 2-on-1 fast break. Goes on icy to dull the pain, then gets hot to relax it away. Because if I'm going to stop this guy, I got to stop the pain first. Ah!
If you're a real racing fan and you think you've seen everything, think again. Need for Speed is your NASCAR and NHRA racing connection. For the largest selection of NASCAR collectibles and apparel for the entire family, Need for Speed is the place to be. You'll find all your favorites, and Need for Speed is the only place to find top-quality NHRA Pro Stock, Dragsters, and Funnies. Check out our new line of official Gargoyle NASCAR sunglasses. That's Need for Speed in the Martin Plaza in Middle River. Visit our website at www.needforspeed.com. Need for Speed for the real racing fan.
Dios in Cuba. Nick Carter leads eyewitness news coverage from Havana.
PBS Sports coverage of the Texas 500 is sponsored by Pep Boys. Cars like us. People love us. And by the United States Marine Corps. The change is forever.
183 laps complete in the Texas 500. Budweiser, official beer of NASCAR, and the Bud One Airship, proud to provide spectacular aerial shots of Texas Motor Speedway. As Ward Burton, out of South Boston, Virginia, continues to hold this field. Here's Dick Berggren.
Well, racing, as in most things in life, has a lot to do with people. And in September 1998, Tommy Baldwin came on as crew chief for Ward Burton, your current leader. Since then, it's been straight uphill for the team. In the last 7 races of last year, he picked up 7 spots in points, pulled off a second in Charlotte. This year, he's got a second at Las Vegas. He's got 3 top 10s in a row coming into this event, and this is a team that is absolutely clicking. Tommy Baldwin has been a key ingredient in the car that's leading right now, driven by Ward Burton.
And Dick, he doesn't have a lot of experience as a Winston Cup crew chief. He worked for Junie Donlevy's number 90 team, and prior to that, worked for his father's and other NASCAR modified teams. But Bill Davis told me in the garage area in Daytona, he has never seen anybody with the work ethic, the 24-hour-a-day, let's get it done, let's make it better work ethic that Tommy Baldwin has, and he and Ward Burton have just clicked.
Yes, they have. They have the communication line that you really look for. You want to be able to understand each other. He needs to understand what Ward wants in the car, and Ward needs to trust him with what he puts in the car, and they have all of that.
Yeah, and the other thing, these guys that come from the West Coast to the East Coast, they're the best of the builders in that area out there. They run the short tracks, they learn the chassis very well, and they make great crew chiefs when they come to the East Coast.
Let's ride a bit with Dale Jarrett on our Ford Quality Care Ford Credit Race cam. He's not led a lap since Daytona. Yes, fell at lap 56 at Daytona was the last time.
Whoa! I'll tell you what, he crowded that corner coming out of turn 2 just then. He got right up against the wall, had to ease out the throttle just a little bit. He's right on the white line here. As he starts down the front straightaway, he's running this part of the racetrack very, very well. Turn 2 just a second ago, he got a little high.
He and Mark Martin have moved in a little bit on Ward Burton. Not much, but just a little bit on the lead that Ward has. All those cars running about the same speed, and so is the fourth-place car of Jeff Burton. He's staying about 3 seconds behind them.
Well, is it possible that Ward Burton has decided it's time to conserve his car a bit?
I don't think so, Mike. I think he's running that car about as hard as it'll go right now.
188 laps complete. Ward Burton from South Boston, Virginia. 37 years old, driving for Bill and Gail Davis. He leads here at Texas.
It is more than a trial by fire. It is a rite of passage. And if you can master your fear, outsmart your enemy, and never yield, even to yourself, you will be changed forever. The few, the proud, the Marines.
I was going through this intersection. What? No, this guy came out of to avoid him. Slow down. Are you all right?
What happened?
Dad, I'm really sorry about the car. That doesn't matter. That's okay. Don't worry about that.
Your whole life can change in a second. So think about this. Ford Taurus is the only car in its class to earn a 5-star government front crash test rating.
You should come, please. He's fine.
Jack forgot his briefcase.
I can see him.
Don't worry. We both have Nextel.
He's crossing the street. Phone him.
Nah, it's too easy. I can text page him. Nah, where's the fun in that?
If he gets to the airport without the presentation, we're dead.
Time for the secret weapon. Two-way radio feature. Right about now. Hey, Jack. Hold up, my man. I think you... Jack?
Nextel's integrated features make ordinary cell phones seem ordinary.
Joseph.
Yes, Papa.
Call on the thistles, the dandelions, and the other weed families. It's time we made peace.
Peace? With the thistles? Papa!
There is an enemy that threatens all weeds. It is the spray, and it is unlike any other.
Well, bribe it then.
The spray does not respond to bribes.
No bribes? What's the world coming to?
Roundup kills weeds others can't. Roundup, no root, no weed, no problem.
Join CBS as NASCAR rocks with the Allman Brothers and today's hottest performers for a kicking coast-to-coast tour. A summer smash with NASCAR rocks.
Welcome back to the Texas 500. Mike Joy with Buddy Baker and Ned Jarrett. Ken Squire, Bill Stevens, Dick Berggren, and Ralph Shaheen. Your CBS coverage today. And Ward Burton out in front of Mark Martin and Dale Jarrett. But the Labonte brothers, Bobby in number 18 and Terry in number 5, have been lapping this speedway a full mile an hour faster than the leaders.
You're exactly right. Ned Jarrett had his watch out just a second ago, and he says, you better keep an eye on these two guys right here because they're outrunning the leader at big time right now, and you can see why. Look where the guys are running in the corner.
Ralph Shaheen.
Mike, this is Tommy Baldwin, the crew chief for Ward Burton. Tommy, you guys are running awfully good. How aggressive are you going to be here in this next half?
Well, I didn't really hear what you said.
How aggressive are you going to run him right now?
Well, we got about 20 laps left on this run, and car feels real good right now. And we got out that clean air. Lost the push in the car. Car's handling real good right now, so I'm going to probably stop him a little bit earlier than anybody else, get some fresh tires on so we can keep that gap.
You and Ward have worked real hard on your communication. What's been the key to that getting better?
Just we trust each other, you know, and it's worked out real good so far with this Caterpillar Pontiac Grand Prix team.
His dad was one of the toughest modified racers ever, still is.
You're exactly right, and I'll tell you something else is pretty impressive. Pontiac truck, well, just say that Bobby Labonte looks like something happened. He's dropped down just a little bit, let his brother back, picked up the throttle again.
I think that's what he did, is drop down and let his brother go by. Terry actually was running a little bit faster than Bobby, and he came up on Bobby, and Bobby, with that injured shoulder, didn't want to fight it too much, so he just moved over and let him go.
Now, when Tommy Baldwin said they might shortstop Ward Burton. They might bring him in a few laps before he needs fuel so he can get fresh tires on before any of the other leaders and maintain that advantage over the rest of the field. Ken Squires?
And he's building on that advantage. He now leads Mark Martin by a full second. Ward Burton's been waiting a very long time, since 1995, when he won at Rockingham, to taste the champagne in Victory Lane, and he's looking better all the time. But interestingly enough, the car owners, Bill and Gail Davis, that are the folks that backed that number 22, if they had a guy to root for beside their own car, it would be Mark Martin out of Arkansas. They have followed his career. They were with him in the beginning. So for those folks, this is quite a day. There's Martin in second, and their car with Ward Burton leading as we come to 300 miles in another lap. Mike?
Tony Stewart, number 20, on the inside of Rich Bickle as they fight for 7th place, and there's no give and take here. Tony had to outmuscle him down into turn 1.
Tony Stewart's car is so very good in the corner. And I also say one thing about Ward Burton. I wouldn't get the glasses out just yet for that champagne, because those cars back there, those two Labonte brothers, are closing in on the leaders almost half a second a lap.
From anywhere from 2 to 4/10 second a lap, they have come from about a 7-second deficit down to just a little over 4 seconds.
I think right now, if you look at the two brothers, they did not run very, very hard as they restarted there. Ned said you start out with the air pressure in these tires a little bit low, and then they build up, and the car really gets to going. What you do is protect that car and not get one hot and make the air pressure grow and make that car ill. And right now, they are flying around this racetrack. They took a little bit of patience on the restart there.
The question I have is who will make the first pit stop? First green flag pit stops of the day coming up. And once one of the leaders comes in, everyone else will have to be in shortly thereafter, because new fresh tires are quicker than worn tires. Ralph?
Mike, there's a lot of theories floating around pit lane about what happened to Jeff Gordon and Mike Skinner's tires. Well, those are just theories. Goodyear won't know officially until they get the tires packed to their Ohio shops and check them out. Then they'll have a for sure knowledge of what went wrong. But for now, Phil Homer, who's in charge of stock car racing tires for Goodyear, has told me his engineers are going up and down pit road, making sure that all of the teams run the air pressures that Goodyear recommends. That's 44 pounds in the right front, 40 in the right rear, and 24 on both tires on the left.
Well, part of the equation is tires, but part two is the chassis setup, because the teams can load one tire more than another and perhaps abuse it.
Let's just talk 1 second about that. What you do, you drop the air pressure and make that tire grip a little more. Sometimes it'll actually flex over and get against the metal part on the inside of the wheel there, and it'll blow the inside of the tire out.
Can happen. 203 laps complete here at Texas Motor Speedway. Ward Burton up front. Terry Labonte, number 5, is closing in.
The styling of the new Vulcan 1500 Drifter takes you back to another time. The engineering, make sure you don't get stuck there. Vulcan, only from Kawasaki.
We're here at a NASCAR race to take a survey. First question, does anyone sell as many high-quality auto parts as Napa? That'd be a no. Does anyone sell more hard-to-find parts than Napa? No again. Does anyone have as many ASE-certified employees? Last question, would you like to get paid for this survey? Just checking. Napa, over 200,000 parts, and everyone's important. Get ready. They're here. The most precious metals are about to arrive.
Stand back, boys.
Introducing Racing Champions Precious Metals Series Limited Edition Collectible Diecast.
In gold. In 24-karat gold.
And platinum. NASCAR collectibles so unique they could only be called precious metals.
Better get your hands on them before we get them all.
Racing Champions Precious Metals and Originals. There's a new series to collect every month. Available at your favorite retailer.
Oh man, it's early. Did they test through the router?
merging two totally different bank networks. Gotta work seamlessly. Seamless. AT&T says it's ready to go. Either gonna be the hero today or hiding in the John, right? Hero. Yeah.
AT&T net dot working to make your business succeed.
The final two. Hamilton and El Amin drive Connecticut against the dominating Duke Blue Devils. The NCAA Basketball Championship. Monday night on CBS.
Welcome back to Texas Motor Speedway. The leaders last pitted about lap 154. 54 laps ago. Some other cars in the lead lap made a pit stop at lap 163, so it won't be too long. Here's Bobby Hamilton, not on the lead lap, who is peeling off and making a stop. He is 4 laps down. Ward Burton continues to lead here in Texas. Let's check with Dick Bergman.
Well, the serial order and speeds, Mike, have a whole lot to do with what they did on that last set of pit stops. On the last round, Ward Burton took 0 tires. Mark Martin, who currently is running in second spot, took 2 tires, and Dale Jarrett also took 2 tires. They're going to be coming in pretty soon for some more of those tires, about 15 laps or so from now.
But, Dick, would they take 2 tires or 4? Since on the last stop, those drivers took 2 or none. That will determine a lot how much time they spend on pit road and where they end back up.
Right now, Terry Labonte is the fastest car on the racetrack, and he did take 4 during that last flag. He could possibly just take 2 on the green flag. But let's go to the pits and route to him.
Ned, you're exactly right. Terry Labonte did take 4, as did Bobby Labonte. I just checked with Jimmy Maycar. I said, Jimmy, what are you going to do in this next set? 2 or 4 tires? He said he's definitely going to take 4. And, Mike, one other note, Bobby Hamilton has fumes in the car. He was coming down pit road to get a relief driver. We expect it to be Randy LaJoy.
All right, Ralph, the first of the lead lap cars to pit is Ernie Irvin, the number 36 Pontiac. The rest of the teams will closely monitor his lap times to see if those 4 tires picked him up and if they need to come in.
There's Ernie Irvin coming in the pits. And the other thing, we were just talking about fumes. Let me explain that. We have a lot of people who may be watching us for the first time ever. That's exhaust fumes he's talking about. That's the actual burn gas, and it puts out a little vapor, and it comes up in the car. It'll give you a headache that you cannot stand. It'll make you sick, too.
So Irvin, you see, going a lap down as he comes back up to speed after that first green flag pit stop.
As we can see, Terry Labonte has caught Dale Jarrett for 3rd place. He has been gaining 2 to 3 tenths of a second a lap every lap, and now he's picking up on the 3rd place car. As they come up on Darrell Waltrip, who has just gone a lap down. Darrell's running in the 27th position, so now 26 cars on the lead lap.
That number 5 is likely the fastest car on the racetrack right now, and his brother Bobby is no slouch either. Terry Labonte runs 3.1 seconds off the lead. Bobby Labonte 4.7 seconds back of leader Ward Burton.
And at one time, Terry Labonte was over 7 seconds behind the leader.
Somewhere else he's handling pretty good right down the front straightaway. Ward Burton coming in the pit.
Lead car on pit road, Ward Burton, as Tommy Baldwin said. They will shortstop Ward and bring him in early. He's in, Ralph.
Mike, 4,000 RPMs in second gear is what they will do down pit road. They are planning a 4-tire and fuel stop. They will take sticker tires on the car. There is no planned chassis adjustment. They will just change tires around to the left side now. Up goes the left side. Crew Chief Tommy Baldwin changing tires on the back end of the car. Tommy Wallace completes the front, and away he goes. 1,000.
Mark Martin is in the wall. Turn 1. And that is a terrible blow to Ward Burton, who loses a lap, but a worse one for the defending champion of this race.
Yes, he might have stretched it a little bit too far on that right front tire. I'm sure that Mark was coming in, maybe the next time around.
And caution is out. So Ernie Irvin and Ward Burton and Darrell Waltrip, these drivers that stopped under the green flag, losing a lap to the race leader. Now off the lead lap as Mark Martin comes around to either the pits or the garage.
That's a familiar sight there, the right front side of that car dragging the ground, right front tire absolutely flat.
The 2 of the 3 drivers who have won Winston Cup races this year in trouble. Jeff Gordon, first car out of the race with a turn 4 crash. And now Mark Martin with a lot of damage to the right front of his Jack Roush Ford. rest of the field comes to the caution car. And 3 of the top 5 drivers in the point standings have crashed today.
What a tough race. And here's another car that's in trouble. I don't know what the situation is, even though he's many laps down, and that's Steve Park in the car number 1. But he went into turn 1 smoking, and but it looked like there's damage to maybe the right side of that car.
Yeah, I can't see what it is at the moment, but he has had transmission problems at the early part of the race, but right now he's trying to get back around here.
All right, leaders will come to pit road. Here's a look at Mark Martin.
Right straight up. You can see the right front's down up into the wall. As he turned in, it looked just like Mike Skinner's car when it went down the corner. Right front was down.
There you see it again. Just veers right up into the wall. He didn't hit as hard as Mike Skinner, or maybe not as hard as Jeff Gordon.
From Dale Jarrett's car.
Ow. Now you can see him coming down the racetrack. Everybody going to the flat there to get by him.
It's a long way to go to that wall when that happens going into the corner.
Yeah, but you can see everybody. Watch Bobby Labonte right here in the green car. Broken shoulder and all. He gets on the flat to get by.
We are under caution at 217 laps. We'll be back with more from Texas Motor Speedway after this.
Adolphus Busch went to Germany every summer looking at different breweries, and he wrote a series of letters back to his son. September the 20th, 1897. I would advise that we buy the finest growth of barley as soon as we can. We cannot make fine malt from inferior barley, and we cannot make fine beer from inferior malt.
NASCAR driver Jeff Burton goes head-to-head with everyday driver Eileen.
My car has a 750 horsepower high-compression engine.
My car has an engine.
I can cruise all afternoon at 180 miles per hour.
I'll stick to 55, thanks.
I start my engine with a powerful Exide NASCAR Select battery.
Me too. Thanks.
The Exide NASCAR Select battery. It's not just for race cars.
That's me, Bill. Here we are at Super 8.
For reservations, call 1-800-800-8000.
Today we're going to learn the easy way to mow the lawn. This is a lawn. This is a boy. Lawn. Boy. Lawn. Boy. Lawn boy. Easy, huh?
Lawn Boy. Easy to start, easy to use, easy to maintain.
Any questions?
Why are there 2 of you?
Odor eaters, feet are sweeter, fresher, drier, cleaner, neater.
Only odor eaters, insoles, sprays, and powders have genuine Arm & Hammer baking soda. They destroy foot odor and wetness.
Odor eaters, feet are sweeter.
America Online News. The complete up-to-the-minute sports coverage, news, scores, and stats. Go to keyword CBS Sportsline on America Online.
There's the errant tire that was out in the grass from Steve Park's car, rolled back. As we're still under caution, 1 lap and we'll be back to green. Tomorrow night, Honda prelude to a championship at 9 Eastern Time, and then the NCAA championship basketball game. The Duke Blue Devils against the Yukon Huskies Monday night on CBS Sports. Trouble on Ted Musgrave's car. He goes back behind the wall.
Yeah, he backed all the way down pit road. He had some kind of problem. Now they're behind the wall. Steve Park just come in, and the crew had to grab him. He has no brakes on that car.
And Dick Berggren.
Mark Martin has just climbed back into his race car. He's declined conversation. This car is thoroughly torn up. They are going to change the right front spindle. He hit so hard there is concrete stuck in the wheel. Let's see if we can grab Jack Roush for a minute. Is this car repairable?
Well, we can get it back out there. We can't win the race with it. We certainly hurt ourselves as far as points are concerned. This is a day when a lot of people are having trouble, and you have an opportunity to, to avoid the trouble or to capitalize on it, and now we're part of the same trouble.
Now, they're working hard on it. They're going to get it out if they possibly can, but this will be a long stop behind the wall as they try to beat the fenders out and change this right front spindle. Mike?
This would only be the second time this year, Dick, that Mark Martin has finished outside the top 10. He has one win in the 5 races so far. Getting set to go back to the green, Terry Labonte. Ward Burton up there.
And he's technically on the lead lap. He's at the tail end of the lead race car. So he might be able to stay out there. However, Terry Labonte is leading the race, and he also has a very fast race car. But what Ward would like to do is hope for a caution pretty early, but his car didn't go through turns 1 and 2 very good.
You can see Terry Labonte wants to put this fast race car of Ward Burton a lap down as he makes a charge on him going into turn 3.
Now what happened? Ward Burton was a lap down when they came to the caution flag. Then all the lead lap cars pitted, so that puts Burton on the tail end of the lead lap until just now.
Yeah, his car's pushing up a little bit in the corners with those new tires on it, and it's going to take a few laps to get the car settled down in the tires to where they suit him so that he can run the speeds that he was running before he went into pit.
Well, just behind him there in the green car, that's his brother Bobby Labonte running along in second place, and in third place, Tony Stewart.
Tony had a great pit stop.
Yeah, Greg Zipadelli is another one of those New England crew chiefs suddenly burst on the Winston Cup scene. And here's Jerry Nadeau trying to get a lap back from the leader.
Yeah,
ahead of Stewart.
He had made a green flag pit stop. He is 2 laps down, but now it will only be 1 lap down. Does that open the door for Ward Burton to go by as well as we ride with Tony Stewart?
Tony Stewart gaining on Bobby Labonte, going down in the corner there. You can see him closing right on in. As far as bravery, there's not one person braver than the man you're riding with right at this moment.
Ward Burton underneath Terry Labonte to get that lap back as you watch it from Tony Stewart's car. And here's now Terry and Bobby Labonte now running nose to tail, 1-2.
Dale Jarrett now looking to the inside of Tony Stewart down the back straightaway.
Takes the spot away, so Jarrett moves up to third, and that makes him the first Ford in the race behind this Chevy and Pontiac. Ralph?
Mike, brothers will be brothers, and boys will be boys on every one of the cautions. When Terry Labonte is down in front of little brother Bobby, while they're weaving around, getting ready to go back to green, Terry waits a little bit, then he kind of moves over, gets a good shot at Bobby, and throws his water cup out the window, and it splashes all over Bobby's window.
Kid stuff.
They better watch it. Big Bob, their daddy, will be right in there to tell them not to do that anymore, too.
I saw him down in the garage area, so he is here. Their dad, Bob.
There's a lot of money at stake here and a lot of money being spent. Racing has become big business, but that helps us remember it's a sport and folks, it's a game. That's pretty neat.
Ned, it looks like to me that Dale Jarrett has picked it up quite a bit. You see him right on the back bumper of the green car there, Bobby Labonte. He's moving in on these guys.
I'm sure they made some adjustments on his Ford during that last pit stop.
Well, he's been fighting a pushing problem all day long. It looks like right now this car is tracking very well, so he looks to the outside of Bobby Labonte down the front straightaway.
Labonte back down into turn 1. Jarrett looking just a little lower. Now here is Tony Stewart. And looking back from that number 20, you see Rusty Wallace looming large. And Wallace is coming, pulling down on Stewart.
He is, and he's another one that had a great pit stop, Mike. And his crew always performs good pit stops. As you see the threesome up front here right now. But Rusty Wallace, yes, he is coming as Bobby wants to lead from his brother, but didn't quite make the pass. I think Dale Jarrett led a lap there just as the caution came out. In fact, he's pitted past the start-finish line. We said he hadn't led since Daytona, but he led on pit road, really, because Terry Labonte is pitted before you get to the start-finish line. Terry was leading the race, and so when DJ went across the start-finish line, which goes all the way across pit road, well, then that did let him lead a lap.
227 laps complete. Terry and Bobby Labonte, the 2 Texas natives, lead the field here at Texas Motor Speedway. We'll be right back.
The 12th Street Warriors is about to play the game of the season. This time, it's all about pride.
We can't lose to this team again, y'all.
No, not this time.
We got this game.
Only winners riding in this expedition.
What about that pitch?
Wait.
I couldn't even see it.
But we are warriors. 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 Warriors.
So, you girls really showed up, huh?
You guys better pray for rain. The 1999 expedition built Ford Tough.
Hey, batter, where's the batter?
Ball.
Hey, thanks for telling me about 10-10-3-2-1.
Oh, you're using it, huh?
All the time. I call my folks in Seattle, my brother in Philly.
Hey, I have people in Philly. Stay here, I too. I wasn't ready.
Hey, did you really save much with 10-10-3-2-1?
Oh, yeah.
50% on calls over 10 minutes.
Wow, half off? That's huge.
Sure is. I'll be back.
10-10-3-2-1. Who doesn't want to save 50%? They come to us for many reasons. Because we save them money on what they need with our everyday low price. Because we help them solve their problems and get them back on the road. And because we stand behind the parts we sell with a warranty that's good at more than 2,500 stores coast to coast. Fact is, people everywhere come to us because we're AutoZone, the largest auto parts retailer in America. And there's just no place any better.
Hey, how about a free bun?
Nah.
Hey, Buckhound. Follow us. Come on.
Okay.
Not so good.
Watch out for the convertible.
A crippled aircraft carrier.
We can't get her back online.
Planes with no place to land. Who is trying to take out the U.S. Navy?
You got 60 seconds.
Jag, CBS Tuesday.
Welcome back to Texas. Here's the best battle on the racetrack. Rusty Wallace went into turn 1 outside Tony Stewart. Goes into turn 3 under Tony Stewart. Makes the pass.
Rusty is fast right now. He's fastest we've seen him all day.
Ned, I keep talking about, we go in the garage area so much to talk to these guys and find out, and the jackman for this team today said, Rusty Wallace, we'll see you in winner's circle today.
That's Earl Barbin said that. All but guaranteed it. Ralph?
Mike, one other thing Rusty said this week is, you know, the rules in Winston Cup racing now are much closer to the way they were back in 1993 and 94. That's important for Rusty because in those 2 seasons, he won a total of 18 races. The big difference is the aerodynamic packages on these cars are so different from 93, 94 that the downforce is different, and everything they knew then does not factor into how you set the cars up anymore. So what did Rusty do? He packed up his crew, he headed down to Greenville Pickens Speedway in South Carolina this past week and put in over 200 laps of testing just to get ready for this race. And as you can see, it's paying off.
Wallace coming to the front. He's at 4th place. Trying to close on Dale Jarrett. Still got a ways to go to get there. At the front of the field, just in front of leader Terry Labonte, and there is Labonte. The 2 cars just in front of him are holding their breath. Jerry Nadeau and Ward Burton, who led a good part of this race, they are hoping for a caution flag because Labonte would have to slow for the pace car, and they could come all the way around back on that lead lap. They're on the tail end of the lead lap right now.
Yeah, and Ward Burton, it hadn't been that long since he had lead, and Jeff Burton has dropped off the pace just a little bit.
Yeah, 2 or 3 cars went by him, buddy, in the last 2 laps here. So is there something wrong with the point leader, the younger of the brothers from South Boston, Virginia?
Or is he being very cagey right now?
That might be the case. After his teammate Mark Martin got into the wall, he might be just cooling it a little bit right now. He's not that far behind the leaders. He's still in contention. He's in 8th place. He's about 5 seconds behind.
Riding with the Budweiser camera on Wally Dallenbach Chevrolet. Past Rick Mast, whose car was battered up in one of those accidents. Dallenbach right now in 9th place. Looking for his first top 10 finish of the season.
Boy, he was all the way on the straightaway before he got wide open, and the car's pushing just a little bit up out of turn 2 there. You can see him getting very close to the wall.
We understand that Ernie Irvin has lost a cylinder, running on 7 cylinders now. Ernie had made a green flag pit stop before the caution came out, so he's one of those drivers that got caught a lap down. In fact, he's being shown 2 laps down now, back in the 28th position.
Out of the race, Kenny Wallace, Randy LaJoy, Kevin LePage, Mike Skinner, and Jeff Gordon. Kenny Wallace, though, tabbed for relief duty by Bobby Hamilton. Hamilton overcome by exhaust fumes in the car. They tried to put Randy LaJoie in the car, but he would not fit in the custom-made seat. So Kenny Wallace is aboard the number 4 car. Back at the front, still Jerry Nadeau in that blue number 9. Road racer out of Connecticut and Ward Burton try to hold off race leader Terry Labonte.
On the lead lap, but they're running very, very hard. If the yellow comes out, they'll get the circle all the way back around, and they'll be back in contention again. That's why they're running in front of the leaders, not just pulling over and let them go.
Dick Berggren?
No, I just had an interesting conversation with Frankie Stoddard. He is the crew chief of 99. Jeff Burton, who's currently running in A spot. And I said, how is the car running? He said, the car is fine, but we have made a decision to finish the race. And I said, is this crashing stuff because the tires? What's going on here? And he looked me straight in the eye and he said, they are just running too darn hard. He didn't say darn.
The full speed for this race was a full 5 miles an hour faster than last year. Record speeds when we are under green flag racing here.
They run awfully fast on this racetrack, no doubt.
Frankie Stoddard is big picture racing. They're thinking point lead, which they have, and championship, which they'd love to have, by backing off Jeff Burton just a bit. 241 laps complete. CBS Sports coverage of the Texas 500 will continue after this message and a word from your local CBS station.
Michael came onto the scene in IndyCar as a winner. I'm very proud of the fact that he's carrying on the Andretti name. I'll never forget the first really competitive pass that he did on me. We banged wheels a little bit. That car almost full drift in front of me, and he was gone. Adios, Dada.
The Andrettis rely on the same Haviland Formula 3 motor oil you can buy right off the shelf.
That's my boy.
The address is CBS. Welcome home.
Here's my idea. Best Buy should show people how to install a DirecTV system.
Step 1. Purchase a DirecTV system at Best Buy and return home. Step 2. Forget about installation. You've got more important things to do. Step 3. Relax, because when you purchase a DirecTV system at Best Buy, you'll receive free professional installation plus 3 months of free total choice programming. DirecTV at Best Buy. Now that's a great idea.
NASCAR and Lowe's Home Improvement Warehouse both started from humble beginnings. But you made us bigger. You made us better. You made us faster. So consider this a quick thanks. Sure beats the heck out of a thank you card. Lowe's, official sponsor of the number 31 NASCAR Winston Cup stock car.
Beyonce and Cuba. Nick Carter leads eyewitness news coverage from Havana.
CBS Sports coverage of the Texas 500 is sponsored by Haviland Formula 3 Motor Oil. Add more life to your car. And by Nike.
246 laps complete here at Texas Motor Speedway. Terry Labonte, his brother Bobby out front. They are the two drivers who hail from the Lone Star State. Neither is one here. Dale Jarrett running in third. Rusty Wallace up for fourth, and rookie Tony Stewart is fifth. There's a look at Wallace, who's climbed to fourth. 246 laps. 9 different drivers have led this race. Mark Martin 7 times for 63 laps. 19 lead changes. Average speed has been slowed by 7 caution flags to 137 miles per hour. 8 cars in the garage or off the track. Dick Berggren?
Rusty Wallace is running well right now, but he's had 2 really tough weeks, finishing 35th and 33rd, respectively. His crew chief is Robin Pemberton. He's got a nice seat up here to watch everything. What are you guys going to do for the very tail end of the race to pull it out of the water?
It'll be long enough to just do 4 tires. Hopefully we won't have to adjust on the car anymore. We've done a lot of that already.
You fast enough to win this thing?
Pardon me?
Can you get fast enough to win this thing?
I can't hear what you're saying.
Can you get fast enough to win?
Yeah, it's going going to be close, but this is the best we've been in a long time, you know. We started off a little tight. We had to loosen up quite a bit, so we're going to give them a run if we can.
They sure are. These guys aren't going to give up either. Mike?
The buddies notice he's running a little different line around the racetrack than some of the fellows that are up front.
Well, you know, when Rusty won at Charlotte, he found a place on the racetrack that he could really get the maximum out of his car. He's running a little high on the racetrack, and Ed and I have noticed that, but it's getting the job done with this car. Just hope he's not leaning on that right front tire too much. You see him kind of diamond the corner, go up the racetrack, almost to the brake part there in the center of the corner.
He's searching around for different grooves to try to get a place that's comfortable and one that he can run faster speeds at. You see, they're a little bit higher than the others are running. He's a good car width off of that bottom line.
And then his last lap, 180.8 miles an hour. Terry Labonte, 180.1. So right now, Rusty Wallace is the fastest car on the racetrack. Now, Ward Burton is still out in front of Terry Labonte. Jerry Nadeau has been passed by the leader, but Burton is hanging on to the tail end of the lead lap.
Yeah, we were just talking now. You have a lap car there. That's Rick Mast, who was in a wreck not long ago. But you see Terry Labonte right on that white line through the corner. Now, his car is working there, so he's going to stay there because that is the preferred line. But sometimes the driver has to regulate where he runs on the racetrack to what the car wants.
Ford Burton running in 22nd position, the last car on the lead lap.
Now, it's hard to believe that the driver who led a good section of this race is now in 22nd, and the car is just as fast as it was. But Burton made a green flag pit stop just before Mark Martin's caution came out, and thus he ended up on the tail end of the lead lap because the rest of the teams could pit under the caution. He had pitted under the green. So he's trying to hold off Terry Labonte. Here's a look at Dale Earnhardt.
Hey, he's up to 11th place and just in there fighting.
And that's Steve Park just behind him. Dale Earnhardt team owns the #1 car there. They built it at Dale Earnhardt's shop there right in Mooresville, North Carolina.
Remember, Earnhardt said at the top of the day, he says, we're really going to have to work on this thing. Didn't qualify well, haven't practiced too well. He says, but we can keep adjusting on it. They've adjusted him up to 11th place, and just ahead of him, that green car is Chad Little, who's in the top 10 today. He's one of the Jack Roush Fords.
Exactly, and Chad Little had a great run here last year in that particular race car there, the 97.
They're running about 10.5 seconds behind the leader, Terry Labonte.
Chad Little finished second here last year, a career best. There's leader Terry Labonte. 80 laps to go here at Texas Motor Speedway, the 3rd annual Texas 500. We'll be right back.
We've got a level 9. Warranting it all.
It's all hot. Take it away.
There are many ways you can get stuck with a flat tire. But not with this tire. Even with no air pressure, you keep driving to safety. The Goodyear Aquasteel Run Flat. It could be the difference between getting stuck and getting there. Only from Goodyear.
I heard this story about a group of tourists who were searching for Western heroes. Come on, baby. When they got a little off track.
We're sunk.
Luckily, their heroes found them.
Guarda.
The legendary Ford F-150.
Get a Cooper, huh? Get a Cooper.
Looks like you could use a hand. With an available 5.4-liter Triton V8 that delivers more pulling power than Dodge or Chevy. Now there's a happy ending. Ford F-Series, built Ford stuff.
Doug Flutie and Olympic gold medalist Tommy Moe lead the stars into battle as they rock, bike, shoot, and swim their way to victory. The Snapple Superstars on CBS.
We're back with you at the Texas Motor Speedway. $4 million is at stake. 259 laps, 388.5 miles have been completed as you watch the battle between number 88, Dale Jarrett, and number 2, Rusty Wallace, for third spot. What a difference $25 million will make. That's what they spent on improvements on this racetrack. Back in 1997, 22 of the 43 starters all were involved in some kind of incident on the track. All showed a lot of battering and bruises when it was over. Today, we still have 38 cars in contention, 22 in the lead lap as we get down to decision time. Now let's go back topside with Ned Jarrett, Buddy Baker, and Mike Joy.
Thanks, Ken. The Labonte brothers hold the field back here at Texas. Terry and Bobby are the leaders. Dale Jarrett runs in third. Rusty Wallace is fourth, but one change in the top 5. Jeremy Mayfield passed Tony Stewart for 5th place. Ooh, that gets close in turn 1.
Yes, it does. Very close.
Ford Burton trying to stay on the lead lap there, and I guarantee you Terry Labonte in the back of his mind would like to have that car a lap down because you can see they're very evenly matched.
Terry Labonte had a whole handful and brake pedal full of restraint right there. Bill Stevens?
I'm with Andy Graves, the crew chief for Terry Labonte. You've seen a couple of front-running cars go out today. The speculation tire problem. Any concern with Terry at this pace?
Well, we're sitting here looking really good. We don't have any worries about tire wear. We'll just see what happens. We got a ways to go here yet, but Terry says he's pretty comfortable.
This is Terry Labonte's 608th career start today. Every time he gets another car, it's a new milestone. Ralph Shaheen.
Jimmy Makar is the crew chief for Bobby Labonte. Boy, Jimmy, your driver's done an Iron Man job of hanging in there today. How is he set up for the remaining parts of this race?
Well, he's not saying a whole lot right now, but you're right. He's really held on to the car good for us. He's tougher than I can be, I tell you. The car's been a little bit off all day long. We've been a little bit loose in, a little tight off. We've been trying to make changes to balance that out. We haven't hit it quite right yet. We've got one more stop coming up. Probably make one more adjustment and see if we can have something for Terry.
How have your tires been? Your tires, how have they been? Your tires, how have they been?
Tires look pretty good. We haven't had any trouble with them so far. Everything's looked real good. I think big part of that is we have to push really, really hard. That's been able to save the right front tires.
Mike Joy?
Terry Labonte's last super speedway win was Talladega 1997. The driver who finished in his rearview mirror is the one shadowing him right now, brother Bobby. They have finished 1-2 on 3 occasions as 10th place changes hands. Or does it?
Well, not yet, but it's about to. Dale Earnhardt has been racing with Chad Little in the car number 97. Earnhardt, of course, in the black number 3. Now he's going to get the position, but Chad's trying to come back on the outside, but Earnhardt has it. Top 10 for the first time today.
Chad on the outside there. Earnhardt, hey, takes that little spot away from him. Just moves up a little bit. Dale will take that spot from him.
And you saw Chad had the lift coming out of turn 4, and that allowed Derek Cope and Elliott Sadler to pounce. And here comes Sadler. That's for position.
That's the best run that Elliott Sadler has had this year. He has qualified well in many races, has had some good runs going, but for one reason or another got caught up in some wrecks. But he has his best run of the year going. He's a rookie driver in the NASCAR Winston Cup Series this year and has a good race car and driving it well here today.
Terry Labonte has passed Warren Burton going into turn number 1, and that will put Burton, one of the strongest cars here, 1 lap down to Labonte, the race leader. We'll be right back to Texas after this.
All right, everybody. If this one doesn't get your toes tapping, check your pulse. You may be dead. Here it is, coming to you in living cola. Refreshing Pepsi Cola. From the wonderful folks who put the R in cola. I'll be signing off now, because it's my bedtime. I'll catch you on the flip side. Be there.
Hey, Fish Job.
We're talking rugged. We're talking fun. You ride the best and the job gets done. Well, Larry ATV on there in the USA. We're talking
tough. Buy a new Polaris ATV now, and we'll give you a 2,000-pound Warn winch kit. Or choose $250 toward other Polaris accessories. See your Polaris dealer for details.
Polaris ATV, we're talking tough.
It's not an easy job. You have to do windows. It's cramped. It's loud. The pace is frantic. The pressure's intense. And the competition is brutal. So when a NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series driver tells you they've had a tough day at the office, take their word for it. This is NASCAR.
You have your weekend projects. We have ours.
It's slam dunk comedy when the King of Queens gears up for the NCAA Finals.
Well, I'm pretty wired, but that's what the pills are for.
The King of Queens, CBS Monday.
Welcome back to Texas, where there's a new third-place car. Rusty Wallace moving past Dale Jarrett to show you how it happened.
Rusty's been running a little bit higher line, and he got off turn 2 very fast and got up on the inside of Jarrett going into turn 3 and just drove right around.
Now, Dale goes back to the bottom, takes a good look at Rusty, but right now, I think Dale's running a very, very smart race. He knows they have another pit stop to make, and he's going to take care of that race car. This race has not been decided who's the fastest car. I have my own opinion, but I won't share it.
21 cars are on the lead lap, and pit stops will be coming up soon. If we have green flag pit stops, if we remain caution-free, ride with Dale Jarrett, see Rusty Wallace, another groove up higher up the racetrack there. Terry Labonte's the leader, Bobby Labonte's second, Rusty Wallace, Dale Jarrett, and Jeremy Mayfield, Wallace's teammate, the top 5. Then it's Tony Stewart. Jeff Burton hasn't backed off all that much. The point leader runs 7. Wally Dahlbeck, Sterling Marlin, and Dale Earnhardt are the top 10.
Yes, and I can't hold back anymore. I got to share it. I got to tell you, Bobby Labonte's running along there in second place. He's injured just a little bit. I think he's saving his body a little bit, but he has the fastest race car on the track. Anytime he wants to move up, he just catches his brother. The car is running about a half a lane lower through the corner than his brother. It seems to be doing everything, and the crew chief gave a little tip away just a second ago. You can see the difference getting through the corner right there. He said that we hadn't even run hard yet.
Pit stops beginning. Ward Burton, once he got lapped, has made a stop, and Chad Little surrenders 11th place to make the stop. Ricky Craven as well. So green flag pit stops are beginning with 60 laps to go.
And they should be able to go the rest of the way now as far as fuel and tires are concerned.
Tony Stewart right there, right out toward the wall. At lap 275. Darrell Waltrip about to surrender a lap to Terry Labonte.
That would be another lap, Mike. That makes him 2 laps down, at least.
Jeff Bodine makes a pit stop back in the race after being involved in one of the crashes earlier. We've had 7 caution flags. Jeff Gordon, first car out of the race for the first time in his career.
DJ about to come in for a pit stop.
When he says DJ, he's talking about his son, Dale Jarrett.
Dick Berggren.
He sure will, Mike. He's on his way down pit road. Dale Jarrett, this will be the last pit stop he's going to need to make.
Oh, Nader Smith coming in the garage here.
Go ahead, Dick.
Jarrett's going to stop anyway, Mike. He is going to stop on pit road. Caution flag not yet out, so Jarrett's making his pit stop. Rusty's guys are ready to pit right behind him. It's going to be a 4-tire change. Minor chassis adjustment on the number 88 car. The most important thing now, get out without a mistake. Don't take too long on pit road. Good stop, 17.22. Nice stop for this bunch.
There will be no caution flag. There may be a penalty on Nadeau, who spun entering the pits. Michael Waltrip and Ricky Rudd complete their stops, and Jerry Nadeau will be held for 1 lap by the NASCAR officials as a penalty.
Now, Jarrett, what we call short pit. He perhaps could have gone on as long as the Labonte brothers are going out there. But here comes Rusty Wallace down pit road right now. He's short pitting as well. get the new tires on there, go out there and hope that you can pick up enough in these few laps until they come in that you can be in front of them when they do come in. Let's go back to Dick and Dick.
This is one of the best pit crews in all of motorsports. Billy Wilburn on the front, Mark Armstrong on the back, Earl Barban on the jack. He's the guy that predicted this team was going to win today for sure. Bob Tracy's on the fuel, 4 tires for Rusty Wallace. They got the right sides on, left going up, no adjustments whatsoever on the chassis. Jeff Bowser helping with the left rear tire. Boom, he's down and away at 18.1. Ralph.
Bobby Labonte makes his way down pit road. 4,000 RPMs is what he's watching. He brings it to a stop in the box, right like he's supposed to. Sticker tires going on the right side. They will make a slight chassis adjustment to get the car just the way they want it. They were going to wait till Terry Labonte came down, but they saw everybody else coming in. They decided to come in a little bit quicker. Left side tires going on. Jeff Chandler, very good, changing the tires, and off he goes. 16 even. What a great stop for Bobby Labonte.
They'll be proud of that one. Kenny Wallace in relief of Bobby Hamilton has come in. Kenny Schrader is pitted. Now Tony Stewart and Jeff Burke are on pit road along with Rick Mast and Dale Earnhardt.
I'm going to bet you Terry Labonte won't wait very much longer. As a matter of fact, he looks to be slowing now to come into pit road.
He is coming on pit road. He couldn't afford to stay out there too long because those cars that have come in with new tires on are running faster than he was running, even as fast as he was running.
Kenny Irwin is also in the pit lane for Robert Yates. Here's Bill.
And Terry Labonte comes in for his last pit stop of the day. They will go with 4 tires. They made a small change to the air pressure in the last pit stop. As you pointed out, Buddy, the car was not running as low in the track as they wanted. They're taking a little bit more air pressure out of the left side tires this time around. Jackman, they beat to get the car up and down, even with the bad thumb, and they're out in 17.2 seconds.
This is where the pit crews earn their money. Every second they save on pit road, that's a football field length on the racetrack, and you can gain your driver not only track distance, but position with a good stop. Sterling Marlin is in. He's up to turn 4 into pit road, making his stop. He's another of those lead lap cars, and that will make Jeremy Mayfield, number 12, the leader.
And Jeremy saying, I'm going to get in the pit pretty quick here myself.
Michael Waltrip comes around.
In fact, I believe Jeremy is coming into the pit right now, coming off turn 4. He wanted to get the lead, get those 5 bonus points.
Bill Stevens will wait Jeremy.
Jeremy Mayfield into the pits, having a great run today. He went as high as 5. He started 27th. This will be a 4-tire stop. Crew Chief Paul Andrews told me they're happy with the chassis setup. They're going to keep it pat. They're going to put in the fuel, get the left and right side tires onto this car, and hopefully get out of here. They've had great pit stops, by the way, averaging about 16 seconds today. This one taking a little bit longer. A little bit of a problem with the left front. Finally, the car's down, and he is out in 18.1 seconds.
Elliott Sadler is in for the Wood brothers. David Green has been in. Joe Nemechek comes to pit lane. The green flag pit stops continue, and Brett Bodine, one of just 3 owner drivers in this field. Brett Bodine timed in 17th in his Ford, and he has picked up the lead, and he will pit.
And Dale Jarrett, after all of this is done, is going to be the leader if he can hold Terry Labonte off long enough. That short pitting is going to get him out front.
Jimmy Spencer makes the stop as you ride with Dale Jarrett.
Robert Presley in the 77 there goes right down on the white line. You're riding with the leader now through turns 1. See, right down on the bottom side of the racetrack as they start off turn 2.
Presley's trying to stay on the lead lap, buddy. He's had a good run here today.
Yeah, Steve Park there in the 1 car just moves to the outside and lets Dale Jarrett take that low line getting in the corner.
But Jarrett has been following Presley for several laps, trying his best to get by, but so far has not been able to. The Labonte brothers are closing in on him as he runs along there behind Presley. Of course, Presley is running in the 21st position on the lead lap.
And Terry Labonte, Ned, is a full mile an hour quicker than Dale Jarrett running them down.
Yeah, he's definitely coming, no question about it. I'm sure the 77's holding Dale up some, but like I say, Robert's trying to stay on the lead lap.
Folks, 1 mile an hour doesn't sound very fast, and it's not. But when you see that car getting bigger in your mirror, that's a big difference. 11 different leaders today. That eclipses the record set in 1997 when we had yellow flag fever. 286 laps complete. Dale Jarrett out in front trying to win his first of 1999. We'll be right back to Texas after this.
gonna fall for that old trick.
Not so good.
All 4 barricades, huh?
What does success mean to a sales professional? Everything.
I feel good. I knew that I wouldn't. So good, but I got you.
Companies worldwide are providing their sales professionals with unprecedented power to succeed with enterprise relationship software from Siebel Systems. Siebel, sales, marketing, customer service.
This is really something. You see this pain reliever? Nothing is proven to work better or last longer. Nothing. You see this one? For 14 years, people have counted on this for relief that's gentle on the stomach. And you may be surprised to learn that both are Advil. It's true. Nothing's proven to work better or longer than Advil. And millions of people can tell you it's gentle to the stomach. Strong, yet gentle. Advil.
They're some of our favorite people. The millions of AutoZone customers who change their own oil. They're the kind of folks who believe that taking care of their car and saving money go hand in hand. And while we admire their willingness to tackle a dirty job, most of all, we thank them for bringing their used oil back to us. After all, used motor oil should be recycled, and that's one job we simply can't do alone.
Only one thing's better than the walk up 18 at Augusta National. A tradition unlike any other. The Masters on CBS.
Looking at this grandstand, you'd think half the state of Texas is here, and they may well be. With a fresh view of the Texas Motor Speedway, the Bud 1 Airship reminds you fresh beer tastes better. Over 200,000 fans here to watch Dale Jarrett try to hold off Terry and Bobby Labonte and Rusty Wallace and his teammate Jeremy Mayfield.
Yeah, fast closing Labonte there in the 5. You can see right on the bottom of the racetrack. He's closed up a little bit on DJ, but they're going through lap traffic right now, and you really can't tell that much about who has the superior car. If you catch lap traffic at the wrong place and have to back out and break a little momentum on the car, it makes you look like you just put on the brakes.
But Terry is definitely there. He's just 2 car lengths back right now. Bobby is a little over a second, just about a second behind them in 3rd place.
You know, Ned, next year there'll be 2 DJs out there because down in the Busch Series garage, his crew calls Dale Earnhardt Jr. DJ for Dale Jr.
Okay.
We're at lap 293. Dale Jarrett leading the Labonte brothers. Dick Berger.
And as he leads, Mike, no doubt on his mind is what has happened to him at Texas in the last 2 races. He was strong enough to win both of those races. In 97, though, he lost the clutch, lost 3rd gear, pulled a good finish out of it, 2nd spot, but he didn't win. Then last year, strong enough to win, and right at the end, he lost a cylinder, wound up in 11th spot. He just needs that car to hold together for a few more laps, and Dale Jarrett could well win here at Texas.
He is no hungrier than Terry Labonte, who has a 4th and a 6th at this racetrack in 2 appearances. Looking for a home state win.
And Terry has had a very fast race car all day long, and it seems like the longer they run on a set of tires, the better his car is compared to others. And right now, they've been out there long enough on this set of tires that seem to be coming in. See, DJ has not been able to get around Robert Presley, the left car.
There's Mark Martin down on the apron. He's back on the racetrack after extensive right side repairs.
And looking back from Presley's car, Dale Jarrett, as they go down the front straightaway, you can see the first 2 cars really looking him over right now. Terry Labonte enters the corner just a little bit lower than Dale Jarrett does.
Robert Presley looking for his first top 10, trying to stay on the lead lap. He's the 19th place car, but so far he has not much been holding up the 2 leaders. We'll see how that sorts out as these 2 leaders now get nose to tail. CBS Sports coverage of the Texas 500 continues after this message and a word from your local CBS station.
You know, Joe's the kind of guy whose hands are always dirty, no matter how deep the scrub. You see, his hands are his livelihood. Rarely ever see any time off. His hands are strong, steady and sure. The kind of hands that can only grip the wheel of a truck. Of course, that truck's the Ford F-Series, with a more powerful Triton engine and 50 years of toughness. You might say it fits Joe's hands like a glove. Not that he'd ever wear any. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough.
The address is CVS.
Welcome home.
Welcome to the Home Depot Kids Workshop. Today we're going to be making a beautiful birdhouse. Everything okay?
You need to put the bottom on first.
Oh.
There's one thing to show a young fella how to swing a hammer, but there's another thing to hold a nail while he's swinging it. And we have a list of different items that they get to make, and some of them are very talented.
Esta es la casa del pájaro chiquito.
Anytime you can show any youngster how to do something and do it right, to me that's the best reward you can have.
Seems like everyone is getting ready for Toyota's National Spring Sales Event, where you can lease a new Camry for $229 a month with just $999 due at lease signing. You got a well-equipped Camry that's the #1 selling car in America 2 years in a row. Or buy now for under $17,500 or take $1,000 in option package savings. Get ready for a great deal. Get ready to be amazed. Toyota's National Spring Sales Event at your Toyota dealer now.
The O's in Cuba. Nick Carter leads Eyewitness News coverage from Havana.
Hey, race fans, this bud's for you. Ford F-Series. The best-selling trucks are built Ford tough. And by AT&T Net.working.
48.5 miles are left in the third annual Texas 500 here at Texas Motor Speedway. 200,000 Texans are staying in their seats. The Iceman, Terry Labonte, who's pretty cool about everything, has got them at fever pitch as he closes in on Dale Jarrett. And right behind Terry, broken shoulder and all, is Bobby Labonte in that Pontiac running in third. This is going to be a doozy of a finish. Let's go to Mike Joy.
Ken, it is, and the gap has remained constant between those three and fourth place Rusty Wallace. Each one of those drivers running as hard as they can as the laps wind down. But right now, Labonte staying 2 car lengths behind Jarrett, and Jarrett has not been able to get past Robert Presley and put him a lap down.
But you know what's the nice part right now? You see Terry Labonte there in second place. He's running as hard as he possibly can, and he is not closing in that much on Jarrett right now. It just seems that however they catch lap traffic, the advantage grows or decreases. But Bobby Labonte, I thought was the fastest car out there. He's kind of holding his own also. He's not closing in like I thought he would.
He's staying about 1 1/10 second behind the leaders. But just sitting there, he might be just riding now, saving his tires, because they still have a good number of laps to go.
19 cars are on the lead lap net, and 2 of them are just in front of our leaders, Kenny Irwin and Robert Presley, and they are battling for position.
And they're running very good. Presley, you've got to be impressed with him, because he's been out there in front of Jarrett ever since they made those green flag pit stops.
You know, the stage is going to get a little crowded. They are coming up on a lot of lap traffic just in front of this group right here, and that's going to have a lot to do with the outcome of this race, I think.
Could very well do it, because it is a difficult racetrack to pass on. And just as you said a moment ago, it depends on how you catch that traffic. If you can catch them going into a corner and get by them, that's good. But if you have to follow them into a corner and follow them through the corner, that's bad.
There are 4 cars there just in front of the leaders that are on the tail end of the lead lap. Jimmy Spencer, Bill Elliott, Kenny Irwin, and Robert Presley are the 4 cars. Right come the leaders. There's Spencer and the rest of that bunch. We're at 305 laps complete. Dale Jarrett is the leader ahead of the Labonte brothers and Rusty Wallace. Early in the day, Winston Cup champion Jeff Gordon went out. First time he's ever been the last place finisher in a Winston Cup race. And we'll get few points here. Mike Skinner, Kevin LePage, Randy LaJoy, Kenny Wallace, and John Andretti are also in the garage here. Laps winding down. Record number of leaders for this race. Who will be the winner? Jarrett's Ford, Terry Labonte's Chevy, Bobby Labonte's Pontiac, Rusty Wallace's Ford. As we get down to it.
Kenny Irwin pushed up coming out of turn 2, and the leaders went by him. That took one of the lap cars out from in front of the leaders.
And at lap 307, we'll take a final pause here from Texas Motor Speedway and come back and run to the finish. Dale Jarrett out in front.
Genius? Yeah, right, if they only knew. Chaos. So many stores, so fast. Stores aren't connected. Nobody's connected. Inventory's a mess. And my suppliers are totally in the dark. Help. The AT&T people said that they'd get everyone connected in real time. That'll fix it. Maybe going public isn't so crazy.
AT&T Net.working to make your business succeed.
As Napa drivers, you're responsible for safely delivering the best parts in the world. So I brought in a special guest instructor. Ron Hornaday, NASCAR Truck Series champion.
You want to go to the turns about 130.
What's a safe distance to be from the guy in front of you?
5 inches. It's called drafting.
Oh?
All right, get in the truck. I'm going to have to show you. You getting all this down?
They're going to can me for this.
When the basketball ends, the fatherhood begins.
The hell would give you a kid?
This summer,
Do that thing I taught you the other day. That's my boy.
Adam Sandler is
You two got the same size t-shirts on. That's amazing. Ow!
Big Daddy.
How come you're not going?
Only you and my grandfather go every 30 seconds.
Big Daddy.
Should I have a nightlight?
There you go, all right? This film is not yet rated.
Get up, get down. Hang tight, hang loose. Out back in the sun.
Life in the outback isn't all fun and games. After all, sometimes we have to eat.
Outback Steakhouse, no rules, just right.
Outback Steakhouse. No rules, just right.
312 laps complete, 22 to go. Dale Jarrett has lap passed Robert Presley, but he paid a heavy price. Look how close Terry and Bobby Labonte get to him as he goes past the 77 car.
Well, you see, he had to take the very bottom of the racetrack there. He did get by him there. Terry Labonte will come right along on the bottom side and close right up on Jarrett.
And he's closing up on him again as they come to the start-finish line. He's trying to make a move, but couldn't quite do it. Terry Labonte is there.
Bobby Labonte was the big beneficiary, closed in a bit on those two. But right now, Dale Jarrett has one Labonte to worry about, and in Texas, that's more than enough.
Yeah, and as Bobby closed up, he caught the 77 car and had a little trouble there getting by, so now he's back about 20 car lengths or so.
Next car they'll catch on the lead lap is Jimmy Spencer. They'll move past the wounded machine of Jeff Bodine and then charge down on Spencer. 20 laps to go.
Mike, I've been in that second-place car many times, and what you do right now, when these cars are this even, what you try to do is make yourself visible in that mirror, trying to get his eye a little bit off so he'll make a mistake so you get the preferred line around the racetrack.
Do I recall a race where you once took the mirror and broke it off?
Yeah, I want to make sure he didn't think I was watching him much.
Now, what I'm observing here right now as they come across the start-finish line, come up on Jimmy Spencer, is that through turns 1 and 2, where they're headed there right now, that DJ has been beating Terry a little bit. Maybe not this time, but the last couple of times, yes, he does. He beats him off of that corner, but Terry Labonte has been picking up on Dale coming off of turn 4. So, you know, one of them has a strong point on one part of the racetrack, while the other one has it somewhere else.
And now we get a little sniff of a draft from Jimmy Spencer back to Dale Jarrett to help pull him up to that lapped car. Now Spencer is racing the car in front of him, number 7, Michael Walter. That is a battle for 14th position. And Spencer goes for it.
And if those cars get up there side by side in front of the leaders, that's not very good.
Now what Dale Jarrett will probably do is try to time this where he catches these cars where he can make a pass on them at a good place on the racetrack, because as you can tell, they're running very well. When we say a lap car, that does not mean they're not running well.
No, those cars have been running good all day long. It's taken them here almost 500 miles to go a lap down.
Bill Stevens.
Interesting strategy. Terry Labonte is staying put. He just caught difference in tire wear will give him an advantage in the closing laps.
Ooh, look at Labonte up the outside of Jimmy Spencer here.
Yeah, that's a power move there, but he had to go.
Yeah, Jimmy moved down, going into turn 3, let Jarrett go by on the outside and stayed down on the inside. Michael Waltrip goes high, Jarrett gets down on the inside of him. So Spencer did let both of the leaders go. He didn't want to be a factor in this, the outcome of this race. He's admired for that.
Terry Labonte might have had a run there, but as you heard from Bill Stevens, he's not looking to make a move on Jarrett just yet.
Michael Waltrip moves up out of the way and lets the two leaders go at it here.
Boy, they can't get much closer without something happening. A car length apart for the lead. 15 laps to go. Good run for rookies today. Tony Stewart is 6th. Elliott Sadler in the top 10 as well.
Terry Labonte looked at a higher groove through number 1 and 2 there and closed in on the 88 of Jarrett. He seemed to get a great run off the corner. Now you see him experimenting with that higher line.
Yeah, he's looking up there to see where he can get the momentum that he needs to move past. Bobby Labonte still about a second behind.
Now, what he may do there, if Jarrett is going to protect that lower line, he knows he's going to have to make that move. As he looks up there, you see him gain just a little bit there. If he can make that move work, he'll get more momentum coming off the corner to run him down the straightaway just a little quicker than the car that keeps a tight line off the corner.
Now, he's running that car. Terry Labonte ran very hard into turn 3 that time. Now, that's using those tires up, but the time has come. You got to use everything that you got. You can't leave nothing laying on the table now.
Dick Berggren.
I'm with Robert Gates. He owns the car that's in the lead. Robert, can you hang on to that lead?
Well, if he stay in front, he needs that clean air. His car's a little tight. If he can hold him off and if he can get ahead of some of these lap cars, clean air will help him. But Terry's awful strong, so it's going to be a good race, I believe.
It's been a good race so far, Mike Joy.
And Terry Labonte almost got into the wall coming off turn 2.
He did that. Dale Jarrett was coming out of the corner, and he's using all the racetrack. That's what you do when you're leading. It's your racetrack when you're the leader.
Oh, close! And Dale Jarrett just slammed the door in Terry Labonte's face in turn 1.
You're seeing some of the best racing that you're going to see in NASCAR Winston Cup racing as these guys go at it, a Ford and a Chevrolet. You got a Pontiac lurking back there not too far behind. Bobby Labonte has closed it down himself.
All I'm seeing right now is Terry Labonte making a move on the outside as they come by the start-finish line to take the lead.
Labonte gets the lead, slices to the bottom of the racetrack, and dives under Chad Little.
He saw his opportunity, took advantage of it, and moved right out into the lead. I don't think he can be caught now.
Well, Dale Jarrett has to dispense with Chad Little in a hurry if he's going to have any chance.
Yes, he cannot afford to get more than 3 or 4 car lengths behind because that draft in helped him some, and he was not able to dispense with Chad Little that time in turns 3 and 4. That's going to hurt him.
Ned, just a few laps back, we were talking, you use those lap cars or cars that you're racing with as a pick a lot of times to get an advantage, and that's what happened.
Dick Berggren.
Dale Jarrett just keyed his radio and told the crew it's just pushing too bad. The handle has gone away on number 88.
And Terry Labonte had to know that time when he came off turn 2 and almost ran right up the back of Dale Jarrett. If Jarrett's car was pushing, he had to be out of the throttle there, and Labonte knew where he could have an advantage. His father, Bob Labonte.
Big Bob.
Hey, and next week on CBS, Saturday, Terry's son, Justin, will try to make his Busch Series debut in the Nashville 320.
Right here on CBS in Nashville, Tennessee.
Rich Bickle goes a lap down. He had been in the top 10 most of the day, trying to give that Beverly team its first top 10 finish. So Bickle, 12th, goes a lap down.
I'm going to talk for just a second. I won my first major race in Charlotte, North Carolina, my hometown. Terry Labonte never won a major race in the state of Texas where he was brought up. This is huge for this guy.
He is taking off.
Yeah, that car, as I said earlier, the longer he runs on a set of tires, the better he is in relation to the other drivers, in comparison to the other drivers. That car just doesn't slow down as much on those old tires, and as been pointed out, Jarrett's car starts pushing when the tires get older, and makes a big difference.
And let's give Andy Graves a call also. Great job. They've gone through a transition where they've gone through different crew chiefs and all. Andy Graves never lost conscious of what he wanted to do. He wanted to get Terry Labonte back in the winner's circle, and that car has been on the rail all day long.
He's worked very well. He got the vacuum pack one time when he made a 4-tire change. Others made a 2-tire change and got back about 15th or something, but he came right back to the front.
Andy Graves, another of those young Northeastern fellows who come down here, made their mark in Winston Cup racing. His dad, Fred Graves, earned Ron Hornaday a Truck Series championship and was a great super modified driver and builder.
When they come back by the flag this time, just a handful of laps to go.
But let's don't give this race away. Jared is coming back. He's gaining some.
Last super speedway win for Terry Labonte, Talladega, 1997. 5 laps to go. One lapped car up there ahead.
I got to tell you something. What worked for Terry Labonte could work for Dale Jarrett. They coming up on a lap car, not too far away up here. If you ever break that momentum, that second-place car will reel you in.
Oh, yeah, if you have to back off for just a fraction of a second, it can make a difference, and they will catch that lap traffic before this race is over.
That'll be Derek Cope, and then Johnny Benson, who is the last car on the lead lap. Trouble front straightaway. Presley and Jimmy Spencer collide and slam into the wall. They had been racing hard for 2-3 laps, and they're in the pen.
This is going to be a race back to the flag as who's going to win the Texas race, I think, Nick.
It could very well end the race if they race back here because they might not be able to get this cleaned up in time. Caution is out. They might not be able to get it cleaned up in time for a restart. Here's Labonte coming off the turn, and he's going to get back to the flag first.
Terry Labonte comes to the caution flag at lap 331. 3 laps to go, and that could be the show.
Robert Presley's car had a lot of damage. Jimmy Spencer resting against the front straightaway wall. There was a lot of damage to his car.
Now Presley comes by in a shower of smoke and sparks, still trying to stay on the racetrack here and finish this one under caution. Once he got lapped by the race leader, Presley, who now slides up and hits the wall in turn 1. The right front was already down on that car, and Robert was just trying to pinball it around here to get a finish. Presley, who last year finished 3rd, once he got lapped, then that locked him in a battle with Jimmy Spencer for 12th position. And for those 2 cars that turned into mortal combat, those 2 cars are wrecked, even though Presley's is still running. So we're under caution. They'll take 2 laps to go when they come around.
And Jimmy Spencer's car is still down on the racetrack. I can't imagine that they could get him off the racetrack and get it cleaned up that quick so they could have a green flag restart.
Well, Jimmy Spencer was injured last year at Indianapolis, and right now you see the workers there inside the car helping him get unhooked.
The fellow at the rear is trying to get the lid up to make sure there's no leakage there from the fuel cell. And let's show you, as they came out of turn 4, 2 very hard-nosed racers got together.
Well, of course, they were already together, and the accident was happening. And Spencer, really a lot of damage to his number 23 Ford.
Jimmy was on the outside, and Robert was on the inside. Ride with Robert Presley. That's Jimmy Spencer to his right.
Rick Mast on the inside. They make contact right there. You can see the 2 cars come together. Presley into the outside. He's able to go down in the corner, and then he goes up and hits the wall just a second later here.
And actually, Buddy, the wall straightened him out. Now, that's smoke from the tires that have been cut down, and there he's in the wall in turn 1.
You could see him turning the wheel, but that tire was already flat, and it wasn't going anywhere but towards the wall.
Derek Cope's car has stopped on the racetrack. Cope mistakenly thought he had gotten a lap back from the leader, and Jimmy Spencer climbs out. Tough guy, modified champion. He's won on the super speedways of Winston Cup, and he's taking his time getting out.
Well, when you hit the wall here at Texas, you hit the wall hard because the speeds are so high here, and
everything's bigger in Texas, yes, including the crashes.
We'll hope that Jimmy is okay. Certainly he's rattled there. There's no doubt about that. That was a hard lick. But there he is, standing up.
He's going to walk away.
That's a good sign.
Okay.
Yep.
That is one tough customer. Mr. Excitement, they called him on the modified circuit, and he lived up to that name every time he climbed aboard. White flag with the yellow. That means that all Terry Labonte needs to do is complete this last lap under caution to win the Texas 500.
He deserved the win because his car has been good all day long, and he's fought as we said earlier, coming back in the field. Dale Jarrett pulls up there to congratulate him.
Bobby Labonte, broken shoulder and all, will come home third.
Boy, he has to get the Attaboy Award for today. Most people couldn't sit in an easy chair this long and in a 500-mile race, and he soldiered along there and brought that car into third place, Bobby Labonte.
Terry Labonte will be the only one of the Hendrick cars to finish in the top 10 today. Jeff Gordon was the first car out. I'm corrected, it's not the first time Gordon has been the last finisher in a Cup race, but the first time he finished last in a 43-car field. And Wally Dahlbeck down to 23rd. Dale Jarrett will be second. His Robert Yates Racing teammate was the pole sitter at Kenny Irwin, and Kenny will be well back in 16th in the final tally.
Rusty Wallace has to feel good. He had a dismal run last weekend in Darlington and Cupfilm today, and really had a great run. At one time was the fastest car on the track.
He'll be fourth, and his teammate, Jeremy Mayfield, will finish fifth. The other two-car team in the top five, Bobby Labonte, will wind up third, and rookie Tony Stewart will be the rookie of the race in sixth. To the checkered flag. Terry Labonte of Corpus Christi, Texas, two-time Winston Cup champion, scores a home state win.
Very popular with the fans here. And, of course, with his crew.
Dale Jarrett will pick up a lot of ground in the point standings with a second-place finish today. And Bobby Labonte goes the distance. Like Joe Gibbs, his car owner, said, sometimes you got to play hurt. Labonte did, Bobby Labonte, that is, and was rewarded with a third-place finish. It all happened at lap 323. Here's the 5 of Labonte trying to make a pass for the lead.
Chad Little on the outside there. DJ had to back off Dale Jarrett just a little bit. Momentum was on the side of Terry Labonte. He makes the pass on the outside.
From Dale Jarrett's car, here's the winning pass.
He came under the 97 car, couldn't get the traction he needed, had to back off, as Buddy said, and Terry had the momentum, went by on the outside, and that's all he needed to get to the victory.
Ned, you could hear the difference in the engine sound as Dale Jarrett eased up to see where Tad Little would go. And that moment's hesitation on the throttle allowed Terry Labonte the chance to capitalize. It'll be the 21st career NASCAR Winston Cup victory for Terry Labonte. There's crew chief Andy Graves atop the toolbox, ready to go get some hardware in victory lane. Jeff Burton came in this race the point leader. He finishes 7th. Dale Earnhardt 8th. Sterling Marlin 9th. And Elliott Sadler is 10th ahead of Johnny Benson. And Rich Bickle, good run in 12th ahead of Chad Little, Michael Waltrip, and Robert Presley. Big crowd of well-wishers as Terry Labonte makes the slowest drive of the day, the one into victory lane. Let's join that Texas-sized celebration at victory lane with Ken Squire.
And indeed, it is a Texas-sized celebration, Mike Joy, as Texas Terry Labonte has done it. Hometown track, well, it's fairly close to Corpus Christi, ready to clamber out of this car. The one race he has really wanted for 3 years belongs to Texas's own Terry Labonte. Let's get a word with the champion of this day before this crowd. Congratulations. What a race.
Oh, man, thank you very much. I tell you what, I got to thank all the guys in the crew. This Kellogg Chevy ran great all day long. We were really fast. I didn't know if I'd get past Dale there or not. At the end, he was awful strong. Got to thank all our sponsors, Chevrolet, GMAC, Quaker State, Mountain Dew. I can't think of anybody else. I want to say hello to Andrew Jackson's family, a good friend of the Hendrick family, and he passed away this week, and we were thinking about him, and want to say hi to them. Say hi to Rick Hendrick, and man, this is awesome.
Say hi to the folks in Texas. How much does it mean to you to win in Texas?
Well, I'll tell you what, we picked places to go test this year, and I said, I want to go here because this is the race I want to win. You know, and besides Daytona, for me, coming here to Texas, I mean, this is awesome.
That was an awesome race and beautifully driven. Thank you very much, Terry Labonte, for a great day.
Thank you.
Let's go to Mike Joy.
Terry mentioned Andrew Jackson, a fellow who lost his battle with the same form of leukemia that now affects Terry Labonte's car owner, Rick Hendrick, and they raced in memory of Andrew today. We'll be right back to Texas Motor Speedway after this.
That's me, Bill. Here we are at Super 8.
For reservations, call 1-800-800-8000.
Today we're going to learn the easy way to mow the lawn. This is a lawn. This is a boy. A lawn. Boy. Lawn. Boy. Lawn boy. Easy, huh?
Lawn Boy. Easy to start, easy to use, easy to maintain.
Any questions?
Why are there two of you?
They come to us for many reasons. Because we save them money on what they need with their everyday low price. Because we help them solve their problems and get them back on the road. And because we stand behind the parts we sell with a warranty that's good at more than 2,500 stores coast to coast. Fact is, people everywhere come to us because we're AutoZone, the largest auto parts retailer in America. And there's just no place any better.
Odor Eaters, feet are sweeter, fresher, drier, cleaner, neater. Only Odor Eaters insoles, sprays, and powders have genuine Arm & Hammer baking soda. They destroy foot odor and wetness.
Odor Eaters, feet are sweeter.
1-877-780-RACE proudly presents official NASCAR merchandise. This Dale Earnhardt die-cast stock car bank can be yours for just $49.50. Featuring Dale Earnhardt's 1999 GM Goodwrench Plus No. 3 paint scheme, this car is a must for the astute collector. With full die-cast body, working hood and trunk, this collectible is a great value at $49.50. Get your Dale Earnhardt exact detail collectible stock car bank by calling 1-877-780-RACE. And don't forget to call for other official NASCAR merchandise. Call 1-877-780-RACE.
George Lucas, who gave the world Star Wars, gives Leslie Stahl and 60 Minutes the first look at his latest creation tonight.
Welcome back to Texas Motor Speedway. Terry Labonte celebrates in Victory Lane. For standings, stats, and more, go to CBSSportsline.com or keyword CBS Sportsline on America Online after the race. Monday night on CBS, Everybody Loves Raymond and the King of Queens at a special time except on the West Coast. And the NCAA Championship, prelude to a championship at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And then Duke and UConn for the national championship. Dick Berggren.
Dale Jarrett has been here for about 3 or 4 minutes since he climbed out of his car. He has not yet cracked a smile. Second's not that bad, is it?
Well, when you want to win, it is. Guys, we did a terrific job in the pits today. I can't say enough about them. Adjusting on the car, we just never got the push out of it. And I thought I might could hold Terry off, but just kept pushing more and more, and I got on the inside of a slow car, and that was his opportunity, and we lost that. But congratulations to Terry. Kind of fitting that Texas Terry win here.
Let's go to Bill Stevens.
I'm with the third-place finisher, Bobby Labonte. You're smiling now, Bobby, but I got a feeling not a lot of smiles at that race car till you got to the finish line.
No, it really wasn't. It was pretty tough there for a while. The brace that I had on it was got pretty old after a while. It was getting tough on my back, but these guys did a great job in the pits. Great pit stops, great strategy. Car worked real well all day. You know, just didn't quite have enough for those guys at the end, but Terry won the race, and we're awfully excited about that, and we came home. Finished this thing. That looked like for a while there, you know, being up front, it wasn't going to be too good with what Mark did, and Skinner had his trouble early, but we just hope everybody's all right, and we're glad that we came out of here okay.
A very courageous day for Bobby Labonte.
One tough guy rewarded with a third-place finish. We'll be back to Texas Motor Speedway as the Labontes celebrate right after this.
Hate to tell you, but we're looking at a negative sales trend coupled with high overhead. Frankly, I'm worried about capital preservation. Let let me put it this way. Look, we're just not meeting our goal. Tell you what, give me more eggs, I'll give you more corn. Otherwise, we may have to diversify.
Sometimes it's not just what you say, but how you say it. Kinko's. Express yourself.
Where'd you get the club? Accounting. Accounting gave you a club? Yeah, I made him a deal. Whenever my cell bills are half as much as yours, they give me a club. Aren't you on the phone all the time? Yeah, but I have Nextel. My calls are rounded to the second. I pay less. It's not fair. I want to be rounded to the second. Wait till I get my putter.
Nextel's 1 second rounding makes ordinary cell phones seem ordinary. And now, for a limited time, you can get Nextel phones starting at $99 each.
Oh, not again.
A crippled aircraft carrier.
We can't get her back online.
Planes with no place to land. Who is trying to take out the U.S. Navy?
You got 60 seconds.
JAG, CBS Tuesday. CBS Sports coverage of the Texas 500 is sponsored by Kinko's. Express yourself. And by Nextel. You've never used a phone like this before.
The Texas High celebration continues in Victory Lane as over 200,000 fans pile out of Texas Motor Speedway. Next Saturday on CBS Sports, the Nashville 320 for the NASCAR Busch Series Stars, Saturday at 1 p.m. here on CBS. Terry Labonte, the winner. Dale Jarrett, second. Bobby Labonte, third today. Rusty Wallace, fourth. His teammate Jeremy Mayfield finished up in fifth place today. Tony Stewart, top rookie, sixth for the second week in a row.
Dale Earnhardt got the top 10, and Elliott Sadler, the best career finish for him in 10th place.
Brett Speckle, great run today, 12.
Robert Presley, Michael Waltrip as well, pole sitter Kenny Irwin. Pretty wild show. Took a while for some of those good cars to rise to the top, but what a battle between the Labonte brothers and Dale Jarrett to finish this day off.
It's what the fans came to see, with some good, close, hard racing, and they got to see that. Unfortunately, Jeff Gordon, Mike Skinner, they both were into the wall. Mark Martin had his problems too. He'll shuffle up the point standings, no doubt, going into the next race for them at Bristol, Tennessee in 2 weeks.
Yeah, they have a weekend off to get some of these cars fixed and some of these drivers repaired up after some hard hits to the wall today.
Well, Mike, we don't have a weekend off. We're going to be in Nashville, Tennessee with Dale Earnhardt Jr., Casey Atwood, Adam Petty.
The Busch Stars will be down there at the short track, and I love short track racing. I think just the excitement of bringing a bull ring like Nashville to CBS is really going to be fun.
Well, this is where NASCAR racing started. It was on the short tracks, and no better one than Nashville to see them beat and bang and just a lot of good, close, hard racing.
Not because you want to beat and bang on each other, but because you almost have to.
And something else. There's probably been more major league stars developed at Nashville than any other racetrack that I can even think of. There, Hickory, Birmingham, Alabama, those type of racetracks, I could name 10 people that run in Winston Cup that started right there at Nashville Speedway.
And next week we will put Darrell Waltrip right at the top of that list. That's going to be a fun one when we go to Nashville for the Nashville 320 for the Busch Series next Saturday here on CBS.
Well, here's the pass that set up the win. Dale Jarrett was trying to lap Chad Little, had to back off momentarily. Terry Labonte seized the opportunity, moved by on the outside, and stayed in front until the caution right there at the end.
And as nice as Ned is, he gave me a kick about that time. He was trying to get his boy going again.
Labonte not only passed Jarrett here, but look at how he had to dip to the inside to take the low groove away from Jarrett and get past Chad Little and protect that lead right there. Terry Labonte is the winner today. He and that entire Hendrick Motorsports team get to celebrate. And Monday night, another team will get to celebrate the National Championship of College Basketball. Monday night on CBS. Monday night on CBS Sports, the College Basketball National Championship, Duke versus UConn. Honda prelude to a championship at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. For Ned Jarrett, Buddy Baker, Bill Stevens, Dick Berggren, Ralph Shaheen, and Ken Squire, I'm Mike Joy congratulating Terry Labonte on his 21st career Winston Cup victory in the Texas 500.
The final two. Hamilton and El Amin drive Connecticut against the dominating Duke Blue Devils. The NCAA Basketball Championship, Monday night on CBS.
The address is CBS. Walk along.